disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? Zero. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we vote tell you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bouaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bouaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bouaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bouaka and behaving the President Bouaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they don't have. They do not regard people that help them.
Three of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Bouaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Bouaka administration. The day that happens, we have to come and be able to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bouaka administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like go and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to actual power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bouaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. Okay. They put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bouaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa and aside that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Bouaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. When Labro, when
2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital Rosemont, B road, all kinds of the place. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we kill Joe, he killed Joseph Boaga. Boaga still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boaga president until he screwed up. We gave God his glory. Yeah. Well, Boaga, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me? Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boaga, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our Thursday edition of The Closing Argument. Yes, today is the 26th day of March, 2026. Share the show. I am Jerome Gayman. I will be your host as always. I am here to bring you the truth, bring you verifiable news. We'll quote our sources. You can fact check. I want to actually go over the disclaimer here. What we discuss here, the views of our panelists and our guests, are not necessarily the opinion of the closing argument. Whenever the closing argument has an opinion or opposition, it will be clearly written and announced. Until then, what you hear here, what you see here, are the responsibilities and the opinions of our guests and our panelists. And one thing for sure, you know, the closing argument has a divergence of opinions. We have a liberal, we had real deep liberal conservatives, liberal panelists on here. And we have some religious fanatics on here. And we have some conservatives on here, as I am. And sometimes we even invite freaks. People who are political freaks. They come out of nowhere. They say things that don't even require thought. They just talk from the top of the head or the back of their necks. But that's what makes this particular platform what it is. We are intellectual in nature, and you know, in academia, we come in all colors, all shapes, and all sizes. We have communists, we have socialists. Then we have democratic socialists. So you are in for a great show. We have two important guests that will be coming on today. In our first segment, we're going to be talking to Mr. Gongloe. He's a brave Liberian that have decided to run for political office. He has decided to just stop talking and do something. And later on, we're going to have Honorable Colette, former Deputy Inspector General of the Liberian National Police. Under the former President Charles Garguah Taylor. So it's going to be a very interesting day. Let's go over some stuff that are happening on the international level. Let me read some of the headlines, then we'll bring our guest in. But don't forget to share this show. We are also going to continue our segment, What is on Your Mind? Put it in our section and we're going to read it. Let us know where you are tuning in from. Oh, Amki, Grand Crew, absolutely. Somebody's paying tribute to Honorable Solomon George. But he is disappointed in the Vice President tribute to Solomon George. That's Patrick Kennedy. Jerome says, where are we going? We want to know what's on your mind. It's a segment that was created to have this platform more interactive. We do our headlines, but after we have made our headline, there still may be breaking news in your neighborhood, in your neck of the wood. Let us know what's happening. If it's newsworthy, we're going to discuss. Myean gave from Bala. He said, I'm dressed up. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. You are a cool guy, Mr. Cassidy. So this is where we are when it comes to the closing argument. First, let's go to the IOC. That is the committee that actually runs and makes decisions about the Olympics. The International Olympics Committee. This committee decides the rules that govern the Olympic. And today they have finally made a decision that men will no longer be allowed to compete in women's sport, no matter who you make yourself to be. You remember the last Olympic, there were men that said they have transformed themselves into women and were competing with women, whether it is in swimming, boxing, soccer, you name it. And I have been always disgruntled. These are men that cannot compete among other men. So they are cowards. They go out and take some kind of hormone therapy and say, I am now a woman and let me go and compete. Among girls, we condemned it and they were calling us homophobic. Homophobes. Finally, the whole world has agreed that these people belong in a different category. It says every athlete will be mandated to do an FRY screening to determine your chromosomes. So at birth, if you were born a female, you will be. We want to say thanks to the president of the IOC, Christy Coventry. She was bold. Her decision was based in facts and in biology, chemistry. So parents, if you were out there and you were worried about your child competing against men, fear no more. Fear no more. Men will compete against men, and women will compete among women and against women. The second major news here today in the world, a Los Angeles Instagram and YouTube live.
I'm talking about no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until
Will you mute? We can hear your TV.
Get your windows and doors now and take advantage of our pay it down the line financing.
The Los Angeles jury found Meta, that Instagram and YouTube, liable for designing intentionally addictive, harmful platforms that cause mental health issues in young users, awarding $6 million in damages. This landmark 2026 ruling highlights The algorithm features infinite scroll and addicted negligent, potentially opening tech giant up for liability across all social media platforms. Two major decisions that shook the world today. The IOC, the International Olympic Committee, said men will now have to compete against men. Every athlete now that is questionable will have to take the SRO-Y screening to determine your chromosomes at birth. So the competition can be fair, we can have a level playing field. That's game changer number one. Game changer number two, jury in Los Angeles, California have found social media guilty or responsible for creating the platforms that are considered addictive to young people because they just keep scrolling, they won't stop. Content after content after content after content. To the detriment of young developing minds, they say. Do you agree with this verdict? Can Pewee or I now go to and file our own lawsuit and say, you know what? When I sit here, I can't start looking at the news, at the events, and everything that goes on in the world. So it's AI that make me to sit on here all day talking, reading the news, reading breaking news, looking at videos. At what point do I take responsibility as a man, as a human being? Those are two major groundbreaking decisions that were made today. Two. So now I have Pewee and myself and Dr. Peabody and myself, three of us got to go and take our test before we go try out for our soccer team, make sure we are men. So the International Olympic Committee saying no more with a man come out here and dress up like a woman and go beat up on women and then win a gold medal and then go out there and say, oh, I'm a winner. Nope, no more. Let me welcome Honorable Pewee. Sylvester Pewee, welcome to the show.
Thank you. I'm good to be here this evening. Very pleased to join you. Normally see Mr. Gayman there. So way he appeared today is doing his put out. He form of some of your analysis. And now you fire, and
You see, he's a mighty Barrow man. You see, he all red today.
Unfortunately,
Barrow, the roller.
No. Unfortunately, I've never supported Mighty Barrow. As a small boy, since I started following football at the age of 4, I started liking it. My first ever football club that I love so passionately is the Invisible. Unfortunately, there's nothing now in the country. Is there?
Both of them.
Yeah, Invisible 11.
The Mighty Barrow is not there for
because I've been too deep into it. I should have supported FPRC orders because the man I normally used to see to be someone that I really admire as a little boy. I would normally take his boost to go on LPRC fee in the Ghana's area. Thomas Apuma. He even gave me a name, and that name is very popular. I mean, that's going to compare other things. And I played the game from small, but again, I didn't really good. So I started fighting the game. Yes, from the age 4. In that time of the 80s, so yeah. So, but first it's RE, to be frank, RE, and I still remain a yellow boy. I'm not a cayenne pepper boy. I'm a yellow boy, but from the other side of international football, #1 club is, and I'm a DP of that, Liverpool. And then I've gone to Liverpool, England, to even see the last Champions League we won. And I was in to support the team and everything else. So I'm a very passionate and committed member of the Liverpool. So we say the red, right? Liverpool red. Also, so sometimes it's because of Liverpool you see me in the kind of line. But I think Peabody is a barometer, and that is a manifestation of the Barca. 90% of the Barca people.
You see, our Pewee is a travelist.
No,
he's
but
a travelist.
Look, prove me wrong today. If I'm wrong, I will apologize to both of you. Monte Barrow is a Barca team. Is that
you know what? You know what the people say? No comment.
Monte Barrow is not a Barca club. Two of us.
You know, no comment. We take the fifth.
you know. Every tradition, every team, every country. You know, if you go to Ghana, you talk about Ashanti Kotoko. You talk about region. Yeah. Kumasi. Yeah. Kumasi is where the Ashanti Kotoko hails from. You know. And all of that. So I'm a strong supporter of Mother Barrow from.
You see, so I didn't my guess actually.
You know,
yeah, honestly, and during those days, these two teams tapped the National League of Liberia, right? In the community, you see
for ages,
you will see people. I used to crash now when they beat IE. As a Peking coming up, so you see the game started. It's just unfortunate that the way the war can, let's say, destruction is not good. They put a lot of things behind. That football.
God, we got. I think our first guest for the night, who's going to be with us for the first 1 hour, Mr. Nehemiah Ghali is in the back. He's running.
So we got two
guests. Yeah.
So Mr. Gayman, please, you have to do in the way that we observe time and work within these two.
Yes.
The first guest will be with us for 1 hour. Mr. Nehemiah Ghali. He's running to be the state senator in Minnesota, and
that so 1 hour started from 5, or it will start?
It's starting right now.
Okay, that's it. 5:30.
Yeah, so I'm going to bring it on. He's going to introduce himself, and Mr. Gayman, you can take over from there. There he is. Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Ghali.
Mr. Gayman, how's it going?
Very well. Ghali the giant.
As I always tell people, that one is a bad Ghali. I'm the good Ghali.
Yeah. Is that what it is? Listen, Ghalis are all Ghalis. They are good folks. Everybody is good folks. Well, listen, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
It's an honor to have someone like you who at one point you were one of us. We just talk, criticize. Finally, you decide, you know what, the hell with it. Let me just jump there. I can do it better. So I want to take off my hat to you. Is your first time here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, we have a tradition of giving you cold water. This is it. You see how it's looking? It's clean.
Yes.
It's clear. We come with clean hands and clean hearts.
You see the glass?
Welcome you to the show.
You see my glass?
I see your glass.
It's clear, right?
I see it. Looking clear.
Clear heart.
Mr. Ghali, I got with me Honorable Sylvester Pewee. Sylvester, go ahead, introduce yourself. He's one of our.
I'm a panelist here, and good to see you. I think I've been hearing two good, excellent news about you and your commitment to do a lot of good things. We look forward to collectively giving you the necessary support from our end. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And then Honorable Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, go ahead.
It's so funny. I don't even know how long back I've been knowing Dr. Peabody.
Yeah, you've been knowing me for a very, very long time.
I say how long back?
Yeah, probably the last 25 or 30 years.
That's good.
It depends how long we stay in Ghana. But again, Nehemiah, it's good to see you. I'm really proud of you. We had a conversation in Minnesota. I know you've been trying to come on the show for a while, and we never had the opportunity to do that. But at least I said, when I get back, I'll talk to my team, my folks, and we'll squeeze you in. And we're glad to have you, because it seems like we're having two people from Minnesota today. So I wanted to bring you on and talk to your people, share it to your people, and let's get it rolling. But again, welcome, my brother. It's good to see you always, and welcome to the Closing Acumen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I like the name Nehemiah.
Yes.
Nehemiah is very spiritual and deep.
Yes.
So you have a lot of work to do because the name is so big.
Yes.
But new Myers are known for doing great things. So I think you're up to being to
rebuilding.
Yes, rebuilding new Meyer. Go ahead, talk to us about who is new Meyer. Introduce yourself to some of us. I never met you before.
Before I get into that, I would like to express my thanks and appreciation. I'm extremely humbled to be on your show. You know, this is one of the most talked about show. My brother Pewee, if you're a yellow boy, stop wearing red. You got the red hat, the red t-shirt. You tell everybody you're a yellow boy.
No, I'm a Liverpool fan also. So
okay.
Yeah.
Sylvester, thank you so much for the invite. Jerome, thank you for the invite. My own big brother Henry, thank you so much for the invite. I'm happy to be here, and I want to say thank you to all the listeners out there. And my name is Nehemiah Garguah. I live in Minnesota. I'm running for the Minnesota State Senate, District 38. That covers Brooklyn Park, Brooklyn Center, and Osseo.
Excellent.
Okay, but talk to us a little bit about Mr. Garguah. I know that's what you're trying to do. Who is Garguah?
So Mr. Garguah is a very simple guy. One who is rooted in service. I've been in Minnesota for the last 34 years, and Peabody, if I will correct you, I've been knowing you for maybe about 35 years now. So I've been in Minnesota.
I didn't want to look old because you're very young when I was friendly with your older brother. You know, I didn't want to look too old. That's why I said,
for the last 5 years.
Great.
Yeah. So being in Minnesota for the last 34 years, I came to the U.S. at the age of 15, and grew up in this district, District 38. I always tell people District 38 is my story. It's where I grew up, had my kids, raised my kids in District 38. Kids went to school in District 38. Married, lived in District 38. Buried my wife in District 38. So District 38 is my story. So I grew up. When I first came to America, my first job was with Burger King over North Minneapolis, and then I got my second actual job in at the Brooklyn Mall, what District 38? It's in District 38. So when I got my first job at the Brooklyn Mall in that district, I tell people all the time that district raised me. My friends, hanging out, shopping, everything was in that district. So grew up, lost my wife, became a single father to three beautiful children, raised them. At the time, one of my daughters now, she's a service member in the U.S. Army, and I served on the Brooklyn Park Human Rights Commission. I served as the board of directors for an organization called CHOPS Incorporated. I work with marginalized youth. I am the founder and executive director for Rise Beyond Hate. It's an organization that works with violence prevention and hate crime and youth empowerment. We do some immigration clinic when ICE was in town, helping families that got picked up by ICE. And so I've been in service for a long time, do mentorship, and I've said at one point in my life, I tell people all the time, I'm not a politician. I've never been a politician. I've never lived my life as a politician. To say I was preparing myself to come to this stage. I'm really rooted in service. So after serving for a while, and I look back, I say, you know what? I think I have to get into policy. Let me go at the level in which I can impact the policy that will make it easier for advocacy. Because you can advocate as long as you want. If the right policies are not in place, you just continue advocating for your whole life. So that's part of the reasons that brought me to this point.
Excellent. Honorable Pewee.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think I'm a little bit. I got a little bit stuck here, and this is amazing actually to listen to this story, the way you humanize yourself, and there's no one that will tell your story better than you, right? And this it will trigger some understanding as to the kind of person you ought to be if elected or when elected, and be more confident.
Okay.
to be a single father, bringing up 3 wonderful children. That is an amazing commendation. Also, let me tell you for that. Normally, the story around to see a single father bringing up children successfully is a difficult venture, and having lost your beloved wife and all that thing. And I'm sympathetic for that, for the loss of your wife. But I just wanted to know from you, Ms. Gade, are you contestant, and you've been in this state and particular district 34 for 3.5 decades, as you said, 3.5. That's a very long time and all of that. Are you, by any chance, contesting one of these 2 major political institutions in this country, or you going as independent candidate?
So, Pewee, I'm seeking the Democrat Party endorsement. So, we caucused on February 3rd. I want to give my hats off to the Afro community, the Kenyan community as well. There was a lot of those folks that show up at the caucus that register to become voting members that is described as delegates in the process. And when we went to the convention, I think it was March 7th. I don't remember the exact date. It was a battle at the convention. I'm running against someone who has been in politics for well over 10 years.
Okay.
You know, she came in there with all the powerhouse from the Capitol, you know, brought in her co-workers, you know, colleagues, senators, representatives. Some of the Democrat strategists came and the proxy on her behalf, and they spoke well and recommended her to the delegates as to why she should be re-elected. And one of the things that happened for us when they got done, and I took the stage. When I took the stage, I took the community. The community was with me. I didn't have no politicians to speak on my behalf. I brought people from District 38. You know, so and when we got done with that process and we went into the voting for 3 rounds, she was not able to get the party endorsement. We were able to block it all 3. So when we blocked the endorsement for the 3rd round, at that time now it was, I think, 5 or 10 to 6. So and the hall closed at 6 o'clock. And then she asked to go for a 4th round. When my campaign manager motioned for no endorsement, she said she wanted to go for the 4th round. And motioning for no endorsement means that the party should not endorse any candidate. Both candidates are pretty strong. Let us go further out to the primary. But she said she wanted to go for the 4th round. We ran out of time, and so we are waiting for the scheduled date for the 4th round.
Okay.
So I'm preparing. We refer to that as the convention part 2. So we had a date of the 17th of March, and that got pushed back to the 29th, and now we're just waiting, and they haven't come up with the date yet. So I'm excited for that piece. I really believe that we can pull the nomination. I think we can get the endorsement. I think we have the momentum on our side. This campaign has become the most talked about campaign in the state of Minnesota. People are shocked as to what they are saying. The discussion is being held at the Capitol on the Monday after the convention. I got too many phone calls from the Capitol that hey, that's what they are talking about over here. It's your campaign, and the conversation was being held by Democrats and Republicans. And I heard there was some sort of celebration at the Capitol after I was able to block the endorsement on both ends. So now I'm saying we got the momentum, man. Sylvester, the momentum has been there since we launched, and I think there was I don't know if I want to say that there was not much attention being paid to the campaign until when we launched the campaign. But we did that official launching of the campaign, then people woke up. They felt that something new was coming. They felt there was a wave coming. And what prized me more is to have all these young, energetic, having voted before, on the campaign. That's wanting change. That have been driving the campaign, and those folks have been the force behind the campaign. And I tell people it has nothing to do with me. The momentum has absolutely nothing to do with me. More of the youth and those people, good people that I have around me that have been pushing the campaign.
Excellent, excellent. Honorable Galley, if you have time, please share the show on your platform to your many followers. Let them come in and show support. Pewee, your second question.
Oh yes, good. And I think that's a very good sign. But again, I just saw because normally we Africans, the West African or Liberians, when we like engage in this kind of a thing, particularly here in the United States of America, there's a challenge about this issue about turn up of our constituents. How engaged have you been? And one of the segment of this question, how engaged have you been particularly with the Liberian community vis-a-vis the African community within District 10? I first said 34, 38. How engaged have you been with them in terms of mobilization? And then to another form of that, what is the hope for raising fund? Because in this new dispensation, particularly in this country, the issue about fundraising, about campaign is very paramount. Yes, so what's the prospect about you raising? Because you are about, as you said, preparing a lot of folks, both from the Republican and out of the Democrat, and more or less even independents will start focusing on what you're doing, hearing about those, because the enthusiasm is building. But from the perspective of fundraising, where are we on this, and how engaged are you with your own Liberian constituents, African, and then how impactful can they be collectively to join this issue to, widen your chances or increasing your chances to get this a bit?
Pewee, it's a very good question, and I appreciate that question. One of the things that we have been doing is to focus on the fundraising. So I broke the campaign down into a few phases. The first thing I did when I knew was, decided I was running for this office, I told my campaign team, let's focus on the launching of the campaign. That we have to come out very powerful for folks to pay attention to that. We came up, we did that, and we're very successful at that. And we moved to the next phase, which was the caucus. So we put all our energy preparing for the caucus, and we came up, very good as well prepared for the caucus. And the next step was to, okay, let's just take it one step at a time, and now let's focus on the convention. We focus on the convention. We're lucky to block the party nomination. The party from endorsing the Cuban. So now we have phase 2. I just had a meeting with my campaign team on Sunday. So now we are trying to put everything into place to prepare for the primary in August 11. So when it comes to fundraising, and I have gotten a lot of support from the community. There was a food sale a few weeks ago, I think 2-3 weeks ago, on a Saturday. I was impressed with what I saw. Before the sale, there were already 150 order placed from the community. When we had that full sale, we were able to generate a little more than 12,000, just coming from the campaign. From the community. And I have been receiving, donations. There was something that struck me in Pewee. It was 3 Liberian citizens, Sion citizens, well in the 80s, between 70 and 80s, that sent me $25 each for the campaign. And that moved me. And I said that I appreciate that so much, that these old ladies that, who we call our old man, that don't know me, that heard about the campaign, that sent their low $25 each to say, take it to him for the campaign. So we have a long way to go, but I'm confident that we will be able to raise that money. And the best thing that happened about the momentum that came to the campaign, I hopefully we appear before the Jewish caucus next month. So there was an invite from the Jewish community for me to appear in front of the Jewish caucus, and I'm hoping that will translate into fundraising. And with the, with someone like you, Sylvester, as soon as we get off this line, I'm sending you the my Cash App or Zelle or Act Blue to see at any time you see someone with bow tie, you should know that person got small money. So the one I'm going to be sending that to you guys. So but with all fairness, the community has already been there, and I'm confident that we will be able to raise that money. We'll raise some money, and right now my entire focus is getting to the primary, and we have started to start fundraising. There was a friends that contacted me for the community that want to host a fundraising. There's another family that contacted me that want to host a fundraising. So we have those two, and then there's two more schedules. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to raise some money.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome Ms. Fanta Uncensored Kamara. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Hello, everyone. Hello, Mr. Garley. It's very, very nice to see you, and thank you for joining us today. Hello, Peabody. Hello, Pewee. Hope you are well.
Good to see you, Fanta. Good to see you.
Thanks for coming. And thanks for coming late.
I know. I'm so sorry for my tardiness. Forgive me.
You notice she's a Barrow girl too. She got her red on. They always deny I'm not Barrow, but I just let red. But they are Barrow lovers.
I'll take it.
Well,
she's Bassa too.
No. But listen, Bassa running every blood in the Republic.
No, you can clearly say that. Like, I grew up in Bassa community. I currently live in Bassa community.
There you go.
There's a joke earlier that say all the Barrow people are Bassa people.
Oh,
yeah, that's what it says. All right, we take that too. But listen, Honorable Gale, it's actually an honor to see one of our own running for public office. And it is incumbent upon us to rally around you, other those who, like you say, when your community speaks highly of you, it tells the folks outside that you've been sold from within. But if your own community despises you, you are in trouble. Let me go to Honorable Peabody. Peabody, your two questions.
All right, my brother Honorable Gadi, it's good. Listen to you. I listen to your story, and your story could also be impact to many young men and who raising their children. You talk about your kids, you raise them, and all of that. That's a wonderful, great story, and all of that. But you are running within the Minnesota area. What are some things if you hope to change? If you become the nominee, or if you are elected to this position, what are some things you want to change when you become a senator for the 38th district of Brooklyn Park?
People, I think you're well familiar.
Oh, sorry.
What are you again?
Go ahead.
I like you. Connected already.
I had to pick on you. All right, sorry.
I know. It's easy.
Well, people, I think you're well familiar with the territory of the Brooklyn Park, Brooklyn Center, and RCO. One of the things I said earlier, I grew up in that area, and when I was a teenager, I remember driving into Brooklyn Park. Used to scare us. If you get pulled over, the question was, what are you doing here? So we have seen a transformation. I have seen a transformation where a place that we used to be afraid to come and hang out has become our home, where we live there comfortably. So I did an interview last night, and I said I have seen the district at the best, and I see the district where it is now. And I have nothing, I respect people that serve. And I say Susan Powell has done the best she can do. But we cannot afford another 4 years of Susan Powell. If you see that businesses are leaving the district at a high speed. On Friday, there was a Godfather Pizza, where my very first office was right by Godfather Pizza, and I used to go there sometimes for lunch. That place I've been there for a little more than 50 years, and they closed the doors because they went out of business. The crime rate in Brooklyn Center is high. Human trafficking is high. Sex trafficking is high. Our kids are performing below a national standard. We need these things. We need someone to come that will put policies in place to save the district. These cities are in distress. Last year was a record-breaking year in terms of funding for education. But yet there's still teacher shortage. One of the things I want to see diversity within our school district. 38 is the most diverse district in the state of Minnesota. That diversity should reflect. Diversity should not be our weakness. Now diversity is seen as a weakness. The diversity is coming with crime. We have to build our neighbors up. We have to build ourselves up. Brooklyn Park, Brooklyn Center, and Asia should be a cultural hub. We should bring jobs back to these cities. High-paying jobs. We need opportunities. We need these people to be business owners. One of the examples that I give from my own community, if you come to this district, in fact, I don't know if you've been to Minnesota, but Brooklyn Park and Brooklyn Center are a very interesting area to be. You cannot run out of food. You turn anywhere, you find a cooked meal, a home cooked meal. You have people in the apartments that are cooking every day to sell. And I said, these people are entrepreneurs. If they have the opportunity to leave their homes to a restaurant, they will perform. This district is so unique that in this district during the summertime, every weekend, especially on a Sunday, Saturday and Sunday, you can have a gathering with no less than 500 to 1,000 individuals. We should not police those events. We should be making money off of those events. We should empower those events. If we can bring businesses in, empower the residents to be business owners, mom and pops, who would drive taxes will go down. Right now, the stress is on homeowners because businesses are leaving the community, mostly because of the crime. So I will continue to say diversity is not a weakness. You and I both know my parents work 2 or 3 jobs. We have folks that are working 2 or 3 jobs. So we are not poor. We are lacking opportunities. We have been misrepresented. And that's why I'm calling for a shift in leadership. And we must shift the direction of the district. And that's what I decided to come to run for this office.
Excellent, excellent. Let me welcome Fanta. Mrs. Kamara, your guest, Ms. Honorable Gongloe, is running for the Senate seat. I'm proud to see a fellow Liberian running for office in this country, and it's a great thing. Your question to him.
Greetings again, Honorable Gongloe. I'm sure the guys have been very easy with you. Get ready to experience a segment that Mr. Gayman and I are working on called the hot seat.
The hot seat, okay.
Yeah.
Hot seat.
So this is the pilot program for the hot seat.
Okay.
Let's go. Okay. So there are about you are seeking the senatorial seat for District 38, which consists of all of Brooklyn Center and Oseo, and about half of Brooklyn Park. It consists of 86,000 residents. 36% are Black, 31% are white, 17% are Asian, 10% Latino. 26% are foreign-born, majority from Africa. And that number looks to be around 53%. So 86,000 residents, 53% of that are of African descent. the current incumbent, Senator Fa, won her seat in 2022 with 64% of the vote. She is of Asian descent. Asians are only 17% of the population, yet she won with 64% of the 86,000 residents. So very favored in the district. She has claimed to, in her term, contributed over $80 million to infrastructure within the district, everything from public safety, community centers, affordable housing, and so on. My question to you, given the overwhelming foreign population within your district, the U.S. foreign policy and Israel is a very important topic, right? With the majority hailing from Africa and let's just say like the global South, how do you view the U.S. role in global conflicts, the constant destabilization of countries or of communities like the Somalian communities, the Liberian communities, and so on, like and so forth, right? Do you support the current level of U.S. military aid to Israel? And what is your stance on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? Reason why I asked that question before you answer is of that 53%, majority are Muslims. So all of those questions absolutely matter.
Yes.
Please respond.
Thank you so much, Fatat. I appreciate the statistic you came up with, and we're all right. So I work with the Muslim community heavily. At the convention, there was a lot of, I was even, the imam and my Muslim brothers and sisters were there fighting with me. So I'm well familiar with that community. One of the things that I would like to see happen, I prefer de-escalation at all costs. My daughter is in the army. She's a service. And one of the things that broke my heart was when the war first started, and I think it was one of the soldiers at age 23 that got killed. And the first thing I thought about was my daughter. As a parent, how will I feel getting that message? So I am for de-escalation. I think aggression should be the last resort. And do I think this war was necessary? No. Do I think there's other avenue that could have been explored? I believe that. I don't think that I felt that aggression was just way too unnecessary. I felt there should have been diplomatic talks to prevent war at all costs. So I'm not in favor of war. I'm not I oppose strongly to the current conflict, and especially knowing that it happened in the past month, where I felt that he was very insensitive to the religion and insensitive to the Muslims.
And considering you have, once again, a lot of Somali in your district,
Yes.
and what have you. Okay. My second question is around funding, because as we know, it is sometimes abundance is required to run against formidable incumbents. Ideology is not just enough. And there is an active campaign that AIPAC is conducting to support whoever supports their objectives. So my question is, your opponent, Senator Fuss, has significantly outraised her competitors in the last election cycle.
Yes.
Are you accepting funding from AIPAC or other pro-Israel political action committees? And how do you plan to compete financially to ensure your message reaches your voters?
So, Fatah, that's a pretty good question. One of the things I've tried, I was asked this question before about I was asked a question about getting endorsement from other political leaders, and I said I'm not focused on those endorsements right now. My endorsement will come from the people. I am a community-based individual, so my fundings is not coming from OPAC. It's coming from the people.
Okay.
I have, and if you go through my website, I haven't gotten any endorsement. I have gotten a lot of phone calls, a lot of people wanting to endorse my campaign. But you know what, Fatah, I'm rooted in the community. When I launched my campaign, I had the community speak. When I appeared to the convention, I had the community speak. My fundraising has been heavily done by the community, and I'll continue to focus on that.
Good. Let me bring you back to something that you're going to be ready. You should be ready because it's going to come. Earlier we discussed there are two decisions that were made today. One by the IOC that say biological men should not compete with women in the Olympics. All candidates should take the biological test to see whether they were born male or female, but no male should compete with women in athletics. That is a big issue. The second one is today, the jury in Los Angeles held social media liable for the addictiveness of social media on children. Those are two trending issues that I know will come up in your debate. How are you addressing those two issues? The IOC men competing in women's sport too, that the jury have defined social media as addictive to children.
You know, Jerome, my daughter went to Oxford College, and one day she called me, and we're on the phone, and she was shaking that she didn't know that her roommate was a male, and there were only two in the apartment that transformed himself into a female. And as a father, that upset me. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I talk to my daughters all the time. And one thing I tell them, there's gender equality and there's gender roles. Let us not mix those two things up. When I took my daughter for her prom, my younger daughter that I will have this conversation with, and the boy that was taking her to the prom, I told him to pick up her dress, the train on her dress, and he picked it up. And when she got home, we're having a conversation. I said, why did I ask him to pick up the train of your dress? It's because he's the man and you are the woman. You should be treated a certain way. You know, we expect a guy to open the door for a female. I said that's gender roles. I support gender equality as well as gender role. And I don't want my daughter for another man to be a roommate to my daughter, with my daughter. I don't want my daughter to share a bathroom with a male. And so that's my stand. And what was your second question about
the ruling today from Los Angeles about social media being addictive, that they found them guilty or liable, not guilty, but liable for producing addictive platforms that the children just keep scrolling, they can't stop.
Yes. You know, being a single father when I was raising my first three kids, one of the things that I try not to do was to give them cell phones. I limited the activities on social media as much as possible. Now, you know, foster parenting, even when I bring kids in my home, because I try to control and limit the time to spend on social media. I like human interaction. You understand? It's good you can go on social media to some extent, but it has to be a level of restriction. You cannot have the kids just loose on social media. And we all know it becomes addicting. You and I both know we see just the Facebook for adults, where we find other folks on Facebook. We see some of the things that is done on Facebook. How addicting has become for even the older ones. So I agree. I think that social media is addictive for kids. You and I both know you sit in a gallery, and even as old as we are, you see someone just going through their phone, and you sometimes you see someone just laughing by themselves and keep going through their phone. And we cannot put our phones down for 2 seconds. We got to pick it up to look at it, to go on social media. So I believe that there has to be some sort of restriction that comes to social media. I want to see kids interact with other kids more. That's the school that I came from. When I was growing up, I was never on the internet like that. I know the war has advanced, but I think we have advanced too fast when it comes to kids being on social media, and in the context they are getting off of social media and those sort of things. So I think there has to come with some sort of restriction.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, let me reintroduce our guest. This is Mr. Neil Myean. I love the name Neil Myean.
That's right.
Golly, he's running for the Senate seat in Minnesota. Now, 80,000 folks, that's a lot of folks. That's a lot of folks. Honorable Golly, tell us, how many of the 80,000 folks are registered voters? And give me the demographics, age group wise.
Okay. So let me go back to Fata's point that she raised. When you talk about the numbers from Susan Powell, Susan Powell had 11,300 votes. And the guy she ran against at the time, Rat Olson, he's a good friend of mine, the Republican. He's running for governor now for the state of Minnesota. For 83,000 population and 11,200 votes in 3 cities, spread out in 3 cities in a national election, that is not a very impressive number. And if you look at even her last during the primary, she won the primary with 3,200 votes. That's total votes she had to win the Democratic endorsement. That was saying for Brooklyn Park, Brooklyn Center, Osceola. So when you break those numbers down into 3 cities, a huge part of there was a campaign that I ran for Reverend Daniel Goba, or Liberian, that was running for city council just within the West District. He had almost 3,000 votes just within the West District. The city mayor for Brooklyn Park, Hollis Winston, had 10,200 votes. The senator for 3 cities had 11,300 votes. So that and when Susan won the election, it was redistricted, so it was an open seat. She did not have an incumbent to go against. So one of the things I tried not to get tangled into is those numbers, because one of the things that I've seen is that this district is a heavily minority-based district, and there are folks that haven't voted at all before. I'm looking at those folks. I tell people all the time, just the Liberian population alone is our kids are lost in the African American numbers, because all our kids that are born here are documented as African American. Unlike the Somalians, or they have Somalians Americans, they'll have Asian American on your birth certificate, but like our kids is African American. So our numbers is very high. Like there's an apartment complex that serves well over 3,000 residents. And the last election, there were only when it was, I think it was the election at when Russell ran for mayor and Hollis Winston, it was, I think, 5% voted from in the entire building. And those guys, Hollis went there 3 times, campaigning 3 different times. So I'm trying to apply a different strategy. One of the things I want to do is I want to start to register folks early to vote. We have the numbers. We have the name and numbers for those that voted before. So they will always vote. We know where they are. But the information that is not given in the Democrat database or the Republican database are those people that live in their apartments.
But how many people are currently registered of the 80,000 plus?
Can I give you that number offhand? But I did look at that number from the Democrat side and the Republican side. I just don't remember that number offhand.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Gayman is here. He's running for office in Minnesota. Minnesota is foreign friendly. They are very friendly to us, and we should take advantage of it and get some things going. Honorable Peabody, your second round.
Oh yeah, Honorable Gayman. Yes, yes. I know we want to move us fastly.
We have very amount of time, so I think we.
Yeah. So let me go back. I'll just do one question.
Yeah.
How are some ways like you having this? People want to support you. What kind of fundraiser techniques and idea have you set up to get support from the community? What kind of fundraiser you have out there? What kind of stuff you have out there?
So there have been folks reaching out to me to hold fundraising events. One of my sisters had a fundraising event that was very successful. As I said earlier, the community was able to raise $12,000 to prepare for the caucus and going into the convention. So there are 4 or 5 different fundraising event that is currently being set up, and we are working on the logistics of those ones in terms of locations. And so we are working on those ones. And again, I'm continuing to appeal to the folks in the community, and it's just not from within District 38, just all over the U.S. One of the things that I would like to point out, as for we Liberians, that I want us to pay a lot of attention to, is that there has never in the history of the U.S. been a Liberian American State Senate. Never. So there's a historical context to this this seat. There's never been a Black person in that seat before in the history of Broken Park, Broken Center, ASIO. So with those, there's a lot of reasons. We have a lot of reasons to fight. Besides the representation that comes with that piece, we need to sit at the table. We need to start having conversations that involve us. Right now, our conversations, we don't control the conversations we have. What comes to our community, it comes to our community. So we need to sit at the table. We need to have conversations at the table to impact some of the policy that impacts us. So with those things, I'm very hopeful. Again, as I said, that the community has been stepping up. I'm looking out to other communities, and we are just, Minnesota has been cold, and now it's starting to warm up, and we're going to be outside a lot trying to raise funds and bring awareness to the campaign and asking people for donations and those sort of things.
But people want to help you. How can they donate to you?
We do. So one of the things there is that we have an Act Blue account, and I think you have that information. I can send you that information.
Yeah, do that.
So we have Cash App, we have Zelle, and those were brought into the campaign because of our demographic, our background. We easily move on with Cash App and Zelle as compared to the Act Blue. So I think the information I sent you has that, and I would appreciate if you guys can help promote that as well. Especially you know how to collect money.
Yeah, Mr. Peabody, can you post that number, please, while we're here?
Yes, send it to me. Send it to me. We'll put it up.
And your website. And your website as well.
And your website, your communication. How do we get the telephone numbers? Information about volunteering and all of that. Yes. We want also.
It's all on that. It's all on that.
Is that the flyer you sent me today?
You know what? Let me make sure so you can have the right one.
Yeah, Myean in the back. I'll put in when he sent it. I'll put in the chat room, and then I'll ask that you please put it up. We got 15 more minutes for you, Mr.
Yeah, somebody else.
Okay, now, Mr. Gayman, real quick. Like you said, this community is minority based. We have a double minority in Asidore. She's a minority. It's a minority, and then she's a woman. What makes you better fit, and what is it that she's not doing that makes you think that she shouldn't hold that position?
You know, I know there's having or she's a monk, female. She is deeply rooted in the party. I wouldn't take that away from her. But one of the biggest things she's lacking is that community engagement. She is very unpopular with the community. So and that has been my strength. So there was I got a video sent to me from the Capitol about maybe shortly before the caucus, and then where she said that, openly making a statement where she went to AR to ask AR, how can I crush my opponent that's running against me? And AR said, I cannot do that. So I said, and what my response to her, you can crush your opponent if you have relationship with the base. If you don't have relationship with the base, you'll be looking to AR for help. So then again, if I was looking at her information, she said she saw 2,000, I think 2,800, whatever number of residents. So you have 83,000. You're talking about breaking about 3,000 in 4 years. So that shows that she's very weak within the community, and I think that's my strength. I will continue to go after the folks in the community. I'm going to start door knocking. I started door knocking with talking to folks in apartment complexes, and I have the youth first-time voters that are energized, and we'll continue to hit those and hit the streets and bring awareness to the campaign and talk to as many people as possible.
Great. This is the primary is August 11. Early voting begins June 26, 2026. You can support Neil Myean by the flyer is not too clear, but I see you can read the numbers to us. I think it's 763-250-3079. Is that your number or that's the campaign number?
So that number is my direct number. So you can also get the campaign on that number too as well. So it's nehemiahgarland.org. You can you'll be able to get good. It's a little clear now.
Okay.
So, yes, you can register to vote. You can volunteer. You can donate. And again, the primary is August 11, and early voting starts June 26. So right now, what we are doing, we are registering folks to vote. We are taking names and information for those that need right to vote. If you need to do early voting, we will help order the material for you to vote. So we are trying to do everything to make sure people get out there to vote.
Great. We got a QR code there, guys. If you go to the website, you will see the different QR codes where you can volunteer your time, you can donate, you can register to vote. Everything is on the website. Take your phone, just take a picture of the QR code and follow the direction. This is Honorable Neil Myean. He's running for district number 38, the Senate seat, and he wants to be the first Black person to occupy that position. Okay, can we take the flyer down now? Please support Mr. Neil Myean. Let me welcome Victor Nagbe. Victor Nagbe got exactly 10 more minutes with our guest. He's Honorable Neil Myean Gongloe, running for the Senate seat in Minnesota.
Thank you. It's good to be with you guys. Mr. Gongloe, welcome on set, and congratulations on putting your foot and having the race. Sympathies to you for your wife. I was in the back listening. But thank you. I heard you talk about, raising 3, I believe, girls, so congratulations. Are you of the Bernice Gongloe from Rangerdale?
She's fortunate to be my sister.
Okay.
Bernice is my sister. Yeah.
Okay. I knew I went to school with a lot of the Gongloes,
Okay.
Alex, yes. But it's nice to meet you. I never met you, but I feel like I've already known you. I'm listening to you here. But let me ask you this, because I understand we're running out of time. And I just want you to clarify this, because ever since the announcement was made, I've got a lot of people texting me. And people are confused. They think your platform is a little bit more aligned to Republican ideals than it is to the Democratic ideals. And I listened to you back there. You're talking about the cultural wars that are happening here, you don't think you'd be comfortable with your daughter going in the bathroom with, I think it's something like a boy or something like that. So can you, I know I was reading you say you're a member of the DFL. So obviously you are a Democrat, but a lot of people are still confused. I just want you to clarify that, clearly indicate, how you are different from what the Republicans, who we know are going to take a shellacking in the primaries. So I want you to clarify.
Victor, one of the things that I said that I have my views and I have my relationships on both ends, Republican, Democrat. I've been accused of being a Republican. I even member of the party that because of my affiliation. One of the things that is I am very organic. I like to be as truthful as possible to myself. And when you can speak on issues, what you have the personal experience. And I give my example with my daughter, and I knew how it made me to feel. So that doesn't change me from being a Democrat. I am a father first. My daughter comes before any party. And when your daughter that leaves your home and go on campus and give you that phone call, as a father, as a mother, you know what it's going to do to you. So that I had a change of thought to some extent from a fatherly perspective. And I'm not going to hide what I believe. I could be a Democrat. I don't have to agree with every single thing that is said, that is said or practiced by the Democrats. The same thing with the Republicans. So I am not, and I will not sugarcoat it. I don't want my daughter to be a roommate to another guy. I don't want my daughter to go to the bathroom and she's in there with another guy. If that's her boyfriend, it's something different. But I can tell you, I am still a full-blown Democrat. My voting record shows that I'm a Democrat.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Honorable Gayman. He's running for the Senate seat in Brooklyn Park.
I have one important question.
Yeah, go ahead real quick. We got 7 more minutes. Go ahead, Fanta.
Sure. If I was in Minnesota, I would absolutely be voting for you just for your principle.
Thank you so much.
Is by time we have leaders of not just your pedigree, but your integrity, because we're desperately lacking that in leadership. Someone who will say one thing today just to get a vote, and then behind closed doors, they believe in something else. So thank you for standing up as a father first and foremost. And
you can still contribute, Fanta. You got to be.
Oh, trust me, I like about a good 80% of my family lives in Minnesota. When I say Brooklyn Park, like house after house after house.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm definitely placing a phone call just because of what, if nothing else, because of what you just said. I really admire that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. My last question is very important. You noted that businesses in Brooklyn Center are closing down all the time. With a district diverse population, what specific strategies would you implement to support small business owners, particularly immigrants and people of color, who face unique barriers accessing capital and resources? We know our people, as you said, love to have their little mom and pop, but they struggle with access to capital. What would you do specifically?
So one of the things there is that I've had a conversation with a lady from a nonprofit organization. I was talking a conversation with one of my good friends who are from Vietnam. And some of the things that we have been discussing, and some of the things I would like to see happen, is that I want tax incentives for small businesses. Let's give the tax breaks. Let's give them tax incentives. Let's try to get, if we can get businesses within those places. It's obvious now that the tax will decrease from homeowners. So I want you to make it, I want to be intentional about it, about empowering minority businesses. And I'm one of those now. I'm calling for a cultural hub. We need a cultural mall. I want to see a rooftop owned by FATA. that lives in the district. I want to see a restaurant owned by Fata. I want Heron to own a pizza shop. Let's Jerome own a gym. You know, can you imagine a gym leaves the city to go someplace else?
You heard that, Dr. Peabody?
Yes.
You got a pizza shop. I got a gym, my brother. Yeah.
Peabody, don't let that suit fool you.
We're not going to rest down from this.
You know, and in fact, I had a conversation over after the prayer month. I was talking to the imam, and I said, look, one of the most embarrassing things, and I'm going to be honest, is where you're breaking a fast and we cannot find place to have the prayer.
Mm-hmm.
That we have to go looking all over the place to find a big space enough. When we live right within this district, you pay taxes in this district, but the district cannot accommodate your religion.
Mm-hmm.
That is not a sign of diversity.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So those are things that I would like to be intentional about. How can we have an international mall? How can we live in it? We must interact together. We must embrace each other. Our diversity must shine.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we need tax breaks for small businesses. We need to empower. One of the things that was there's a park in Brooklyn Park. Fata is the most ill park you can go to. I went there one time to just check out the area. Fata, I didn't want to leave. The music blasting. They are playing Ludo. They're playing checkups. They're playing cards. You know, they got the roasted meat, the roasted fish, the food that, you know, everything is going on in the park, right? And I said, this is a really chill place to be after work. I was talking with an official from the city, and the official was talking about that they wanted to close that park down because they have fights there sometimes. I said, you don't need to close it down. That's a cultural park. When we back home after work, we want to stop to have a beer or roasted fish or whatever we can have before we go home. I said, that's what they are doing. 95% of the people that come to this park, they come after work. Let's put some regulation in place. The city can make money from that. Protect the people that come there to hang out. We should not have to police everything.
You can even put stalls there.
Put stalls there. Exactly, right? So, and those are some of the things I would like to see happen. Those are some of the conversations I'm having right now, even with the mayor for Brooklyn Park, and the current state rep. When I win that seat, I say the leadership has to work together to empower our community. And when I win the election, comes November 11, I'm going to schedule a meeting right away. Community leaders, non-profit organizations. I want parents. I want teachers. Let's come to the table and have conversations. What do we want to see? How do we want to approach our problem? How can we solve our problems together? I'm just going to be the representation.
Mm-hmm.
But tell me what you need. Let us work in solving our problems together.
Thank you. Dr. Gale, our time has run out. Your parting statement. You want to say something, Mr. Pewee?
Yes, quickly. I just wanted to talk to Mr. Gale. I know we will talk outside of here and not the rest of that. Mr. Nagbe asked you a question that I thought is important that I bring back to your attention. And particularly as a student, my first degree I got in political science, so I'm more strategic about the politics and the methodology thereof.
Yes.
Basically, your campaign or winning strategy hinges on more than your personal charisma and have the story moving forward. But you have to, particularly in this country, I have deeply studied that about the American history and the American politics. It comes from the ideological belief.
Yes.
I thought Mr. Nagbe asked you a very key question that you have to pay some time, you and your team will have to focus on about this thing about what the Democrats believe. It is that region you find yourself. Many Democrats still believe that this whole thing about this transgender situations is a delicate balance they have.
Yes.
So as a candidate, I will ask you to be a little bit engaged your campaign team before coming with a certain definitive statement about it. If this intent is to win elections, you have to more or less play in line of the Democratic Party.
Yes.
That's an obvious thing I've done. So I thought to just say this to you so that you engage your campaign team as to the way the messaging process is important. messaging and campaign is a sine non to victory. So I hope you take that moving forward. Thank you, and thank you for coming on the show.
I appreciate.
If I have to come and run your campaign, knock on every door because of your principles, I will do that. Promise.
Your parting comment.
Fata. Please shoot me your phone number. I would like to have further conversation with you. One of my favorite nieces from the campaign, her name is Fata as well. So she's like my big daughter. I want to say thank you to Spoon TV. I'm sorry, the closing argument. I want to say thank you so much to you guys for having me on your show. I want to say thank you to the audience for listening. And I don't have all the answers. I'm running to represent a district, but I'm a Liberian. If any one of you have any advice for me, if there's anything you want me to know, there's anything you want me to do, please reach out to me directly. I will listen and I will have conversation with you. So thank you so much for everything, and I appreciate being on the show. And anytime you guys need me on the show, just let me know. I will be happy and humble to show up.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. I hope you will definitely arrange another time where you come and stay longer, and share your view. We just had to squeeze you in today, but we'll definitely find time where we'll bring you for a longer time. That's all.
Thank you so much. Sylvester.
Yes, sir.
Please take out I read.
No, listen, and listen, it is part of my fiduciary responsibility to do this. I'm a dupe of Liverpool, so sometimes I'm preparing to honor that. So
Pewee is an honor.
I got. So we're going to be part of it. Actually,
yeah. Pewee,
in our week now, right?
Undercover barrow man, don't come in.
Undercover barrow man.
Yeah.
Today is
I've
the
never
Phillies.
supported Matty Barrow.
Today is baseball opening day. Is the Phillies opening day? Is the
I've never supported.
My red is in solidarity with the Phillies.
With the Phillies?
Oh yeah, in the region also, and we saw it's in solidarity with the Philly also.
Yeah, you better go eat your cheesecake, your Philly cheesecake, and sit down. Forget about baseball.
Good luck on the campaign, man.
Thank you, Chief. We wish you all the best.
Thank you so much. I am so humble. I'm so grateful. I appreciate this, and I would love to come back anytime you guys want me to.
Thank you very much.
In fact, I will never answer a question on any show. You're too tough.
Thank you. God bless.
All right, guys. Thank you so
we
much.
have a duel. It's a Royal Rumble today. We have the first segment, and the second segment is coming up. We're going to have Honorable Colley here, who is going to talk to us about policing, about issues in Liberia, about the history of policing from the Charles Gange Taylor era to now. So we are here. I can see he's in the back. He's ready to come on.
We just want Miss. Okay, then we'll bring him on.
Yes.
Yeah, our man did. No Gange, our leader.
Yeah, Gange will be here talking. There you go.
Gange, our leader.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our second guest on. His name is Colonel Joseph G. Colley. The Honorable is, I don't know whether he's in the States or he's in Liberia, but we'd love to have him here. Welcome to the show, Chief. You are muted.
Well, thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here.
Thank you. And where are you tuning in from?
Minnesota.
Well, I'm Pewee. When your dad must say you so sit down up the hill there, you're not. I'm right now. You wing. I'm home in New Jersey. I just relocated from Minnesota. Pewee was right. I just moved into a month ago.
Excellent.
And for some reason, your background is also red. Thank you very much.
It's very unfortunate that my website is there, but right now you see yellow, invisible.
Yeah. You see, you guys can't get away from the red. I don't care what you do; it's in your blood. It's in your blood. But welcome to the show, Chief.
Thank you.
I have with me Honorable Victor Nagbe is here, Honorable Sylvester Pewee is here. Dr. Henry Peabody is here. Tomalin George is here. And obviously, our most capable, Fanta Kamara, is also here, uncensored. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
Honorable George, our guest is here. I know you're quite familiar with him.
Yes, it's good to see Colonel Colley, Colonel Joseph Colley, someone who I've known for many, many years, long before the war. And in fact, my political life started with one of his mentorship, to be honest with you. And since then, we became, but just that we disagreed in the last election. We got into heated.
Tomalin, can you move to your right a little bit?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
the other side.
Okay.
Little more. There you go. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, we got into a heated debate at times where it was very, very tough to see long friendship because of politics, you know, especially when we decided to go the CDC way, or the UP way. But when election ended, we put it aside. We said the country comes first, you know. So we all. But since then, in fact, he happened to be my kids, one of my kids, godparent, my kids, and our students in his one of.
Don't go there.
I will not go there. Yeah, but Konakoli is a political strong man. He has a very different views about issues in the country too. He served under the Director Joseph Tate Jr. as director.
I can introduce myself, man.
Yeah, but no, I got to talk what I want now.
Okay.
But yeah, still, but we have, I believe, Mr. Tate, like he said, he will present himself to the public. But I know he been representing the Kehleboe recently, debunking the both served on the time at the Liberia National Police on Director Tate. And so we're here all tonight. He also at one point in time he supported the CDC. He was a strong Joe Weah supporter. I don't know what happened. He decided not to support John Weah again. I don't know President Weah, but he one time a strong President Weah supporter. Now he will bug. I don't know whether he still will bug. I don't know. He'll tell us tonight. But it's good to have him, man. Let's make it a good show. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomalin.
Thank you very much. We have everybody here. Colonel Joseph G. Colley, go ahead, introduce yourself. I never met you. I don't know who you are actually until today. For those of us who have never met you, I don't know who you are. Who is Colonel Colley?
Well, my name is Joseph Colley. I was born on the Old Road, Kehleboe Gongloe Island. Those who are familiar with the Old Road, opposite Grassroots Cinema. My upbringing was very humble. I mostly resided with my grandmother, who, though wasn't educated, but she ensured that I had all the opportunities to acquire education. And I can tell you that I personally had to make potato green gardens, go on the weekends to sell in Juba Market, to buy my comic books, pencil, get my recess money, went to the Maginaj School, Child Maginaj Elementary School in 1975, and matriculated to the Element of Scarborough Junior High School. From Scarborough, I took the entrance at the Torgbean had, and in fact, deuced the entrance. But because of my standards, I had an opportunity to be an apprentice at the FAF Electronics, owned by the Flemingsters, who were distributors of Wank computers and Motorola walkie-talkies. So I was an apprentice until I graduated from high school and went to the University of Liberia. And then the war came. For ourselves behind the lines, we came back, continued education, and our privilege to join the Liberia National Police. As a special assistant, I must give credit to Nagbe, the former Minister of Information during the past regime, as well as the maritime boss, the past government. I served in various roles at the police, and we had the deactivation of officers who were fond of committing crimes during the war, as well as not meeting the educational standards. They were deactivated, and thanks to the United Nations mission in Liberia, the United Nations UNDP that provided fundings to pay off about 85% of all officers of the LMP. Of course, that was done under the Accra Peace Accord, where there was an agreement that we have is restructuring of the security sector, police being one of the primary areas. And so they recruited from class 1 to class 13 of new officers. Class 14 came with the 15% of us that met the criteria, were re-vetted and retrained at the academy and formed part of the newly formed police having the leadership. When the early government came in with the restructuring exercises, having served Joe Tate as special assistant, then came Paul Morba. He retained me. When Paul left, Chris Massawa came. He retained me. During Chris Massawa's tenure, he was suspended by the then Judy Bryant. And Joseph Kakula Artet, sergeant director, which makes it the four. Then came Muna Kwekwe, and also served as chief of office staff. And during her tenure, the UN decided to establish what we call the Professional Standards Division. I have my counterparts from the United Nations who crafted the documents from the division and was sent to the Ghana Police College, where I was commissioned as into the senior ranks of the Ghana Police by President Kufuor. And I also went to the Chinese Military Training Academy, where I did a law enforcement at sea. And I came back. I was seconded to the MPA, the Principal Police, acting police director, when the said ship got missing. I served as regional commander for the Southeastern region. I served as chief for press and public affairs, plenty of research. And because of some administrative differences I had with the administration, I decided to leave and follow my studies in the United States. Yeah, I'm here. I am.
Excellent, excellent. Little work on Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, thank you for being on time today.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. It's great to be here, and it's great to join you guys. Mr. Colley, welcome to the closing argument, and look forward to a fascinating engagement with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert.
Let me start with your nephew over there, Sylvester Pewee. Our guest had the red background.
Thank you. Thank you.
They all like Barrow.
Right now.
All of y'all like Barrow and pretend.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gayman.
Go ahead.
I don't think I will have much to say today on a serious note. No, Mr. Cody here.
I'm going to take a red, man.
Oh, let's stop pretending you like Barrow, man. Stop it.
Ain't no yellow back there. Go ahead.
I have no. Just make the disclaimer. I have known Mr. Cody for a very long time, and the last time I think we interacted, if my memory can serve me very well, was with that day with the late information minister, Professor Joe Monaba. We have taken a ride together to Firestone across where he had his farm, and we all drove. Was the last time I interacted with someone I very well respect as a big brother that been in law enforcement for a very long time. So it's good seeing you again, a big brother, on a serious note. So I just want to say thank you for coming on the closing argument. This is you being one of those elements I refer to as the interlocutor of the police, if you will, in terms of professional standards and professionalism. Police science is unique towards our country, and I will hope one day we'll see you back in the country where you contribute towards our democracy one way or the other. I just want to know, ever since you left the country, what have you been engaged with and moving forward? As I said, I don't have much to say, so for now, I
came to the United States in 2008 after I left my training channel, and I actually went on to allowed me the opportunity to come and visit my family in the United States. I came and went back, but there was a lot of things. Banking to all, like Costa said, there's a lot of things at play, and so while we go along with the discussions or explain some of the things that happen, we continue to happen today. That see that the expectation of our law enforcement areas being hampered. I came to the States and I saw myself into the human services area. And as a career police officer at first, upon arrival in the States 2009, I got employment with the Bank of America security section as a BPO bank police officer carrying arms. And I was assigned at the Providence Police Department, police more, probably more at the Bank of America, from where I decided to work with a school called GRC. While there, I served as a residential manager and later on became teacher, special education teacher. It was awarded my scholarship to do my special education program in special education at the university with emphasis in applied behavior analysis. And from there, my sister came to visit the United States and was diagnosed with breast cancer. This is how I moved to Minnesota to give her support. Unfortunately, 2019, she died. And so I remained there into the field. But I've got my significant other who I just moved with in New Jersey and now serve as a senior behavior shift manager at the ARC of Mercer in New Jersey.
Thank you. Dr. Peabody, our guest.
Mr. Coley, good to see you. If you in New Jersey and work with ARC, then you should see me every now and then because I do work in downtown Trenton, so I drive to Trenton every day for work. So we should try and connect, and I'll take you somewhere to eat some nice Liberian food somewhere and stuff like that. But good to see you and welcome. Let's talk about the police situation in Liberia. I know we have. What was your relationship? What was Yeke Koluba's role in the police when you served at the time?
All right. For full disclosure, Yeke happens to be an extended relative of mine. It happens that Yeke comes from a very, very good family. His father was like a father to all of us, children on the old roads. Right opposite Charleston Market is where Yeke father had the property. The adjacent, so we have my uncle Jalapro's property. Then we were from the Kehleboe Gongloe area. We had Lake Joe Waba Morba, the Logans. We were just interrelated. And so Yeke happened to be a little brother of mine because his oldest brother and I went to high school together. May so rest in peace. He died in Shakara. His sister Kehleboe, now are very close. Bura, who is now a pastor. Yeke was one of the smallest among them. And one of the brothers who read it was a fighter, was the late Vani Kolba. When the war erupted, Yeke was in Bowman with his mother. As a little child, around 12 years old, Yeke was one of those that joined other looters to loot bomb mines, properties, and at the dissatisfaction of his parents. He had his parents crying for him all day and night because he was a little child. But after his brother died in combat, he had friends like the late Jiba, Peko, and others who knew him from bomb mines. And so as he grew up, the war intensified up to the April 6, 1996. That when Yeke came in town, and so because of the acquaintance with Peko and others who were very key members of the MPFL, they recommended Yeke to join forces And then when Charles Taylor took over, he turned over Peco, Jebo, and others to the police. And so they recommended Yeke to come over. So Joe Tate, being the director of police, needed someone to take care of Central Monrovia, the metro area. Yeke did not go to the academy like some of us. Yeke became a part of the SOD that other warring factions joined, because we came from interim government straight to the elected government of Charles Taylor. And so Yeke became the commander for Central Monrovia. Now, due to the respect that people have for Joe Tate, he was very powerful to the extent that whenever he gives command to an officer, that officer is respected. So this is how Yeke was used on the front lines to go after looters and others. Not that he took it at his own volition. He's a coward, I would say that. Yeke is a coward. Yeke, you put him in a danger zone right now by himself, he will succumb. But he makes big mouth for no reason. And unfortunately, as a sitting representative, the acts are unbecoming, and it doesn't represent someone who will be a member in the House of Legislature. So it came a time that we had a lady on the oral called Matu. Matu was involved with drug. Okay, so the Legiba and others used to go there. So Joe Tate went to the president and said, Mr. President, I want to order Yeke to go and arrest some of your generals. Please don't take no action. This the president gave Joe Tate the go ahead and said, look, let Yeke go ahead and do whatsoever it is. I will give him the backing. This Yeke came and said he arrested generals. No, he didn't arrest generals. It was the orders of the president that led to General Jiba and others being arrested from a ghetto adjacent the residence of the president. So this is what I want to make clear. So when the DR regional president came, Yeke being not a high school graduate, he didn't meet the criteria, and the bad human record he had, he was one of those deactivated by the United Nations. But he now went to the academy. Now was he an integral part of the police to show that he had that power to try to insinuate to the public.
So yeah, I'll pass it with Mr. Jerome. That's all I got. We got many, so that other people have a chance.
Yeah, Mr. Nagbe, our guest, Mr. Colley.
Mr. Colley, welcome on set. Thank you for joining us. You said the late police inspector Joe Tate was a respected, security personnel. What was his training?
Joe Tate worked with the immigration prior to the war. He happened to come to the United States of America, from whence he worked with the private security in the United States and went back to Liberia. And during the interim arrangements, he was recommended by the NBFL to serve as police director during the LNTG-1. And later on, when Taylor won the elections, made him director of police.
Okay. Thank you. So beyond the immigration of Liberia, you're not certain of what agency, what training he had. You say he worked for a private agency, but you didn't give a name.
Well, unfortunately, he's dead. But Joe Tate had been with the police or the security sector in Liberia prior to the war. And so this is how he continued to serve in that direction.
Okay. Thank you, and welcome again. I'll be listening. I'll have another question later. Okay.
Great. Let me welcome Johnny. Johnny, welcome to the show.
Guess who can in?
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you, Peabody, everybody. JK, thank you for coming on the show. Fanta, how you doing? Yeah.
Okay.
So, is it my turn to say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, for disclosure also, I know Colley, he and I come a long way, from Monrovia. We should be struggling to get on taxi from UL, running behind our big brother, Joe Morva, those days from the university campus. So we know each other very well. I know him, not maybe 100%, but we know each other. We have some interaction. So I want to get found out from my brother JK regarding Yeke, because I know the Yeke issue is so much a concern in Liberia, which I don't see it that should be that way. But anyway, we have had a discussion. From my information, did Yeke serve as a special task force to fight drug in Monrovia during the regime of President Taylor?
Yes, he was. He was the commander of Central Monrovia, Zone 1. Central Monrovia station on Center Street. The way he was assigned, and because of the high wave of drugs and armed robbery, Yeke was empowered by the late Director Joe Tate to help him calm down the situation. So yes, he helped to raise drugs. And when he talked about arresting general, it was based upon an order. When Joe Tate took him to the president and said, I want Yeke to go and have some generals arrested, and the president gave Joe Tate the order to have Yeke arresting them. And who else arrested Bulldog? I think Yakomela named Matu from Congo Town. That's the only incident. But to say that he went from there and arrested a general is a fallacy, it's a blatant lie. They're trying to make it moralistic for no reason.
But why do you think that the police or Joe Tate did not use any other officer, in the police to do such arrest, but rather to ask for Yeke to perform such tasks?
Because Yeke was in a vicinity where the drugs where the drug authority was going on. He was in charge of the area as a commander.
I want to understand if in the police force, because I knew they had some other tough guys. They had Jebo, they had other guys that were strong in the police, even stronger than Yeke. I'm wondering why, none of those guys could be used by Yeke. But if you say because he used to live in the neighborhood, then we see at that. But I think
you want me to go that route? Coming from April 6th up to the time President Taylor left, you knew what was going on, right? So you calling Jebo coming leaving from? I don't want to go there, please.
No. What I'm saying is there were guys in the police that were stronger than Yeke, I think. But why would Yeke be the one?
Those stronger guys were doing other functions. So Yeke was designated by the director of police, which is right. The director of police determines who goes on certain mission that is capable of handling operations.
Oh, okay.
Not like doing our own volition, but Yeke was designated by the director of police to handle the certain operations, whereas Jebo and others were on operations that even led to somebody death or something. That I don't want to go into.
Okay, guys, we have our guest here is Connor Colley, who served in the Liberian police under the former President Charles Taylor. He has some misunderstanding and some qualm with Yeke Koluba's statement. He's here to make some clarity. Some people are confused. You say he didn't arrest generals, but then you say he arrested general at the command and instruction of the former president. So we're coming to that. Before you answer, I'm coming to you, people. Let me go to Fanta here. Then I'll come to Fanta. You go ahead.
Well, so I'm gonna play the clueless audience here for the clueless audience and for some of us who do not plug much into police politics until it crosses the line with civilians. I have just two quick questions. The first is, what is the essence, like what are we trying to debunk when it comes to Yeke? Can we clarify that? And why is that so important?
You talking to me?
Yes.
It's important because Yeke is a
So first, what are we trying to debunk and why is it so significant?
Well, Yeke is a sitting representative who has been heard on air making treasonable statements.
Like what?
Like the recent occupation of the Ghanaians on our soil, quote unquote, which the government is trying to handle
the Guineans, not Ghanaian,
Guineans, sorry.
Right, by saying what? So like I'm completely clueless to
By
this.
saying whatsoever the Guineans are occupying belongs to Guinea. As a city representative, we thought that was treasonable. It's not right. And to allow himself to say that he's a brave man, that Liberia should go and to the border and protect the border, by way of inciting violence. As a city representative, we don't think that is right. And so he has to be brought to check because he's a coward. I say that because I know him personally.
Okay.
And he pretends like he's strong.
So the statement he made that you're claiming is treasonous, and please do forgive my ignorance. I'm trying to learn. The statement he made that was treasonous was whatever Guinea is occupying, they should keep it. Number one, and then
it belongs to them. He said, all rightly, that it belongs to them.
All right, it belongs to them, and we did, and you deemed that to be treasonous. And then the second was that we should send men to the border. Was that the second part?
Send men to the border to incite violence.
Oh, he said to send men to the border to incite violence.
Because the president is weak, quote unquote. The president is weak. He doesn't have the balls to facing the Guineans.
Mm-hmm. So did he say to send men to the border to incite violence? I'm just trying to understand.
But why is? I mean, if the president said we have handled this thing diplomatically, and he said, why is it that people send military men to outside with arms? He couldn't send men with arms to the borders. What does that mean?
So, and thank you.
Encourage war.
Yeah, and thank you for the clarification, Mr. Colley. I'm completely ignorant to this, so please do forgive me in asking these clarifying questions. I think it's really important. I think most of us have made those very statements that first Liberia was wrong for illegally mining in a shared resource river. Joseph Fala or whomever who took a dredging machine and put it in the Makona River that both Guinea and Liberia share instead of
alleged.
Okay. No, yeah, like it's not. So just give me 1 second, please. So because we're all trying to educate ourselves, like, and learn. So I ask for your patience. What we have seen that is beyond evidence, that is beyond all reasonable doubt. I've seen the photo myself of the dredging machine in the river. So I don't think we can deny that. So essentially, you have the president authorizing, allegedly, this company to mine critical sand or minerals in a shared resource that both Liberia and Guinea own. And that happened to have aggravated the Guinean side of the situation to say, hey, we share this water. If you're going to be doing these type of activities, I think our Ministry of Lands and Mines should be involved. And therefore, we're going to seize these equipments and put halt to this. As a Liberian, I think we have all said this, that first we have to understand the source of the problem. And then in order to resolve it, we have to own our responsibility, take account for what you did, because Guinea is our brother. We definitely don't want any conflict with them. But we've also said to resolve this, we have to put on our big boy pants and take accountability and say, hey, Guinea, I messed up. You're my brother. Let's fix this. While Guinea has sent troops to the border, we've also said that Liberia, having the AFL, that is the match for the Guinea's security apparatus we've seen at the border, Liberia should have troops at the border. We've also said that. Would that be treasonous?
That's your opinion, your rights. And for Yeke, he's a city representative.
Absolutely.
Okay, he's a city representative. He's real mindful of what he says. And one of the things that the people depend on is Article 42. Article 42 specifically states. Hold on, give me a chance. Let me read it out. Oh,
please.
Article 42 of the 1986 Constitution gives immunity to members of Parliament from being arrested. Immunity.
Let's pull up Article 42.
Yeah, we'll look through that.
Got it. You can read it.
Can I help you?
Yeah, please go.
Okay.
I think it disappeared from me.
Okay. Article 42. Does yes. They said no member of the Senate. It says 42. It meant 40. Okay. Okay. Yes. No member.
Yeah, read 42.
Yes.
About immunity.
Yes. Yeah. There we go. No member of the Senate or House of Representatives shall be arrested, detained, prosecuted, or tried as a result of opinion expressed or vote cast in the exercise of the function of their office. Members shall be privileged from. My glasses are coming. I'm seeing this thing good. Members shall be privileged from arrest while attending, going to, or returning from section of the legislature, except for treason.
Yeah.
Yeah, except for treason and the rest of that. But
So, and while I still have the floor, again, following question. So if it clearly just says that no member of the House, Senate, and Legislative can be arrested, right, or tried, except for treason. And what is the definition? According to the 1986 Constitution, if it's in there, please, because we're all learning here, please educate the public. What's the definition of treason?
It's not, it doesn't only say treason.
It's a breach of the
peace. It also says treason, felony.
What constitutes as treason for members of the public like yourself, and do forgive me, like yourself and others who are calling his statement treasonous, that many of us have said the same exact thing. So I want to understand the definition per the Constitution. What is treasonous?
Treasonous is when one makes a statement against the state that has the propensity to create harm and danger for the state.
Okay. So what the president has done, right, by illegally mining and putting the life of Liberian citizens at risk who live in border towns. And you don't have to agree with me on this. Due to greed, you don't think that is more treasonous. You stealing somebody else's resources, you don't think that's more treasonous, where the person come and literally shot one of your citizens. You don't think that's an action. You don't think that's more treasonous than Yeke or any other member who is Liberian says that Liberian officials, Liberia security officials as AFL should also go to the border to protect those vulnerable citizens. You don't think what the president did is treasonous, but what Yeke and what many of us who agree with what he has been saying is treasonous.
Again, that is an allegation, and this is why, in his wisdom, the president has decided to be diplomatic in approaching the issue, and he has called the Judicial Committee to have it investigated. I'm not saying what he's saying is right or wrong, but the president, in my judgment, has taken a good step forward in resolving this issue, rather than having confrontation with the Guineans.
I rest my case, Mr. Gayman.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Colley, and thank you very much. I'm just listening, trying to understand what's going on. Thank you, Fanda, for the questions. Do you believe that the AFL should be at the border? I'm not saying to go and adopt a confrontational posture, but that is their responsibility to protect our border. I'm not saying go and start a war. Do you believe, since this incident on March 2nd, you think the police should have been at the border as a security man, a trained security man, or the armed forces of Liberia?
Yes, and we have the armed forces of Liberia at the borders as we speak.
Where at the border are they situated?
On the Liberian side of the border, you have police.
What
but you have
side of the Liberian side? Where?
You have the
what town?
Security.
What town?
I'm not familiar with
sorry,
the area.
I'm asking, I know because I got to pass it on, but a lot of people who have gone to the border, all of the reporting I've seen, I have not seen one AFL soldier at the border. If I'm blind, please contradict me.
We have joint security at the borders on the Liberian side, pending further actions by the commander-in-chief, who's the president. And what he's saying is that he's handling this diplomatically, and until then, everybody stay post.
Because a lot of us really feel that what Fanta is saying, the president is abdicating. He is supposed to protect our borders, and he's refusing to deploy the AFL at the border. That is treasonable. And they're in Monrovia, they're trying to impinge Yeke Koluba. That is, for us, is a distraction. Don't you see that?
I said, and I retain that we have joint security at the borders. Unless you want them to go and start to confront the Guineans. We'll have joint security at the brand side of the borders.
Nobody has seen them, so please.
Let me go to Tomalin. George, Tomalin, you next.
Tomalin, give me your time.
You still let Raul come in now.
Hello?
Just, yeah, I was getting my brother here today.
Hello?
Right, everybody's on there. Yeah, you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, buddy.
Let me clarify something first. The late police director Joe Tate, he did attend the academy in America, and besides that, prior to the war, he was director of LPRC securities.
Where academy, Tomalin? Where academy in America?
But Joseph was a veteran police officer. We shouldn't waste our time on that. He was a veteran police officer.
No, but you brought it up. Why are we not wasting our time?
I didn't bring it up.
You need to really take it easy, brother. All of us here are trying to understand each other.
No, I said he's a veteran police officer. We shouldn't waste our time on that. Go ahead. What take it easy on this?
Where did Joe get his training? If Tomalin is going to bring it out and say he trained an academy, what academy? There's like a dozen or thousands of them in this country. I just want to know.
Well, I don't specific academy. You went to the academy.
But thank you, because the brother
I do know that he was director of security at LPRC prior to the war. I know him very well, so I'll tell you the truth.
Okay. Thank you.
So I will try to go.
No, we don't know the academy, but thank you.
Okay. I can give you. I can check it and get you.
Listen, 1 minute, guys. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Pastor Jerome Gayman.
Go ahead.
So, first thing I want to say to my big brother and senior colleague, Mr. Colley, welcome to the closing argument. I have one question for you, but before I do, I want to differ with Sis Fanta a little bit. In journalism, there's something we call believability. Now, this is an allegation involving the president into your narrative. If I was in the newsroom, that story will not make news, Fanta, honestly speaking, because you were saying the president gave order. Now, until you see something, you have documents to substantiate your claim, then you can run with a narrative that says the president. But for now, it's an allegation. It's not proven yet. There's nothing, there's no iota of truth, there's no high level of believability to substantiate what you said earlier on. And then my question, another thing Mr. Nagbe said, Mr. Nagbe, those of us who stay in the country from the days ECOWAS entered, there's one phrase that they were always using. Every time you hear joint security, that includes the AFL and all the security apparatus in the country. So maybe you want to see AFL there, then you will believe that the armed forces of Liberia is there. But Mr. Colley can bear witness that since the war started, or from the days of 1991, every time the joint security goes somewhere, you have AFL, you have immigration, you have the police will go to represent. But Mr. Colley, here's my question to you. When you as an astute journalist, a seasoned law enforcement officer, we are here dancing around for the longest. Why not? That's my question to you, Mr. Colley.
Thank you.
Well, Yeke happens to be someone who has been very vocal on issues, but there are ways in which you present issues that tend to gain people's attention. And what I did for Yeke was when he started to abuse women. I'm not really, related to Katumu. I mean, even in the past, in the background, I tried to advise him as a bigger brother. Yeke, what you're doing is not right. You can speak on issues of national concerns in the interest of the masses, for going beyond abusing the mother of the president, which is Jowia's mother. Then after which he came supported UP and continued to abuse President Boyka. I mean, making all kind of frivolous statements and went as far as abusing the first lady. So I went to him privately as a big brother. I said, Yeke, you got to stop this because traditionally we as Lufians, we should have respect for the elderly as well as women. While Yeke did, he came to my inbox and bring insults at me that you don't even want to listen to. So that's how I decided to say, well, you know what? There's too much. I've advised you. I called the older brother and sister. They all tried to support him because I don't know, for some reasons, because I know the family very well. So this is why I decided to, well, you're going to go in public.
Still got the floor, right? I'm on the floor.
Can I respond to the caller or you?
So, Gayman, are you on the lamp? Too many. Raul just came on. Let Raul make his intro. Then we.
No, I'm on the floor. Then my question.
Okay, then conclude then, and then because Gayman seems to be on the phone. Conclude then Raul can come in.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to chime in quickly. I think that what Yeke did.
No, but hold on, guys. We can't be having.
Mr. Gayman, if you
this is not time for.
Please, let me handle this. Let me handle. Excuse me. Let me handle this, please. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gayman. I think what Yeke did is problematic because of his position that he holds. If you're speaking as an elected representative, you represent the government, you represent the people of Liberia. So, in essence, you're aiding and abetting the enemy, in this instance, Guinea, by ceding land as our sovereign land to them by saying that you concede.
But who's speaking? We don't know who's speaking, please.
He called his name.
Okay. Yeah, so for Yeke to say that, I think it's very problematic. And people on the show, sometimes you have to show your patriotism, even if you disagree with this government. You can't come and take the side of a foreign aggressor, that thug in Guinea called Myean, who is trying to impose military will on us because we have a weaker military. And most people on the show are starting to agree with him. The reality is, like Mr. Pewee on the show, who is a diplomat, the guy didn't use the diplomatic channel to go and resolve this issue. He used military force. That should be a last resort. So we should condemn him for that instead of trying to see our land and saying that the land belongs to Guinea. And Yeke did the same thing, and I think he should be held. Maybe he should be censured in the House, or he should have some punishment. But I think his portion is too excessive. But thank you for taking my call, Mr. Gayman. I appreciate it.
Thank you. That was.
Go ahead. Yeah. So let me say, okay. First of all,
Chief, if you don't mind, I got a call coming. If you don't mind, then yeah, go ahead. Introduce yourself and go ahead, please.
Am I on the?
Yes, you're on.
Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to talk to you probably.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Chief. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, okay. So let me first of all, let me just make my comment on the issue. First of all, it's a tricky issue, but I don't believe that what he said, the level of treason, the definition of treason is completely different from what they're accusing of. But the tricky part is that when you, as a lawmaker, take an oath of office, they said you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia against elements, foreign and domestic. So with that, there's a tricky issue there. But so if he as a sitting lawmaker took the oath, I think he should be a nationalist and a patriot when it comes to that issue about Liberia. So maybe with that, it's a different case. But I don't believe that what he said reached a level of treason. And also, I could also argue for him and say that he was speaking. I mean, he has the freedom of speech. But the other argument would be you're a sitting lawmaker, and with this oath, it will pose a problem for him. So with that, we'll leave it with the legal scholars to decide what will happen at our end. But let me come to Mr. Colley. Mr. Colley, good to see you. My question is, I know you once upon a time supported the former President Myean. You was a strong supporter of President Myean and the CDC. I don't know what happened. You decided to support the UP in the last election. So, as a law enforcement person, the UP ran a propaganda saying that they said all kinds of things about the CDC, about the 3 missing boys, about the auditors, and lots of stuff. And they promised that when they come to power, they're going to go after these cases and open these cases. And they also said that they were going to they talk about harmonization, all kinds of stuff that they're going to harmonize, they're going to bring it back to reality, what was happening prior to Ellen time. So in the third year of the UP government, first, what can you say about this government now in its third year, and with all they said to come to power?
Well, thank you, Tomalin. By the way, Tomalin has been a friend and brother of mine for a long time. I remember at university, we the supers, we go to high schools and
answer my question.
recruit our freshman students.
Well, we got time, short time. Let's go to the question, please.
So yes, George Weah happens to be a very long time buddy of mine. George Weah, I got to know him 1982 when we had a football game on the Tomalin field. At the time, he attended GW Gibson, and was Salensa. So we had a Ghanaian sports director who loved me so much, and he made me the secretary general for the sports department. And so he recruited George Weah to come to Scarborough. When Scarborough, George Weah went to Muslim Congress and then on to Wellheston. In 1985, he had a cadet job at the Telecom. At the time, Telecom occupied a Luke building on Broad Street. He had a cadet job there, and where I had my office also, FMF Electronics. And he frequented my office, visiting my cousin, Marilo Flemister. So that's how close we became from where he got his trip to Cameroon. So how far I've known George Weah. So when he came back for his international trip, he became ambassador, peace ambassador. We all met after all the calls and our view, Hotel Africa. He saw me, recognized me, and we were there together. So it became a turner of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. You always know that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's second term was marred by her wave of corruption to the point that she confessed that she was responsible for money stolen by her son and what have you. So knowing George Weah for who he is, being a grassroots, we thought that having a change in government would have brought satisfaction to the citizenry. And besides that, the continuity of the Unity Party government after the small performance of Ellen was made the same, even though later on we got to realize that she was not supporting Joseph Boakai. This is how most of us went to support George Weah with the belief that he had made a difference as a grassroots. Unfortunately, the first thing I did with my friend was I emailed him, appointed his first justice minister. I said, well, you got to take due diligence in appointing your government officials. There's a man who is on record for investing his client's money. You cannot have him as justice minister. He listened to that. So I said, secondly, if you cannot audit Ellen government and have a prosecutor, nobody will take your government seriously. And which I hire against George Weah, not knowing they have their own sinister motives to continue the same stealing. And that's the only issue I have with George Weah. He sent one of the emissaries here to me. We met. By the way, when I want to say this, when he saw the police catering to protesters, it was through my advice to the IGP. The IGP, Pastor and myself, I knew each other for a long time since I joined the police. So he came to Minnesota and he was told I was there. He sent for me when he came. He said, well, man, I came to get you to go and help me. I said, well, I'm sorry. I cannot work for a government who is not willing to prosecute corrupt officials, especially for the past government. So no, I can't do it. But my little advice I can give you is, under the Constitution, the people have the right to protest. What you do, providing security, ensure their safety, as well as the safety of others, give them routes to follow, if possible, give them water to drink, and that, of course, that will gain confidence. I mean, these are all policing ethics that have been taught at the academy. But the fear of people exhibit these trainings are resorting to these problems we have with police and citizens. You got to build that trust with the community. Okay, so that's one of the reasons why I'm turning against George Weah. Plus, all the things that went on in the government, I saw him leaving power. And yes, of course, I regretted my action against Uncle Joseph Boakai. I apologize to him publicly for what I did, because I was very bitter about what Ellie did during her tenure that led me to, in fact, up to now, it's because Ellie and I came to America. so many things I went through. It's so unfortunate that in Liberia, people don't want to see people who mean well, patriotic citizens. I'll give you, scenarios of 3 major cases, and you'll be surprised to note what has been happening to that country. For instance, when I was sent to the port as acting civil police director, how would people sit there and allow a ship to get missing? That is very much not practical. When I went there, I investigated and found out that the management team was involved. The port manager at the time was this guy. He's not the deputy for administration. He's still there. They still got it corrupt in the government. The port released a ship. Unfortunately for them, they attempted to release another ship, but the Ghanaian contingent, by the way, I'm a commissioner of the Ghana police. So the Ghanaian contingent was assigned the port. The commander called me. And we're counterparts. He called me and gave me the tip of him and said, got on the gunboat. Personally, we're going to gunboat, we want to see and stop the ship from going. So right there, they went and called Ellen and said, well, it's just still a man. If you stay, you're going to embarrass us. What she did, she took Ashwa Pewee and replaced me with Ashwa Pewee. Another instance was, oh, Jesus. This country, we got to pray for Liberia. We had these guys, they call it BM boys. We had the guys, they call it BM boys. They go out the country, bring investors into the country, one of the guys of being government officials, falsified concession agreements. In this case, was $2.5 million they are embezzled from this guy. And when our boys got dissatisfied and came to me personally and said, Chief, I said, yeah, he said, man, got eating for us. And these are things I tried to stop. But you're interested to know that mostly hurricane within the security sector were involved in shooting these people. And for me, I was offered different things to see Liberia's thrive and to ensure that citizens enjoy their lives or livelihood. So I went, I followed him, I collected 2 CID guys. We went to Tinger's Village. Knock on the door. The owner, so rest in peace, he just died. The owner of the Tinger's Village, what the guy name? The former IPRC boss.
Zidi.
Zidi, yeah. Zidi. He knew me personally. They said he was sleeping. I went to the guy in line with policing ethics. I gave the guy a Miranda's warning. The guy came up with $50,000 to bribe me. I told him, no, I don't want to bribe. I was after the prima facie of a case that I'm following. But I was doing it in his interest because he didn't know that he was being dealt. In the past, all of us would go and collect that money and put it in their pockets and leave. But this time around, I want to expose these guys so that he can stop totally. And I can tell you, I can boast that today, because of that case, no more BM goes out there bringing investors to steal money. So I just stated these things to state that these are some of the problems we're having in the security sector. Until we can have people with integrity, we got people that have the patriotism, and the will to ensure that we see a better Liberia, we'll continue to have problems.
Thank you. Let me have, we got somebody on the line. Your name and where you calling from?
Hi there. My name is Salvina Cole, and I'm calling from Texas. So I listened to the show I tried. So I apologize. Can you hear me, Mr.
Yes, we can hear you.
I can pull over.
We can
you hear me? Okay, good. I want to welcome the guests. I was listening to the show, but like most people in the comment section, I was a bit confused. I started to be confused when I saw the poster. Let me start with that. And I was like, okay, why and they put into policing and all of that, but still, I wanted to give the guest the benefit of the doubt, and I wanted to listen to him, and make sense of why Yeke was on the poster. So as I listened, I was driving. So 2 things, I really wanted to just listen in until I get home, but I felt obligated to call for two reasons. One, he mentioned, Yeke was 12 years old, he did this, he kept going Boma. I'm not sure what the motive.
I didn't use it. No, don't lie on me, man. I didn't say Yeke going Boma. I say he looted. I say he looted. I didn't say he killed.
Where now? Where's small? I don't understand what it was. I don't even understand why Yeke is a subject on the discussion, giving your background. Because if Yeke was 12 years old, he was a minor child, 0. We can care less. He was a minor child for all I care. And you talk about how Yeke boasting around and saying he arrested generals, but he was sent by Joseph. Okay, Joseph was his boss at the time. I'm not familiar with it. Okay, I'm not from the faculty, nowhere close. But I'm a logical person, very. I'm very sensible. So if he acted on his boss and he carried out the act, the question remains: did his boss ask him to arrest or whatever, put into custody generals or whoever was there? And did he execute? Yes, he did it. He executed effectively, efficiently. Then he did the act. So whether he boasts about it now, his boss told him to do it, and he did it. And so I'm not sure how that is even our discussion point tonight, because it's irrelevant. As I listen to it, it made me think about, it's like we want to use the tool of social media to teach Yeke or whatever it is. This is not the place for that. Yeke is a sitting lawmaker. So if he feels that he made a comment that touches on treason or whatever it is that is not necessary for his place, then the House needs to, there's a process there. They need to use that process, whether they need to take it to court or to vote against it. But I don't think this is effective use of your time, everybody else. Given your background, what I would have hoped to hear was you were there for all the three different regimes. I was there for all the wars. I was there for all the different police regimes, including Joseph, and Una Mada Selvi and George, we are working there. So I'm very aware of all those police officers, all of them I knew, that you mentioned. I was hoping to hear that, given your background, even though you're in human services now, but looking at the police now, how can we compare the police then to police now? What are they doing well? What areas of improvement? And also the kids that have to do with police now. Let's talk about best practices. Let's talk about China Command. What the police did well in this case, what could do better? We had your colleague, when I say colleague, he's a police officer too. He was on a show a week or two ago, and he dissected the whole case. Even though you're not practicing policing right now, but I think that would have been a value add to this show tonight, but pretty much to look like a clap back for Yeke. If they can think about the Rufus Barrett stuff, the woman, according to him, the woman went to him and said, they made victim out. He said, no place to him to nothing. The woman said, then he wrote, he had about petition. Not appropriate. So I just wanted to say I just want to say at the end, Mr. To the issue of Joseph, let me say this about Joseph. Let me go on record. You don't expect this man, Joseph, what he was, to say anything negative about Joseph. But let me go on record on social media to say that the reason why Joseph got that job, it wasn't because he had job experience or the requisite educational experience, or because he was first cousin to Charles Taylor. Let me go on record to say that. And that's why he got that job. I'm done.
Thank you. Let me go to Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, you are not spoken. Yeah, any question?
Thank you. This is a new precedent that have been set where callers can speak before our panel speak. But I will respect the moderator on that. But let me start with Telvi though. I don't understand what's the issue. Yeke is a public figure, and Yeke has the right to respond to government issues and other issues that are unfolding in the country. And Mr. Colley is also a Liberian citizen. Mr. Colley also enjoys the similar right to come on any platform or call into any show to address comments or statements made by Yeke or past run-ins and what have you. So I don't understand why he has to specifically talk about a specific thing. I think that's kind of irrelevant to me. And you guys know I love Telvi, but I think whatever conversation he wants to have is the purpose for which he's here. And let's focus on that conversation. But Mr. Colley, I want to, before I ask you a question, you mentioned that you left previous role for administrative reason. Do you care to respond?
All right. So the United Nations came and like I said, they restructured the police force. Unfortunately, I was doing the tenure of Chris Massaquoi, under the leadership of Eli Johnson Salih. They went on recruitment exercises with all involved in the administration, which was very sad, very unfortunate. As a result, you had officers into the police who were criminal-minded. For instance, during the vetting exercises, they do background checks. So if I live in Monrovia knowing to be a criminal, I'll go to be Buchanan where nobody knows me. And when Ekoma goes there, the Army went there, recruited them, they got into the police. So based upon that, after up to class 13, the UN then decided to say, well, the remnant of the officers who were not deactivated will be re-vetted and trained, which was my class 14, for which I served as a commanding general. In fact, most of the officers you see with the SSS, the immigration, the LSP, the police, were all members of my class, for which I commanded as a commanding general. After the graduation, the UN decided to form this professional students division, and they scouted me to be the first deputy commissioner, for which they sent me to the Ghana Police Carrier along with 2 other officers. We went there on a 6-month intensive training, competitive examinations, and the parade was very great. And we along with 98 Ghanaians were commissioned by the then President Kufuor into the senior ranks of the Ghana Police. Excuse me. Upon my return, I was then Chief of Press and Public Affairs. When I returned, there was a situation with the University of Liberia, where you have officers with arms going to the university. Instead of being proactive, they will sit there, because one thing I know, before SOUP carried on any demonstration, they will announce it within a month's time to say, if we don't get this, we're going to do this. They sit there, instead of being proactive by going to negotiate with the students, they want to use force unnecessarily whenever they try to demonstrate. So I sat there because as a member of SOUP, during Jotes area, anybody can bear me witness, you hardly heard of students' demonstration on the campus. You know why? Because we're proactive. There was strategy put in place where we're in contact with the students' leadership. Whenever something about to happen, we got the information, we intervene. At the appropriate time, we'll either invite the administration to come or have you. So we did all that strategy, and so because of that, they respected me as a person, an officer. So I went to Muna. Can you imagine you have army officers and police officers with armed? Those students started shooting officers. The other 2 started shooting students. We had about 5 students injured. We had officers injured. So I walked up to Mona. I said, Mona, withdraw your men. She said, Colin, what do you mean? I said, withdraw your men. I can handle the situation. She said, are you sure? I have men with arms. I cannot handle the situation. You gotta go to her. I said, no, Chief, we got ways of handling demonstration and protest. Police is a science. If only we can follow the professional ethics in policing, you will have no problems. And why is it? Instead of using excessive force, the first thing you do is officer presence. When I say officer presence, it means like in Ghana. Each of the officers are given 3 sets of uniforms. The shoes. You dare go on parade ground with your shoes not shining and you're looking at step into it, you're gonna be punished. You'll be given 2 hours of punishment around the parade ground with AK-47 rifles to ensure that you should be disciplined in ensuring that you are very clean. Your appearance should look very unique into the public eyes, thereby gaining respect. Officers' presence. When you are present, whenever a suspect or whosoever is going to some crime, they will feel very relaxed to cooperate with you, and you can start communicating. So based upon their reaction, will lead to further extension into the use of force continuum, right? But unlike our police officers, whenever they will wait, you start being proactive with and go with actions with gun. Tell me, if I stand here, you bring gun to me, I got to defend myself, and that will bring problems. So I managed to withdraw the troops. I collected 2 officers that was William Moba and this guy, Asalu Bakane. We walk on Palestine, I hope we're clear. The first thing I did, I called for the ambulance to take the injured to the hospital. After I did that, I requested that I see that the leadership. They said no. They barricaded the whole campus. We passed through the manhole at the university. I'll call it shot. Well, went there.
Yeah, please.
Surrounded me. I threw a battle crowd. Oh, say, just like one of them. So they allowed me when they sent to the hierarchy of the suit, they call it the Politburo Bureau. They said, oh, it's going to call you. So it's okay. So they gave us audience. We convinced them. I told them, I said, look, you guys are not going to be arrested. Give me 5 representatives to come so we can listen to what you have to say. And that resolved the issue.
Great. Now,
he asked me a question. I'm coming to it.
Yeah. I want you to land because we got too many folks here. So can you?
But I know you're not. I know you're gonna let me ask one more question though.
I'm coming. That's why I want to make sure that we all.
You can conclude your answer. I'm gonna answer a question. So
I have a question that relates directly to student.
Let him land. Go ahead.
Yeah. We'll get to that. That's very important. I call it about Victor. That's very important, Victor. Nagbe. It's a burning issue. So the next thing was when I got there, while handling the situation within the professional division, and the assistant director of police arrested a container of oil from a lady who was doing her business. This guy had a man to go and convert that thing to a personal use. So unfortunately for them, they had a UN counterpart with me in my office. They were privileged to my reports. When I investigated, I recommended the assistant director disrobe and prosecuted. The next thing they looked, they said, well, they're not going to embarrass us. I had to send me to the Eastern regional commander. I refused. I said, I'm not going. The UN said, well, Mr. Colley, don't resign. We're going to get a helicopter and plane, which I did. Because at the time, while in training, my wife died. Also, rest in peace. She died in an accident. So my daughter was just 5 years old. I didn't want to leave her. So the UN said, well, we'll give you our plane and helicopter whenever you want to come and see your daughter come. So I went there. Right after 3 months, I had a record to be chief of office staff. Serving as chief of office staff, then the case about the $2.5 million came. So just in that time, when they got to know that, I exposed them, that's how she sent me to go represent her in China. I came in China, so I said, well, I'll come to the States. Got back, said the president wants to assign me as regional commander. Region 1. So in less than 1 year, I had 6 different assignments.
So this was under
Ellen Jones Salif.
Okay. But let me ask you my last question because the other guys got to come in. But before I do that, just allow me 30 seconds. Let me just say this though, because my conclusion is that you seem to be a police officer that pushes integrity. That's my take from what you are saying, and your work with BM and all those things. Let me just say this though: how do you reconcile all of this? And it seems like you have a soft spot for the president, and you want the president to succeed. I think we all want the president to succeed. But how do you reconcile this level of integrity to the president open embracement, right? The president has embraced scam. He always says anything to I would dance with the devil to become president. You mentioned that based on your work, no BM are coming to scam, but the president, this dude in 2024 got arrested in Japan, Pato, one of the president's cousins, and a close ally to the president. He got arrested in 2024. The president openly supported a convicted felon and president of Spawn, and he had no problem with using his money for campaign. And also Yeket, when Yeket was abusing the former president's mother and wife, the current president had no problems with that. He embraced the attitude of Yeket. So my question to you though is, how do you reconcile this level of integrity that you have and you want to push, if given an opportunity to impact the police, to the behavior of the president and those close to the president who simply don't seem to care about this level of integrity that you are pushing? And how would you reconcile? Not reconcile, but what do you think? Do you think the police is in a better space now than it was under the Joe Tay administration of Charles Taylor? Thank you.
All right. During the Joe Tay regime, we were plagued with a lot of problems, logistical problems, financial problems, what have you. But in spite of that, Joe Tay, as a trained officer and a man who believe in Machiavellian theory of motivation, was able to ensure that the men were satisfied in working, including me. Jote, besides, I remember at the time, I especially since I was making only $20 as my salary. That was $1,200 Liberian monthly. Okay, but Jote ensured that on a monthly basis, those in the field were given a bag of rice and were given $125 besides their monthly salaries, which are not even current. Okay, that motivated the men. And he ensured that we have people in the basement, okay, that cook for officers in the field on a daily basis. So, and he was on a hands-on approach. Jote himself was seen on the front line, ensuring that we have safety in the country, especially when it came to armed robbery. The problem of armed robbery was nothing to play with at the time. Okay, that's for all the meager resources. So you cannot compare that to that of after the United Nations came and started helping the country, and coming towards the modernized policing. So during the Julieta, we had what we call the practical policing, all right, or preventive policing, as compared to the modernized policing nowadays after the restructuring process. But it's unfortunate that officers are not using the ethics that they are being taught at the academy. I tell you, officers have been taught how crime scene investigation, evaluation techniques, crime scene management, riot control, criminal law, law of evidence, etc., etc. Many of our senior officers have been sent to the Gompar School of Management in Ghana to train 6-month basis, 3-month basis, and return. Other countries, even up to now, Gregory Kromah, who I have admiration for, because I'm very proud of Gregory. He's another little brother of mine. Through Chris Masakwe, we recruited him when he graduated from Rukata University, and his passion for the police force has led him to what he is today. So I'm very proud of him. You have William Mola, who's the deputy for administration. He has been a long-time police officer since the war, since the early 80s. He rose through the rank and file, and he has served twice as deputy for administration. He continues to serve the police. I have high respect for him. Simon Frank also worked with the CID, who has the CSD department. These are all people who, if given the opportunity to have the logistical support, the financial support, to have forensic scientists, to have pathologists for the police, to have investigative tools, equipment for the police, you have a vibrant police force. But more besides, if the police, Gregory Kromah, also who I happen to be in touch with, I always, once in a while, talk with him to make some recommendations. We need to modernize the police force with a computer system where you have periodic training of officers, at least on a quarterly basis, to abreast them of how these things are done on their daily operations. But I mean, the police is lacking of all these facilities and the opportunities, thereby leading them to not function in a way and manner in which will be satisfactory to the citizenry. Police are not enemies of the state. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Let me welcome Sarah though. Sarah, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gayman. I want to say hi to everyone and also to our guests on the panel. Thank you so much for coming in, and I'm listening to the conversation. Thank you.
Sarah Dopoh.
Let me welcome Gerald Cummings. Mr. Cummings, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Let me say good afternoon to all the panelists here and to my big brother, Mr. Colley.
Good. Let me welcome Mr. Seleke Kromah. Welcome to the show. Okay. Well, let me, Mr. Colley, the primary. Yeah, that's fine. The primary reason why you are here is to debunk, or you have to debunk some of the things that Kehleboe said. But you came and confirmed exactly what you say. You came to debunk. If you say he was parading falsely as someone who lied that he arrested generals, and you said it was all morale, but then you said he did it at the behest of his boss. So I'm confused. If you say he didn't do it, he was parading, he was masquerading as a tough guy. That's why you came here. But then you confirmed exactly what he did. You said he did it at the behest of his boss. His boss told him to do it, and he did it. So what is it you're debunking?
Gayman, I'm specifically speaking of one instance, and that was only one instance where around the Congo belt during the April 6th riot, the police, at time from Camp Johnson all the way to that side was no man's zone, no go zone. So we were based at the Zone 3 police substation in Congo Town, opposite the Nigerian house. So we're in our facility. There was a lady called Matu who was well known. Everybody lived around the old road, no Matu. Matu, instead of, yeah, I don't want to go into that. Instead of people going to the front line to fight, you saw them in the ghetto. So based upon that, Jyothi had gone to the president and said, look, Mr. President, these are what your generals are doing. And so I want to send my team to have them arrested. Based upon that, it's not only Yeke. It was not only Yeke that went. Well, tax force that went to the arrest. So if you can say he single-handedly had arrested general is where I'm trying to debunk.
So, ladies and gentlemen, yes, let me go to
Sylvester ain't spoken, yo.
Yeah,
Sylvester was the first. He said he would.
Yeah, Johnny hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah,
the man change your mind.
Johnny hasn't spoken yet.
Johnny has spoken.
We have one moderator here, and Mr. Gayman, can I just say something, please? Thank you. I talked to Mr. Cody, and I said I was not going to have more time the first question, but I talked to, and at the time we all already followed, and my respect for you still remain. It can never evaporate. But Mr. Taylor, it was it was abundantly clear that Mr. Taylor, and I will open it. I'm one person I'm calling for Yeke to be a opponent for this kind of a nonsense he's doing about this thing that is happening on the border, about the current Guinean president, the former military junta leader, is overly paranoid, and he's bringing that to bear. Yeke is trying to get into that. But what I wanted us to know first and foremost, again, quickly before I can say this and I rest on this, we'll be on a debate about first the honorable man, Mr. Cody, talk about Article 42. Mm-hmm. But I want to take us back to Article 76 of the Liberian Constitution. I think my own dear friend Tomalin George spoke of it briefly. This issue about treason. Because a lot of us are saying that this is treasonable. We went to Article 42 that talked about the privileges thereof of elected officials, particularly those elected in the House of Senate and the House of Representatives. But Article 76 is clear. It says treason against the Republic shall consist of 1, leveling war against the Republic, aligning oneself with, aiding and abetting another nation of people with whom Liberia is at war or in a state of war, act of espionage for any enemy state, attempting to overthrow the government, rebellion against the Republic, insurrection, and mutiny. And section 5 of that also is in abrogating or attempting to abrogate, subverting or attempting to compromising to subvert the Constitution by using force or show of force or by other means which attempts to undermine this Constitution, meaning the Constitution of Liberia. So Article 76, if you carefully, and I agree with this point, that Yeke should be reprimanded. And again, it went on to say the legislature should have the power to declare the punishment. And that's one of the reasons why they're trying to say, and that's within the conformity of the Constitution, that they will have to do that in line with their power. So they will have to set the sanction, what they're going to do, what they're going to say. Liberia is at a state of, they're not at war, but at a state of war. For a country to cross and plant a flare on your sovereign nation, that is tantamount to being at a state of war. And for you to align with them, that was actually ordered by Yeke himself. So I just thought to read that to us and to further buttress this point of 42, but come down here to 76. But I wanted to say this, Mr. Cody, to you clearly. It was clearly announced that Mr. Yeke, and the reason why we're discussing Yeke Kromah in journalism, in communication, it got something to come with. You are the element of the news you have to discuss. He's a representative, so we're discussing. He's an element of the news.
And this is why I accepted a short invitation from Tomalin.
Yes, but and President Taylor then, when this issue, and what you said about the metro, when there was now most of the general abandoned the front line, particularly when the late Omen Namia, who of course referred to as second Gore, complained that most of the generals left the front line and the Zaza district were falling to the Lur rebel at a time that was supported by the Guinean government through President Lassana Conte. Taylor announced that most of the generals should return to the battlefront because they abandoned and they were just in town harassing people, doing drugs. That's the time President Taylor announced that he would name Yeke Koruba to be the man to lead that effort. He attacked Yeke. He gave, this is clear, he gave Yeke 3 jeeps, the Land Cruiser jeeps, 3 of them. And some of them were men. I don't know how they discussed it. Jote knew. I can't dispute that. But Mr. Taylor announced it as president of Liberia that Yeke will be tasked with the responsibility to arrest any general that will abandon the front. And of course, Yeke did that. Part of those he arrested at the time was Momo Jiba, who of course was the former chief head of ATU or former chief aide to the president of the Republic of Liberia. He did that. And the president, after a while, President came out and commended Yeke, even promoted him via rank. So Yeke did a very wonderful job, and most of the general now, and Liberian people even commended him. They said most of the general had left the streets, particularly red light, all the people were free, people could move around. So I thought to read it because I followed that closely, and I thought to read it, say that about Yeke, Mr. Gayman. Yeke actually was not only named by the police, I don't know it was, but the president himself that tasked Yeke with the responsibility to do that, and I think he effectively did that at the time. But for now, with the reckless nonsense he just carried on about our country, we don't compromise the integrity and the security and the sense of reason and nationalism of our patriotism. And then lawmaker that will take oath and honor mine, a paranoid leader across the line, we ought to call you to order. Liberia is all we have and other things. That's why.
Mr. Pewee, real quick, the presidential press secretary in her first statement said the so-called land that been claimed in Lofa by Liberia. So should she be charged with treason as well?
Listen, I just read for us what Article 76 said.
No, I'm just asking you. Should she be also charged for treason?
Is treasonable. The statement here is saying that was a leveling war against the republic, allying oneself with aiding and abetting. So if you align yourself with those kind of a nation, we'll call you to order. And yes,
how is he aligned?
Reckless, but it's treasonable.
Let me come in.
Let one at a time.
I need 30 seconds to just say something about what Pewee said.
1 minute, guy. Let me. We're gonna have.
I had a question a long time ago.
Give my house to say about what Pewee said. 30 seconds.
1 minute. Let me line it up here. We'll go after
30
that.
seconds.
Listen, sir. We'll go to Sarah. From Sarah, we'll go back to Fanta. From Fanta, then we'll go to Jerome. And then we'll go to Tomalin. Yeah, go ahead. 30 seconds. Let's make it brief.
Pewee, thank you so much for your input. But for the record, again, President Taylor did not make any pronouncement as you proclaimed. Yes, Jote took Yeke after his name was called that he was carrying on some acts within his metropolitan area. So Jote had to take him to the President Taylor to introduce him and said he was a Lincoln, running Kolba's brother, and he was empowered to assist in the arrest of general who coming from the front lines. All right. So that was it. At the time,
Jima was who President Taylor, right?
President Taylor, yeah.
Okay, but we're saying the same thing. So
no, we're saying the same thing. So I did not make pronouncement as you said. And number two, Jima was no longer ATU commander. The ATU commander was Chucky, and
I said former ATU commander and former ADK to the president. Momo Jiba, that's what I said.
No. You said at the time it was ATU commander.
No, I said he arrested the former ATU commander.
No, okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Yes.
He was not an ATU commander anymore. We had Jesse Winnie as deputy to Chucky at the time. So that's the information.
Okay, great. Let's go to Sarah Dopoh.
Well, my sister looking vessel.
Yeah. I have a video here that I wanted the honorable guest to listen to and respond to, and it has to do with what Honorable Marvin Cole said about the whole expulsion of Yeke. So it's just something brief. I would like you to listen to it, please, and respond to it. What you think about it?
participate in expelling Yeke Koluba. I want to be very clear. But I think the centrality of what is happening in Lofa, those individuals that are responsible, in as much that if Yeke issue the recall, we should also be calling the Minister of Justice, we should be calling the Minister of Internal Affairs, the Minister of National Defense, we should be calling the Foreign Affairs Minister, and all of those individuals who have concerns. Those individuals should be invited so that they can give first-hand information, because they are operating in a security apparatus, so that they will be able to inform us what is happening. And it does not jive in my mind that we are going to have ourselves, or the president is going to call us to expel Maker. I don't think I tried to disabuse a lot of our colleagues' minds that should not be the reason. If it is the reason, we should be able to be very cautious about what we do. So I am just disappointed to have heard that this country has major issues, because we are concerned about the things that are happening in Lofa, because it's scary that people that bordering, Bon County is bordering with Lofa County, and then extension to Guinea. Even Bon County is also having a border with Guinea. That is very important. So we are concerned. The President of the Republic of Liberia, we should take his word. What all he has said and what Yeke has also come out to talk about, those are things that warrant investigation. So it should not just be, that people put resolution together and we will expel Yeke. I think our colleagues who are trying to embark on that want to discourage them. It's not a way to go on this matter. If Yeke made that comment, the first thing as a responsible legislature, we should be able to do is support team of responsible and experienced lawmakers to contact our counterpart in Guinea, so that we'll be able to listen and have a dialogue. The military will all want to solve some of the issues militarily, but as legislators who have responsibility and duties to our country, both countries, we can sit down and mitigate peace. I think we should be able to do that. That is very important. And then I have issue today. I was so disappointed in the committee headed by Honorable Jeremiah Sokan that took a visit to my district. You know, we have some mining companies.
So we're not gonna go on to that far. So you listen to what Honorable Marvin Cole said with regards to Yeke. What do you have to say about that, sir?
You are muted.
I'm sorry, Gayman. Well, from the initial part of this conversation, I agree with him 100%. The president is accountable to the people of Liberia, and so his soldiers who are involved with
immigration detention is intensifying.
who are involved with security in the country. When it comes to Yeke Koluba, his opinion is as right as others. It's left with them, because I think with them, one of the frustration I got with this government is from the parliament. There are so many issues that need to be discussed in the interest of the masses. You cannot have, and that's the problem I got with the government right now. You can't come to say you're rescuing and doing the same thing as I can borrow from Cummings, and expecting a different result. You have the same group.
Myean, breaking news. Make it a big issue.
Use salaries and benefits, with especially when you increase the budget to $1.2 billion. Instead of trickling it down to the security sector or the civil servants, you still have a speaker who calls himself a regime speaker, increasing his budget by more than $4 million plus. Just an example, okay? Unnecessary budgetary allotments. The government has to take the way power to the president to muster the courage to ensure that the citizens are well taken care of. Cut down unnecessary expenditures. How we pay my salaries? You get a gasoline allowance. You get a free vehicles for every 3 years. We account for the old vehicle that has been used. You know, using a vehicle for 3 years doesn't happen to get me. What
I have mine. I've been using it for over 3 years. Still running.
Exactly. I'm gonna sell my Nissan Rogue. It's still brand new. I've been using it for 4 years. Okay. Why are these government vehicles not turning over to GSA to trickle down to GM ministers? Okay. You have one person serving 9 years as senator, receiving 3 cars for $45,000. Most of them only use $45,000. Other money they can put in your pocket. Okay. What is happening to funds that have been given for country development? Who is accounting for it? No accountability. Over the years we have seen, even just from early time up to now. What country have you seen being developed from where it was for the past 20 years? What is happening to these monies? Who are accounting for it? I thought this is what the rescue mission came for. I thought Yomri Kanga, my little sister, and my little brother, Dylan, who are being very, very nice to Liberian people. You understand me? By saying, well, my people, let's come together and see how best we can cut down our salaries, ensure that the civil servants are prioritized, all right? The security sector is prioritized. We have equipment for the people. You understand me? Goods and services that will enable people to live a good livelihood. But no, they are dead for themselves. What will you want to pay somebody certain fees? What will you want to pay somebody for legislative visits? As you go on recess, they're taking $1,000 each to go for legislative visits. Why all of these? These are things that need to be cut down. When you go talk about it and say, well, the people are entitled to allocate their own fundings. Okay? So,
Thank
I mean,
you.
yeah.
Thank you very much. Not to cut you a little bit. We got...
I expect other men to talk about. You start talking about somebody who is acting all the way as a city representative.
Okay, let me go to Fanta. Fanta?
Yeah. Mr. Gayman, just to piggyback off of what you said, and I appreciate your time here, Mr. Colley. I think you've shared a lot. I've certainly benefited from some of that information. And I thank you for your patience in engaging with my questions.
No problem, girl. I respect women. I'm a traditional man.
It doesn't have to be a gender thing. Just it's Fanta Kamara in this body who just happens to be a woman. Yeah, absolutely. Let's not do gender roles. As to the earlier question, right, which I absolutely do not agree with. No man should be who is a biological man should be allowed to participate in women's sport. And any leader who supports that leader is corrupt morally. Absolutely. I just want to say that. But so I also want to say the caller that called earlier, because I know they're a paid propagandist. I know that the government pay people to call in and like rebuttal the truth and try to.
There's a man on the show here with you. He's on the show with you.
Well, where?
Yeah, he's there.
Where? The first caller, the one that said.
He's there.
Let's see. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. Was it Cummings?
Yeah.
Okay, Cummings. Great. I'm so glad you're here because I love to talk to your face. I think you're so wrong. I don't know if you're probably favoring this government, which is absolutely fine. But to have seen the amount of evidence that has mounted regarding this particular case, and you to say that I'm wrong for accusing or making allegations of the government, and per journalistic ethics, I should have checked that with my news editor prior to bringing it to the public. I want to educate you to something. First of all, I'm not a journalist. I'm not going to claim titles just because that's what people do is popular, is the thing. I'm not a journalist. I am a technologist. I'm a cybersecurity technologist. I am a strategic leader. Okay? So let's just clarify that. What I add to this show is geopolitical analyst or analysis. That's what I add to this show. So I want to clarify that. Second of all, as a Liberian who has eyes and can see the truth with the evidence that has mounted and people who have first-hand information. I think one of our other panelists mentioned, there's been several people who've gone to the border for themselves. Mr. Johnny has been to the border. The last time Joseph went to the border from TCA to confirm and understand what's happening. So this is not hearsay. These are verified information. So to reacclimate the public with what's actually happening, let's not try to muddy that water because it's convenient. If the president is offended by the allegations that have been made that he was aware of illegal mining happening in the Makona River, I have yet to hear him rebuttal it or denounce it. I've yet to hear that. The sand that is being mined is being used to build his $10 million villa that he stole the Liberian people money to build. The company he contracted to build his so-called presidential villa, that sand was taken from the Makona River. That Makona River is a shared property between Liberia and Guinea. If you can't steal my sand to obey your house, we'll go to court. I seize in your house. Why is that treasonous for us to speak the truth? Why? Why can we just not be comfortable with having uncomfortable conversations? Even though it might trigger something in us. Because that's the only chance we stand at progress or transformation for Liberia, if we stand a chance at true growth. Otherwise, we're doing the same thing over and over and over. And what does that make us? When you do the same thing over and over and over, what is the word for that? I'm sure we all know. For the other person, so
for the same result.
Yeah, you're pretty much idiotic. If you do the same thing, you wake up Monday and it's the same thing, Tuesday, the same thing. One administration after the other. We cannot tell each other the truth. It's idiotic. We're going around in circles. Liberia will never change. Never change. We have one police from one administration to the next, and yet security is still a problem in our country. Can we speak the truth to say what areas are the LNP, our security apparatus, truly struggling with? Is it adequate budgeting? Because Mr. Colley, and I will let you.
Let me come to that.
Why is it that you just mentioned the $1.2 billion budget that was just increased? Why would you give the NSA $22 million and give the AFL $18 million? When you say you dedicated 140 something to the security apparatus, where is that money going? Why will we not at least donate or allocate 10% of that 1.2 billion to our AFL? If you're truly serious, if the president and his cabinet are serious about protecting the Liberian people, which is his primary responsibility, why not allocate 10% of the budget? 120 million.
I will say this. In as much as I got soft spot for the president. Oh, you done yet?
No, I'm not finished yet. I've been waiting for for more than 30 minutes. So I'm not finished yet. So that's a question I would love for you to address. The other thing I'd like to touch on is this reference, like we go to the Constitution, Article 42, Article 7 is something and approve the contrary point that has been attempted to be debunked. Nowhere in there is the association of treason fit the crimes of Yakakoluba. Why are we working overtime to penalize a Liberian citizen? Yes, he is a lawmaker, but he's committed no crime. But the people who in the government commit blatant crimes and violations against everyday Liberian, we say nothing about it. In fact, we dance around in circles when it comes to them. We are so selective. And this brings me to my last question. I know people who work in the police. And I'm really glad you have that background. I see you're a member of the Freemasons. Is it true that in order to get a promotion in the police, you have to be a part of the Freemasons? I have brothers, I have cousins, I have uncles, I have relatives, I have neighbors, I have friends who are in the Liberia National Police. And they have all said this. But I'm glad that I have the opportunity while you're on the show as a high-ranking member, a previous member. Is that accurate?
The answer is no. To become a member of the Liberian National Police, you'll be promotion. Yeah, contradicting yourself.
I said promotion. I never said become a member. I said promotion.
You said become a member. About that. You want to replay the tape?
Please replay the tape. I would love to do that. Myean, where are you?
Member. He said.
I said promotion. You're not gonna tell me I said when I said promotion.
I said in a quote. You said in a quote.
No, you understood wrong. You understood wrong. I said I have.
Okay, I agree with you.
I have family members who are member of the Liberian National Police. I said promotion.
But even if she said that, she's corrected herself. So just go ahead and answer the question.
Okay,
she didn't say that, but go ahead.
Yeah, I said promotion. That's what I said because they have complained to me because I've asked them. In fact, some of them have been with the police for over 10 years, and I'll ask them, but brother, as Jesse, your friend, got a promotion. How come you're not getting promotion? And they have been ahead of Zone 3, Zone 1. It can't come to me right now. But I have active members in my family who are part of the police, and relatives and friends and neighbors who have all said the same thing. And they've been with the police for over a decade.
And I told you that's a fallacy because members of the hierarchy are not Masons. So that's a lie.
Well, it's on your profile photo.
All of what you said
on this flyer. You have a Mason pin.
No, I am a Mason.
Well, you just said you weren't a Masons.
I didn't tell you that. I said the hierarchy of the police. I'm not in the hierarchy of the police. I'm a former police officer.
And that's what I said. As a former police officer, as a former police at a high-ranking level, is it true that to get a promotion in the Liberia National Police, you have to be a part of the Masons? I ask you because I said I recognize your Mason symbol.
And I said no.
But he answered that. He said no.
I said no. And secondly, of all that you explained, again, I reiterate that the president holds responsibility for the safety of the citizens in the country. He has spoken, I don't know where he has been. He has said, we should hold on as he carries out diplomatic.
He didn't deny that sand mining was happening. He's speaking out is different.
And that he's going to show that everything, every allegations, I think you are stereotyping. No, I think you are. And,
I'm what?
And the president stereotyping.
I'm stereotyping?
Stereotyping, yeah.
Who am I stereotyping?
And if you making your own allegations. What I'm saying is, you listen to what the president says. The president said he's going to ensure that you have these things investigated. And until that can be done, let us give the investigative process a chance so as to get the results. But until then, these are all allegations. And you sounded very insultive when you said when you continue to do once you're over and over, it's starting to
it's idiotic. I mean, that's the definition of being an idiot.
That's an insult.
To who?
To the president. The presidency.
If the president does the same thing over and over,
the president is wisdom.
Over and over, you are an idiot.
The president is wisdom and knowing what we experienced through the war.
President Joseph Yuma-Bweka, if you do the same thing over and over, you are an idiot.
The president, he has wisdom and knowing what we
have to tell me that it's insult. I'm telling you himself. As a citizen of Liberia,
the president is wisdom and knowing what we have gone through. You know what war is. I know where you are.
Oh, don't bring on that story. I beg you. I don't know what war is. You stole my childhood. I don't know what war is. You stole our childhood. And you say, I don't know what war is. Don't bring on that story. Because I'm going to move here today.
Honorable colleague, you can't say that because you don't know who has been to war.
I don't think we'll move from here today.
But let me go to Gerald.
Which it sounds right unpatriotic.
I'm unpatriotic. I was born on Crown Hill. I just happen to detest liars. I'm gonna call out my leaders because I'm a citizen. I pay taxes. I pay taxes in Liberia. I have a Liberian passport. I pay taxes in Liberia. I was born on Crown Hill. I grew up in Logan Town. I currently live in Bassa community. You are not Liberian more than I am. Tell me I'm unpatriotic because I don't tell lies. I tell truth. Lock me up. I will stand with whoever tells the truth, including we are treasonous. We are treasonous. Lock us up.
They got a man of Goya. Want to say something?
Yeah, I'm trying to see man of God. I'm trying to get at that. Behind it. I want to get at that thing. Man of God. I want to get.
Let's see about it.
It's like Peabody. Somebody got to. Either he go if you got a seat. I mean, if you can recline. While we're waiting for him to adjust your seat, let me get this guy. Your name, where you calling from?
Yeah, greetings everybody. This is Seleke Kromah, and I'm joining you from Kigali, Rwanda. Unfortunately, I couldn't get a space because there are a lot of people on the show. You know, but I think
because you can only come with a touching story on our no space for you.
Is that so bad? Sorry again?
Yeah. No space for you today because you saw you wanted them, you won't come. When I saw you, I put you in the back. Go ahead, Chief. What's up?
Seleke, don't mind if people just go ahead and talk, man.
Yeah, I think the guest is kind of confused.
Seleke, you low. You gotta adjust your phone.
Yeah, speak a little louder.
Yeah, you got
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, good. I said, I think the case is kind of confusing us. I've been listening to the show today, and he's saying that we fell out from the CDC government because President Weah back then, he didn't want to prosecute former officials of the UP government. And he's even said on the show tonight, apologizing to President Bouaka, for not supporting President Bouaka 2017. It's been 3 years, Mr. Colley. This government did not prosecute nobody. They set up an asset recovery. 3 years now. They've not recovered nothing. Absolutely nothing. And you continue to defend. You say you apologize to them. Apologize for what? 3 years. They've not done a good job. That issue about the 4 year stuff, few days ago, they sent the Minister of Justice and the SG to the legal press conference to threaten the Liberian media and the Liberian people not to speak about the border issue, specifically the allegation against the president and some of the officials. And you sit on the show tonight saying you apologize to the president. Apologize for what, Mr. Colley? This is the same president. They're not on a damn man here. The man who cannot speak for himself. They built a presidential villa for President Bouaka retirement, and then all I know that people raise that concern about that full project. So Sylvester Pewee was alive. They never made a clarity about it. The moment the man got it, they put everything on the man here because he can't defend himself. And you on the show tonight, you say you apologize to President Bouaka and you are disappointed in President Weah. These guys are all the same. It's just so unfortunate that you are here making. This issue about this border stuff, President Bouaka should initiate an investigation. If President Bouaka thinks, the media and the Liberian people, they are flagging false information, they should initiate an investigation. Okay? But you can't have, the Guineans, they seize some of the equipment and took it to Guinea. This guy called Humanly, they went there begging the people to release those equipment. And the people been going there reporting. And you're on the show tonight, you apologize to President Bouaka, all of that. So my last question, Mr. Colley, are you looking for a job for this government? Please make it public on the show tonight.
Oh, sorry, I beg you, please.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Seleke. Am I looking for a job? No. Will I accept a job? Yes, I feel obliged to the Liberian government because of the training I underwent at the expense of the government. And my position is not to seek for a job because I'm being paid well here for where I sit. I won't disclose my intake, my income, because my qualification. I work in the civil services field as a manager. So that tells you why it is. All of you that are familiar with the area. Again, the president has said that he's going to ensure that whatsoever allegations regarding the border attack by Guinea is going to be investigated, and that he's going to be using his wisdom. He's going to ensure that this situation is amicably resolved through a diplomatic means. Until then, let us give the chance to the investigation and listen to the other in the room. So please, Liberian people, the president again has said it twice. He's going to ensure that we have peace and tranquility in the country. We don't want any confrontation with our neighboring country. I don't know what you heard about the Guinean government talking about renting LEC to say that they're going to have some power outage. So that rings a bell.
If you sponsor your own power, then y'all won't go for Guinea. I beg you, you're good now.
Listen. Honorable colleague, 1 minute. I've been trying to get Mr. Cummings' face here. Mr. Cummings' face, Mr. Cummings, bear with us. You just got to talk behind the mic.
Yes, Cummings.
Yeah, go ahead, Cummings. You are muted, Cummings. Okay,
Mr. Gayman, thank you. And to the panelists, thanks. To Mr. Colley,
Is there any way you can either lower your chair so we can see your face? But it look bad, man.
No,
there you go.
It's okay.
Yes.
There you go. Well, sometimes when people say some things, when they don't know you and they talk, it's just laughable. It's laughable in a sense. My sister Fanta, God bless you. I love you with a brotherly love. And for you to say that I support the UP government, I think you have Mr. Colley and my good friend Sylvester laughing, because anybody who know me very well know that I can support an individual, not a political party. That's the first thing. Two, it's hard to see me around political institution because I stand for something, Fanta, nobody can break it. Only God. And as a trained journalist, I'll give you a few instances, right? You're talking about people trying to back a government. That's not people like us. We stand for truth to the fullest. Like you, I grew up in Liberia, lived in Liberia. I was there for all the civil crisis, never went to exile. I stayed there, worked there, went to school there and all. Then I left. And I worked for some of the big names, people that brought war to the country. I worked for some of them. And I was trained by some of the best journalists, some of whom are no more, some are still around. So in my school of thought, even though I'm a man of God, right? But in my school of thought, when anything hit the newsroom, today modern journalism, anybody can hold a camera, anybody can hold a microphone, anybody can run with photo. In journalism, we say photo speaks 1,000 words, but not all the things people say constitute news. You have to be able to investigate, no matter how long it take you. And one instance I will give you was the Saudi priest $5 million to Liberia. The only journalist that broke that story was me. It took me 6 months to investigate. And you know where I was when somebody broke the story to me, that the story you have, that there is a press conference taking place between the late Harry Gree, Dr. Hassan Conte, who is now an ambassador, and Sister Myean Lorraine in the University of Liberia library. I was on campus. Where was the document? In the trunk of my car. And I entered that room. And 99% of the journalists in that room never had the story I had. But it took me 6 months to investigate, because not everything that entered the newsroom becomes sensational. You must investigate, make sure it's balanced, it's factual, so that you cannot bring your institution into public disrepute.
So are you saying the information at the border is not factual?
I come in though. I come in, Fanta. You were talking, you saw I sat down here quietly. I listened to you.
No, but like that's a very important.
From my school of thought,
money. We're
from
talking
my
about
school of thought, even if you gave me a tip today, if you gave me a tip today, I will keep that tip for the longest. I want to investigate. I want to investigate to the fullest, to make sure that President Bouaka indeed is in the loop, that President Bouaka is indeed in the know. Until then, it's speculative views. People are speculating that the president gave order for people to go there to mine sand. If you give me a pictorial today, I'm looking at the pictorial evidence you sent me. I'm looking at the video. What constitutes news in this, that the president is in the know? That's what you do as a, thank God you a cyber type. I think by now when we leave the show, you'll go be running to say, I'm going to do some investigation on this guy.
I'm not doing investigation on you, just FYI.
What constitutes news in this, that it should appear in my paper? That I should hold the president responsible when indeed you don't have anything to substantiate your claim that says that the president gave the order. It's almost like people saying, President Myean was in the know of the millions of dollars that went missing. And I question the journalist who broke the story, having to be my boss and mentor. I said, you as a seasoned journalist, I query you on this. How is this president in the know? And he challenged some members of the 52nd, the 51st, that they will go to court. And I kept that tip for the longest. And I charged Thomas Fala. I said, you said you will go to court. Representative Morba said they will go to court. You know, up to today's day, nobody went to court. How many journalists are still doing investigation on the story? So that's that where I came from and say, Fanta, I disagree with you that this president, with your narrative, he's not in the know until you get something to substantiate your claim. That does not say that I support him. I'm not a unity partisan. I'm not a CDC partisan. I'm nobody partisan. If you rather follow my work, you'll know that I'm not. I'm a straight shot shooter. I shoot shot when I want to.
Can I? No. Like I have to respond to him.
I'm coming to you, Robert. Mr. Comey, let me read this because I got the president release here. Okay, when the president said he has suspended all mining activities on the Macono River, including BK, he said
that means they were doing some mining there before.
He says sand mining and all mining activities along the river should cease effective immediately. That is the president's own release. So I don't know how you square that when folks say
no, but if the president issue a release, let's make this thing make sense now, Mr. Gayman. If the president issue a press release suspending suspending in institutions that are doing mining there, let's start to investigate. Is he trying to sway from the truth? Is he in the know that what is unfolding in that place concerning mining?
I don't understand. I have to go. I'm really sorry. You are the TV journalist. Go to the investigation.
You can be part of something, right?
Go to the city investigation for him. Come on, thank you, Mr. Comey. You're good now. I beg you.
You can be part of something and you bring that kind of press release. Then you bring yourself into public disrepute. Because if we go back to investigate, Mr. Gayman, if we go back to investigate, right, and you write this kind of press release, then with a tenor that we want to go investigate, that you, the president, who released this press release came about, and you are in the know, then we can hold you. But until then, we saw a press release from his office that said he's suspending the mining activity in that end. Maybe it was brought to his knowledge. It was brought to his knowledge.
Okay.
If we
Mr. Robert Garguah, then Victor, then Johnny. Let's go in this order.
You're the journalist, right?
Robert, Victor, then Johnny. Go ahead. Go ahead, Robert.
Don't leave me out.
Then you.
So, Mr. Jerome, Mr. Cummings, you confused the heck out of me. I think you started pretty strong initially. You confused me because you said initially that there were no evidence. There were no evidence. Fanta did not have evidence to show that the president.
Just to inject, she said the president. She said the president.
And she said the president was in the know. And you said
no. She said the president got people money. I listened to her. that's why.
Okay, so even if let's assume that's what.
Ask Mr. Gayman.
Okay, so if she said that the president got people mining,
you're breaking it, Robert.
Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm hearing you.
Yeah. So even if she said that, right? To your point, I think the contention here is that investigative journalism will bring something to prove or ascertain that the president, in fact, is in the know, or the president, what Fanta said, the president approve of it, right? So I think Mr. Jerome just indicated that the president suspended specific mining activity in the Macono River, which Fanta alluded to, right? And then you in return said, well, just because the press release was released, it doesn't mean that the president is in the know after you investigate.
No.
Let me say this.
No.
Let me say this though. The buck starts and ends with the president of the Republic of Liberia. The president of the Republic of Liberia is the most powerful man, perhaps one of the most powerful leaders in the world. There is nothing, there is nothing in my own knowledge that tells me that that happens in Liberia that the president is not aware of it. I'll give you an example.
Especially
The president also said that recently, had he been told about the villa in Lofa, he would have objected the
Thank
idea.
you, Robert.
Well, but guess what? Journalistic investigation and common sense. I like to apply common sense. When the president was aware of the villa in Lofa, has the president taken any action to back his whole narrative that he objected the idea of spending 10 million or $6.5
He was
million
even in the video. He was in the video.
in
From the
Lofa?
beginning.
Has he, since he's been in the
Oh,
know
no
of what was
action,
happening, has he taken any action? Right. So the president has not taken any action to say, you know what, I would have objected to this idea had I been in the know. Now that I'm aware of it, this is what I'm going to do. He hasn't taken any action to anything of that nature. Those who are issuing press release, what's at the word and pleasure of the president. I'm sure the president has to be aware of what's happening before these press releases. These press releases are issued. So I don't understand your point about investigative journalism is important, but the president is in the know. The president understands what's going on in Lofa. There are things that this government has not been transparent with regards to the public. We have more questions than we've gotten answers to, right? So anything that is said right now, I think is incumbent upon the administration to come out and clarify these things that we have. Some of these information might be true, some may not be true. They know some things that we don't know. So what is actually your point? I want to go back to you to ask you, what is your point with regard to investigative journalism, and at what point is the president aware, especially when press releases are issued from those that work at the word and pleasure of the president and control his communication at the executive mansion?
So to just answer your question, to just be brief, one of the instances you stated was that it has to do with the Lofa project, which is a very important concern. And we all raised that same concern, that if the president is saying the project has to do with country within the Mano River, I was concerned that how will you do business with a junta? At the time, the Guineans never went to election. When the president made his first statement, I work with a media institution. I asked the journalists, I said, go to Sierra Leone, go to so-and-so media institution, get me a telephone number, and they'll give you the number to the Ministry of Information in Guinea. In Guinea and in Sierra Leone. The investigation shows that they were not in the know. Then I came back to journalists. I said, wrong with this story. President Bouaka is in the know of that project. But let's wait. Let's wait. Maybe prior to his sonar, everybody will get to know. That's how I investigate. But I don't say because Robert said this, he said this thing, so I should believe it. I'll go do a following investigation. My point with her, the contention I raised was when she said the president took people and they're going to go man. That is the allegation that is in circulation from the embryo stages of this. It went from the internal affairs minister, it came down to the president. I said to few people, I said, listen, having stayed in the country for the very longest, and anytime you see an allegation or speculation with a meaning, investigate thoroughly. It is either it's around the presidency or it's in the president's entourage or with people in his entourage. So my thing with her was, you can't say so until you have something to link the president. That was when I called Mr. Gilman.
Okay,
that was my point.
Let me go
so
back
I'm
to
not
the guest.
saying he's wrong.
Let me go back to the guest. Let me ask the guest one last question, please. Just 30 seconds, please.
Okay,
so Mr. Collins, yeah, thanks, because Mr. Collins is our guest. I just wanted to pick it back on what Mr. Cummings was saying. So I think everyone has asked you all the questions, right? Yeah, I want you to answer this for me, right? Just as a Liberian citizen, right? And I would like to think that you are a patriotic Liberian citizen, whether you want job or you don't want job or that your business. It looks like you are open to working and you have a soft spot for the Unity Party and President Boakai. But you said something that I agree with, that the president holds the responsibility relative to protecting Liberian citizens. You said that. And I agree with that. I concur 100%. But I want you to pause for a second. Take off this soft spot for the president. Take off this diplomacy approach. Do you believe, sincerely, given what we have seen at the border, do you believe that the president has upheld that commitment, that responsibility to protect and ensure the safety of Liberians? Do you think that there are Liberians in Liberia or in Lofa, in around the area where the Ghanaian military have been for the past few weeks? Do you think that those folks are going to bed, understanding and agreeing that this president is actually seeking their interests and he is protecting them and he's doing everything he can in his power outside of diplomacy to protect them?
Yes, like I said, comments said it all. I wanted let me tell you to being the presence of the just security. The just security concerns only the AFL. You got the police, immigration, you got the army at the borders. And again, until the CRC can give orders for any further actions, they will remain posted at our borders pending the conclusion of the diplomatic talks. Whatever it's summed up to is where they're going to begin, either by taking further actions or the Guineans will leave the land demarcation after investigations are conducted. But for now, let us give the opportunity to the president to use his wisdom in this direction.
Excellent.
Action. Yeah.
Let me. I'm coming to you, John. Let me go to Pewee. Pewee, for me, my whole life and everything I learned is about the American system. Hopefully, you can help me, and maybe honorable colleague can help you. When someone like me, I would say the president is in the know of every major thing that happened, especially national security at the border. Because the first person the president sees every morning before he goes to work in his office, he's being briefed. Talk to me about the president being briefed by the national security and something of this magnitude if the president was not in the know.
Okay, so absolutely. So as a student of Homeland Security, I would say this for you clearly that the homeland to be protected, the president will have to be briefed moving forward. And not only the president is going to be briefed, the president is going to be briefed even about the local traditional activities on the border. Because that's
every morning.
Not only every morning, the president is briefed every morning. The president is briefed before going to bed.
There you go.
Yeah, that's a concern. Think about the paramount.
Please don't leave me out. I have my question.
There's a coverage methodology that will have to be deployed, because the reason why the president should be, and that's the reason why there are certain informations in the country that are considered classified, and due to the classification, we put into place different category of classification of informations. Information that are classified will be issued to the president. It's not all. So that's the reason why the national security advisor will receive the thing, he'll filter them, and then onward move to the president. Listen, for instance, why do we have the chain of network of security issue we have for the homeland to be protected, both from the external and internal aspect of it, is we no longer have the National Bureau of Investigation. It used to be there before. It was part of that. That's what we're deploying every major counties and district client and the rest of that. We have the NSA. I don't know the change, the coverage of the way they deploy those things now in the bureau, but the NSA should inform basically, and even the local counties, the superintendent is part of the National Security Council of that county, right? So the superintendent office should be updating the schools, not the school, those major security areas, and then back to the National Security Advisor. There's a Security Council. And that's the reason why the president, before going to work, the National Security Advisor often at times, not only meeting him, the president will have conversation with the president, say, this is the nature of the security activity unfolding. Now, my point here is that, and that's why I expressed some frustration the last time, Mr. Gayman and gentlemen here. My own point here currently is how come the president didn't even know about what was being constructed before as a peace center of the MROU. I was shocked when I heard the president on a one-on-one debate saying that he heard he was disappointed and he had known he would have stopped it. That's a threat towards our national security in terms of protecting the homeland. Because why would you be constructing those things in the tune of millions of dollars that you don't have no clue whatsoever? Your intelligence, your spy institution, which is the National Intelligence NSA, is clueless about it. The police intelligence is clueless about it. The defense intelligence is clueless about it, because these are the structure of the national security. We have the defense intelligence, because the defense intelligence will be deployed. The Liberia National Police intelligence will be deployed. The NSA intelligence will be deployed. So if everybody is clueless, there's a serious concern that the president said, again, and that's one of the reasons why I'm saying this coming elections, we ought to move to ensure that we put somebody in the presidency that is elite, that will be very elite, because if you are elite, if people are not informing you on a timely basis, you will take some action against them. Because if I was supposed to be my national security advisor and there are certain information I don't have, trust me, as soon as I go to that kind of message, the next I will tell the president I will dismiss Raul. I will dismiss Raul with immediate effect at national security. The national security advisor is not performing his role. I mean, we saw Mr. Gayman, we saw in this country what our man Uncle Trump did to his national the current UN ambassador. They felt he was not effective. What did the president do? He moved to change him and brought someone thing that would be effective and will give him the land to doing things. So, from the perspective of the national security aspect of the president, and that's a very good question, Mr. Gayman, you asked. From the perspective of that, and I thought my move be better as a seasoned police officer, in terms of he been working different area, the professional standard. I thought probably he may have served some the role in the CID before, or the Crown Services Division of the Liberia National Police. There should have been some intelligence coming to the president. Maybe the president knew all these things, but he tried to pretend to the Liberian people that he didn't know about it to save himself of things. So these are the two things can be true. That's what it is. So, but again, it's a troubling development. I will hope the government will correct course and put into place some very rapid issue about respect. If those things are unfolding and not happening on time, then there will be some issues. Or in that,
absolutely, Johnny. Real quick, Johnny, you next. You've been sitting for a while. After you, then Sarah.
All right, thank you. So I think this entire issue, we've been like shifting from the core purpose of JK coming on the call and having discussion about journalism and everything. So JK is on the call because he believed that Yeka Global statement is wrong and Yeka should be expelled. And in fact, Yeka's statement about what he did as a security person, were all wrong. That's why he's here. I want to be able to do it. And I know very well that Yeka was appointed as the head of a special anti-drug task force. And there was a colleague of mine who was his deputy, and had a vehicle with some other subordinate officers. I know very well when Yeka arrested Momo Jiba, it wasn't during the April 6 period. It was in this last course of it was when President Chila was already president. And I remember when Yeka arrested Jiba, he brought him forth and he had Jiba in court in the vehicle and came and said, I came to inform the president that I've arrested his AD King from the ghetto. And I know that very well because I was around there. I saw what happened. But another issue is about the border issue that we are talking about. The National Army first line of duty is to protect the borders of Liberia. And I hope the situation is teaching us a lesson as Liberians. Before the thing happened, along all our border posts, we have not had any army personnel deployed, except they've been there in plain crew as military intelligence. That I cannot speak. But in terms of physical army presence, from Maryland, Kehleboe border post, all the way up to River G, to Grand G there, to Nima, to Bong, to Lofa, to Cape Mount, and my Babu Cape Mount with Sierra Leone, all along there. Those are places where I've gone through all my work in the last 15 years. I've never seen any military personnel assigned to those border posts. But across the border from our neighboring countries, you see military personnel. For the French, you see the gendarmerie and whatever they got there at the border post. And if a Guinean soldier or if Guinean soldiers got on a canoe and crossed over onto our land, and young Liberian men went and stood up as patriotic and nationalistic Liberian young men, knowing fully well that all along they living in that place has been Liberian land. Guinean flag had never been there. But overnight, they saw Guinea move in and printed a flag. Armless Liberian men, young men went in defense of their nation. And the response from our government was to just calm those guys down. Those guys withdrew from there. We heard that the army was coming. The army went and started infringement. And after a few days, the police moved in. We had immigration officers. And the young went to go patrol. After they left, the Guineans stayed across the water and maintained the Liberian side of the land. The land we know for Liberia, right? On the south, in the past, across that water, Guineans have stayed there. The Guinean army stayed there. Even as of today, around the place called from what I've got out today, with all that the superintendent has done, he has gone and talking things, the Guineans stay at there on the ground. The Guineans say, we'll protect you. We're not hammering your Liberian people. But we are here. We're going to move from here. We'll get instruction from our leaders from Guinea. Our government is saying we will not deploy army personnel around there. They will stay away. We'll handle it diplomatically.
But I thought Cody said they got people there already.
I'm not saying, no, I said our government is saying they will not deploy army there and they will keep it civilian-wise until otherwise order while they deal with it diplomatically. That is a government diplomatic approach towards cross-border, international cross-border conflict. We cannot dispute that. That is the level of protection of Liberia. But if we come back to why you want to impinge Seleke Kromah, who took oath to defend the state in the first instance before Seleke Kromah? The president. The president took the oath, and that's why he's called the CRC, Commander-in-Chief. All security agencies, all security fall under him or her, the president. Is that person who is in the marshal at the CRC is responsible for our protection. The president can even engage war and call for emergency before even going to the legislature, depending on the magnitude of the situation. So I think, look, we should not try to be political or be regionalistic in our discussion, because I'm from Lofa, my brother Jake is from Lofa, so we're trying to protect because it's JMB today from Lofa. Today JMB will go. We as Liberians, as Lofians, our children will be here from Lofa. So we have to be sincere with what we're doing here. I'm from Lofa, right? I've lived in Lofa all along. I know Lofa like I know where I live now in Dopoh, in Pinson. If I know Lofa than any other place in my life. You understand? So those issues are cardinal issues that we should look up for. So looking at Seleke Kromah for dismissal or what you call it, suspension or impeachment, how is Seleke Kromah's statement that treasonous compared to a 1.2 budget we passed, and you take 500,000 for a speaker office as entertainment? You got all of the allotment. You got less than 1% or 1% for agriculture. So even feed your citizens, you refuse to put money into the budget to feed your citizens. How is that? How are those actions not treasonable in my mind compared to Seleke Kromah saying you need for their land? Moreover, look at Seleke from the general perspective. Seleke speaks the things, he move out. But let's be sincere now. Did Seleke go to Guinea and say you can't be war in Liberia to shine for treason? How did Seleke collaborate with Guinea and say you can't take the land? Guinea can't put a flag there. The national government response to protect us is failing to protect us in that matter. But they are saying they will take it diplomatically. They will use it with my brother Jake is saying wisdom. Yeah, wisdom. That is this government level of wisdom. I can't dispute it. That's the best they can do. Just wisdom. But if I was in charge, you will see they shoot the president of my army. Then if you shoot at my army personnel, then have a different trend. But I don't believe Guinea will even shoot at any military personnel they see to that border. Okay, the last point I'm making here. When the army wanted their place in shuffling in or second, they keep adding money with other bar. They started made a plane, keep the bar wire and had the whole place covered with bar wire. Right? So why did the army go with bar wire to the water side and line it up there and say, nobody crossing here, they play belong to Liberia. The army will not do it because in that state, they need command from the TRC to the chief of staff to the commanding general down the line to effect. So I know the men can do it, but their leader has not told them what to do. That's our governance system we have. That's how our government thinks they can handle the situation. That is good. But I will say to you people here, as I always said already, Yeka should not be expelled. There's no sufficient reason to say you expel Yeka because Yeka say Guineans should come take that land. My own brother, Pewee, my uncle here, in his hometown, the day Guinea want to take that land, Pewee Pharaoh grave will go to Guinea from where Pewee Pharaoh is buried. Right? We know the result of the old man. That old man taught me French. Right? I went there, I got to you guys, I was in Yela on last Thursday, up to Sunday. I went to Yela border on Sunday. The bridge is built there. The Guinean flag is across the bridge on Liberian side. The Guineans are there up the little hill. Liberians are here. But at that border post, they are also mining sand. On both sides of Guinea, Liberia and Guinea, on both sides of the bridge of the river, they are mining sand there. Liberians are there mining sand on both sides. The Guineans will not argue about that because you are mining sand with shovel. What brought our issue, one of the issues we brought about Macron was, why will we be mining sand with a dredge machine? It will create concern. And I hope again, Liberia will learn from here. We had Chinese there mining St. Paul. To dredge and the dredging St. Paul with taking sand. Do we have anybody from Mines and Energy to observe what is happening with that dredging process? Are you telling our Guineans are intelligent more than us to be concerned way there in that forest region, far from Conakry? What that issue happening is like almost 24 hours away from Conakry by road. If you take the Guinean map and see Gegedu area coming to Liberian border and look and see where Conakry is, that's the distance from Conakry. You can make two trips from Conakry to
but Johnny, you really talking that when you think talking, you don't talk again. Because we gotta go now, Johnny. Yeah.
No, but listen, now you see, I was quiet.
Johnny have not spoken all hour.
No, but number two are not spoken to.
The Arab talking. No. You see, I've been trying to be very.
Johnny, these people jealous of you.
Yeah, but Johnny will come back to you.
You're jealous. You're jealous.
All our border posts in this country. Right now we are focused on 4-year border number. Right?
Thank you.
What are we doing along the border borders? You understand what I'm saying? So I hope this process will put the government into the position to know that we need to be on our light. We cannot always be the soft side of everything in the sub region. Thank you.
Okay,
quickly.
1 minute. Your name and where you calling from?
Before that person come in, quickly. You know that Sarah tried to vote Johnny was Sarah. That's yeah. No, she joined him, yeah.
This is very interesting.
Oh, but the man talking the truth.
Listen, guy, y'all listen, guy. Your name and where you calling from? Where you calling from?
My name is Kehleboe Gongloe. I'm calling from the state of Pennsylvania.
Go ahead.
Okay, yo. I'm not him or her.
I am Kehleboe.
Very interesting tonight. But I think it comes with all of the issue, particularly our leaders, controversies G. Paulie. You know, I was so ashamed, and I may even go to the extent to say he's very unpatriotic to Liberia.
Man, you will not let you call this our guest, man, please. No, Mr. Nagbe, we got to proceed to respect our guests. You can't call and disrespect the guests on this platform.
What disrespect there? You want to say?
No, we cannot bring the guests on the show and disrespect him. Retract that statement. Retract the statement, please.
And he comes to apologize to Joseph Boyka.
Retract the statement.
I'm very disappointed because you don't exercise your constitutional right and apologize for that. I voted for Boyka in I spent money just now voting in 2017. I didn't run for him in 2023 because I thought he's too honor. I mean, he should give way to different people. His ideas are no longer needed. Okay.
He's owner, but Councilor Gongloe endorsing old man for us. Go ahead.
Oh, so Pewee, you believe in collective guilt. You're the only one who's telling science that believe in collective guilt. Now you believe in your family team.
My man, just do you voted for your brother. Go ahead and just say it again, man.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Nagbe.
You believe, you know? That's why I tell you, the Guinean will take your land. I pray they can go to here, you know. I'm sure they can just launch you, you know.
Yeah. No. So the other thing is, I agree with Johnny here. And I think on the show, when it comes to the Lofa issue, Johnny is our expert panelist on this. But this guy has knowledge of the different
Oh, you fired Sylvester?
As any of us that appear on the show, we should give Johnny more time when it comes to the border issue, particularly for Lofa, because his wealth of knowledge, tradition, research, I think it's important, it's informative for our listeners. So I'm just going to close on that, and I agree with him. Yeke Kromah has done no wrong. There is no law in Liberia that is valid. I think what Yeke Kromah has done and what he's doing is very patriotic, because if a government goes to war based on raw information, you make your citizens to suffer. So Yeke is actually intended to put the country on the right path. And I think we should applaud him. And Mr. Kwali should join all of us, patriotic citizens. It's patriotic to tell your government the truth. And that's what Mr. Kwali should do. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think all the trouble we found saying today to see the border be loose, Councillor Gongloe, they all contributed to it.
Pewee,
Pewee,
the man said he prayed that Guinea will take your land. When you wake up, you will be a Guinean. Sarah,
then I mean, they will say can't tell the whole of Ganta. Then remind him they will take Ganta also.
What I wanted to say is exactly what people
Ganta is right there.
About the intelligence community. These people are being paid. Look at the budget, the amount of money they put into the budget for these people. The NSA and the intelligence community, everything fall under the NSA.
Yeah. Because we don't have the Bureau of Investigation again.
So we don't have intelligence people. Like
yes.
Okay.
You saw the budget. They got intelligence
the point I'm trying to
say, as a matter of fact, to help you before you continue, as a matter of fact, that
institution for TV,
that institution received millions of dollars.
Of course.
Million.
Okay. Yeah. So my point here is to Mr. Colley, you've been talking about your uncle in his wisdom, Don't you think that your uncle or the intelligence community really a blunder for them to not even know that something is going on at the border there, and people have to cross and come to our side of the land, and the Lofians, those young Lofians, had to stand up, fight those people for the first time when it happened, and clear them out of the place, and they went back, and then they came back again. What happened to the money that is being paid to these people, Mr. Colley? Where is the wisdom here from our uncle? The money being paid to these people is for them to work to give the president these information before it even takes place. So I want to ask you, do you think the 10 paper chop that was given to the government, it has any connection with this thing that's going on at the border? Do you think so?
In as much as I'm not a spokesperson of the government, with my experience as chief of office staff to Inspector General of Police, we have the NSA, like a few weeks previously said, we had the NBI before. We had NBI. We have the CIU division of the Liberian National Police. The director of police will put down intelligence, classify intelligence reports, and forward to the president's office through the NSA. I think that has been done. And again, going to, when I say, forget my uncle, he's the president of Liberia. He's the commander in chief. There's no way the armed forces of Liberia
I agree.
movement until he gives the order. What has been done is the joint security has been sent to the borders outside. We're all confronting the Guineans until the diplomatic channels are handled. Until then, let us give it a chance, please. I give you up to the end of the month. Things will get good news. I can assure you of that.
Jimmy, what are you laughing for? They're speaking with confidence.
JK, you were confident with JK.
Listen, Tomalin trying to dodge anything, and he had it behind it.
You recognize people talking long. Mr. Gayman, at least everybody should talk at least in the period of 2 minutes.
2 minutes, yeah, man.
Okay.
I'm gonna say I tell man, you know, even my just going to the greens, but I gotta eat.
I'm gonna let you go now.
Come on, over 2 minutes. I need to talk to you.
Yeah, Mr. Colley. Mr. Collins,
so Jerome, you don't want Mr. Namo to talk today?
Mr. Nagbe is coming. You know, he coming with.
I mean, the CMC
Mr.
brother.
Nagbe wants to know the qualification
Garguah,
of the late Joe to the CMC. Man, what are you looking for?
So, Mr.
Nagbe don't let Joe take. Okay, go ahead. Somebody, go ahead.
You haven't bred you?
No, why you don't kind of give me situation here?
Wait. You see when the man came on the show, when too many are trying to hit somebody, he said, "Don't go there." Then he wants to go to the number 9, don't go there.
But Mr. Collins, on a serious note, right? Look, the next 42 months will be going to the election. You supported CDC before President Weah. You supported Boaga. Now, and there's nothing that Boaga is doing that, on a serious note, if you say, Boaga, you want why you supported him against Weah? All the time you're attacking him against Weah business, I don't think nothing changed, on a serious note, because the corruption is still rampant. We've taken, as just alluded to, taking $80 million for security budget. Nothing we're seeing happening. We're seeing what happening still. Civil service still making below 180. So today, GD Bank came up with a release and said, look, you start lying on us. If government send a check to us, we pay. But the money is not there for the process. Just after the post say, GD Bank is the cause of all your civil service not getting that pay. So I want to ask the question. When President Boaga is almost 85 years old. When you support, he said, I already learned that he's going to re-election. When you support his re-election for the greater good of this country. And number two, honestly, what will you be honest with you? What grade you get this government? Thank you. You're all.
The potential will be better.
At the rate of 1 to 10?
Yeah, 1 to 10. Be honest.
Well, so far the performance of the government, when it comes to the intentionality of the president as a person.
Which one is that?
As a person.
Which one is intentional?
His intention to ensure that the Liberian citizens are well taken care of, the country is safe, and infrastructures are built, they fight on corruption, etc., etc. He's making attempts. So I gave him 8.
You gave him what?
8.
8 on intentionality. That means just for thinking about it.
And then so what about
he looking in the soul of the president?
He can't show his surroundings.
No. Intentionality is thinking. You give him 8. So what will you score him on? Actualization.
Yes. I will give him 5 for now, 50%, because we see that roads have been constructed. Roads have been constructed.
Need some of the roads that have been constructed.
They went from Batam to Import Bridge, the road from
Johnny, you on here now? You in Monrovia, so we're counting the roads that have been constructed. You say from where? The road from where?
Batam, Freeport, Import Bridge. From Clay Junction to the Australian border.
When was the last time you were in Liberia?
2000 what? 2000 what? What was it? 2000 what? 2024. 2024.
You were there 2024.
Yeah.
I was there just this gone February. Johnny, these roads are all completed.
They're not completed. I said construction on the way.
But you can't do it 50. But actualization means something that's actually been fully implemented. You can't say the road you get.
I
said he's making efforts towards these things.
So you get him
at least
for effort. You know, you are a student, you are an educator. Victor, how do you do your grading system?
But Mr. Victor, please allow me to.
No. Victor is an educator. How do you grade for effort or a compliment?
Yeah, but Mr. Victor time, but please allow me to recognize.
Not Victor, Joseph.
Go ahead,
allow me to recognize Mr. Namo, if we can recognize the senator, my friend Abraham Darrows Delon. The man spoke to us. This is the man. This is the only government official who have made himself available on.
I agree with you. I read us.
So we gotta stop. Yeah, we gotta stop and say,
No. I try.
Mr. Senator,
I doing it, but I'm not successful.
Mr. Y'all wait now. Mr. Senator, hello, yeah, Mr. Senator. Thanks for watching.
No, I want the senator to turn around. I want to put money on a bike. That's what I want to do.
Victor,
See,
you got
the man say Raul like your friend.
But anyway, look, Robert, you know, Jerome doesn't want to come back to him because he doesn't want to talk about Mar-a-Lago. But we'll talk about Mar-a-Lago. The day we ain't got guests yet, we'll talk about what happened in
We got
Florida,
guests today. We got guests today.
I know you said it's in there yesterday and the day before, but it's all right. We'll talk about it one day.
Yep.
One day. But I like to agree with my friend Kehleboe this time and Johnny. I don't believe what Yeke said. I think it's an inopportune time to have said that. But I don't believe it rises to the level of treason. And I'm glad Senator Dillon is listening here. I hope the people, the voice of reason in the House and in the Senate, you know, we got bigger things. I let them leave Yeke alone. Yeah, maybe sanction, whatever. But to go call the people back in session and pay them again, only because they want to impeach Yeke, I think that's over the board. But I'll leave it there. Our brother Gongloe, I agree with Sylvester. I think politics is about numbers. I think he needs to call his team back together. You cannot be too absolute in your positions. I think Sylvester was trying to throw him a bone. I hope he took it, but I admire his guts. I admire his stance coming up. I think we need that a lot in this country. Liberians, we need to step up. So, Gongloe, I forgot his first name.
Nehemiah.
Yeah, Nehemiah, but I wish him all the best. Or to Cummings, Mr. Cummings, you know, he left. He's a journalist, you know. He was disputing that the president may not be in the know of what happened, what is happening. The statement that you referenced, he's a journalist. I think they use word like alleged when you're not sure, right? Or reportedly, you know. But the statement was very clear. It is said BK should cease the sand mining, any other mining activity, any other companies that are mining in that area, they're also suspended.
All mining activity.
All mining companies. How else does it want it to be said? Exactly. You know, all these excuses for the president. This is why we are where we are today. You know, he comes on here, he's a journalist.
Right, man, picking boo with you.
All these excuses. So you know, he left. You know, but let me come back to my brother who said I was looking for Joe Tate. You know, he said here during Taylor time there were no protests, and this is what I found. So you can dispute it.
You kill all of that.
This is what I said. You say yes. There were public student protests during Charles Taylor's presidency, despite a climate of intense fear. This is your time. Government repression and active conflict with students. A case in point, in 1998, the Taylor government, there was a confrontation with OSU at the University of Liberia. March of 2021, there was a crackdown on the campus of the University of Liberia because the students disagreed with the president's position. They conflicted with President Taylor. In 2023, there was a youth protest. So there were instances of protests during Charles Taylor time. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Because I know you were disputed.
For the record, I didn't say there was no protest. I didn't say that.
You said there were none because you were proactive.
I didn't tell you that. I didn't tell you there
yes,
was no
did.
protest. I didn't tell you I said the problems of protests nowadays did not suffice during the Taylor's regime.
But I
did not say there was no protest.
Okay.
I did not already say there was no protest. I said
let me think.
Of protests from university students nowadays did not suffice during the term of Taylor because at a certain point in time, I made timely intervention or the police hurricane.
Okay. So I misunderstood you.
Active measures, took some proactive measures.
So I misunderstood you because I understood.
I didn't say there was no protest. No, I didn't say
there
that.
were no protest.
He
But let
said
me
they were
thank you
proactive. He said they were proactive. That's why.
Measures taken, yeah.
Okay. So let me thank you because I understand you were the chief in the Southeast region where you serve with Yeke, the very Yeke that you're disparaging tonight. He was your colleague. The both of you, I understand you serve on the SOD on a child.
I didn't say as SOD, no.
But you were
regional commander.
So what is SOD that Bob you in?
No, not that. I was up there, man. I said regional
commander.
This is Reggie.
He said he was above them.
Grand July, Sando, Maryland.
That's what you are. They're the special operations department.
And River Says.
Okay. But Yaka served with you then, didn't he?
Yeah, I was regional command business region.
Okay.
It's an Eastern region.
I just wanted to make sure that you and Yaka were colleagues and you served together. But finally,
no.
here's my last thing.
Yaka was just a double commander on Center Street.
Okay. All right. And thank you again for serving the Southeast. Here's my last point I wanted to point out to you. And this is coming from the Daily Observer, which we can all agree is kind of allied to this government. They are alarming. This is the headline of today's editorial. One of my friends sent this to me. I woke up this morning. He said the national security has a new border and Liberia is leaving it unguarded. So the litany of examples here where we are ceding national security serious issues such that they talk about e-visa, we're giving that to foreigners, e-passport, we're giving that to foreigners, traffic management, we're giving that to foreigners, the PPCC, we're giving that to foreigners. So you are a security expert. I just, I'm going to ask you the greatest government. You say you're grading the president personally, you're giving him 8. That is good. But I want you to speak in terms of the entirety of the government. Don't grade just the president, because I know you're looking in his soul. Just like Judge will look in Putin's soul, and you're grading the president. Talk to us about your grade for this government. Security-wise. The border will.
So you're trying to confuse people here. We call George Bush.
All right,
you been comment?
All right.
No,
I'm being serious.
No, he's not familiar with the George Bush thing.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not familiar with it.
So please, Chief, just tell me how would you grade this government in terms of everything? Security? Let's put the border in.
All right,
let's talk about
cyber
security.
So one thing I'm looking at is, because I must say I've been a critic of the government for some time actions they have taken and continue to take. Unfortunately, some of us who have some ideas have been ostracized because of we're not members of the Unity Party government. It was surprising to know that whenever you praise the government, you get calls. Whenever you try to criticize, like my own brother, Dylan and I come a long way. Yombi and I come a long way. We are like family, right? But because I have repeatedly stated that what they are doing to the Liberian people is bad, apportioning monies to themselves as against the civil servants, as against the security sector to ensure the safety of people. They are watching against me. Every Snow is another person who I admire a lot. And most of the times when it goes wrong, I try to talk to him. By the way, for full disclosure, I'm a member of the National Patriotic Party. All right. I declare stepping down after the present chairman, John Mobile, tried to disrespect the senator at the time, Joe Howard Taylor. And I thought that was being very disrespectful. And so until he can no longer be chairman, I'm not going to associate myself with MPP. This is how I decided to support my former friend. I call him my former friend, Joe Weah, who came and because of what he did, I went to my uncle. So the president, you're
a personality, man. You're not institutional. You don't follow institution. You just follow individual. Either Blacker or Weah or Taylor. I'm just kind of.
What do you mean? I don't follow institution. What are you talking about?
Well, you just said you left your President Weah, and then you went and supported your uncle. It sounds to me like you.
Okay, I supported UP, the Unity Party.
Okay, all right.
That's what I meant. When I said,
okay.
President Boyka represents UP, Unity Party. So I said I'm MPP, and I supported UP.
Mr. Colley, be careful because Victor got a press award.
So
go ahead, Chief.
The president is prone to making mistakes, but again, my thing is the president has to look around his surroundings. I think that's where he has the problem. You have incompetent people who are there out of for self-greed. You understand me? Because I have a personal experience, but because of professional reasons, I'm not gonna say it in public. But internally, if I have an opportunity of seeing the president, I'm going to disclose to him things that I have seen and experienced by myself, especially when I went for inauguration. That let me know, even come and trade shop to come back to Liberia. Okay? But I didn't remain quiet. I went internally and expressed my views and my experience I had, and it didn't go down well with many of them. Okay? But when it comes to his surrounding, he has to look around and see how best he can reshuffle some of the incompetent people, you know. And one person I would name is this Anthony V. Kessley. We all know how controversial he is. The man from the time I knew him in 1978 when he graduated from Torgbean High. He was the valedictorian of Torgbean High. At the time, Jehu the master was the principal. He went as valedictorian, prepared some speech that Hudemaya said, I have to scrutinize your speech before you speak. He refused, and that whole, graduation was disrupted. Since then, he came back to EULA, the same thing, controversy. He saw record as saying, recently, as deputy minister, he came to New York with DSA. Instead of keeping shut, he went expressing that he had to sleep on the floor of journalists' room, whereas he had DSA. And I thought that was degrading. You represent the presidency. You shouldn't be doing this around the presidency. Recently, when it came to Samuel Jackson case, Samuel Jackson is trying to criticize government. You, as deputy minister, instead of doing your job, informing the people of what is obtaining at the borders, you there talking about, how people publishing SYZ or what have you. So, these are kind of people that run the president that cause you embarrassment. And when you tell him, he try to insult you like a little child. I don't play that game. I say it straight up. You like it, fine. You don't like it, that's it. Another question is, we have the security sector committee during the inauguration.
How about the security advisor?
The way I come into.
Okay.
Don't put me in trouble.
Oh.
So we have.
You're not in trouble with Kessley, but you're in trouble with the advisor.
Wait. I think who is on record by saying we allow the president to hear what he wants to hear, and he brags about it. We want the president to hear what he wants to hear. Okay, we do what we want him to hear. You can't do that, and these are the problems. So I will openly say that, Mr. President, open your ears to listen to some of us who supported you and have the experience and expertise to provide some advice when it comes to the leadership of the country. The Liberian poor are suffering, they're not satisfied, there are more to be done to satisfy the citizenry. Please, most of the advisors are not doing what they're supposed to do. Look around and see how best we can augment the strength with professional people around you. Mr. Nagbe, we're all going through the government policies because I'm not clearly authority to do that.
Thank you. Joe, you're supporting for re-election?
So you're not giving me a grade? You're not giving me a grade?
Oh, Richard Bridge was cussing. The president is doing well. The president is doing well. And I said meeting the 8.
Wow. No, the question is, were you supporting for re-election?
Oh, Richard Bridge was cussing.
Come on, man.
Okay.
But then when you have a big business, I come to CNC.
It's time for you to go have dinner. Your party comment.
Musa is my very good friend. He's a
I guess when you have a big business, you come to CNC.
So I remain committed to the MPP.
JK, do you have time for one question before you leave?
The way you left your friend CDC, then you went to your uncle Unity Party.
No, I'm not a member. I'm not a member of Unity Party.
I'm saying you might go to your friend CMC Ability, right? It's a possibility.
Well, we'll reach out to cross it.
Yeah. You know, the reason I like you, Mr. Cody, we in the CSC, we let building bridges and you let bricks. So yeah,
Mr. Gayman, are you still active with the CMC?
Listen, I'm active with the CMC.
No. I need to answer this question today.
I just answered the question. And we building bridge, so it's coming. That's what I'm saying.
So what's your role? What's your current role in the CMC?
Listen, this is not about me. It's about Mr. Cully.
Okay. We'll discuss that tomorrow.
I want to thank you. I want to thank you all for the invitation, and I'm going to always to be quiet whenever you guys need me. One thing I want to leave is that I want to thank Gregory Kromah, William Morbat, and leadership of the LMP for what they are doing. I'm aware that they are going through strenuous measures, but they need to be more proactive in handling the police affairs. They should prioritize training in the area of ethics in policing, crime scene management, or investigative techniques. You should have priority on training forensic scientists. You should have their own pathologists to ensure that we successfully handle cases. The CSD division needs the enhancement of training, especially when it comes to interrogation strategies. And this will work when they will have modules set up for a quarterly basis where they are quarterly reminder of what the duties are and the techniques they will use in prosecuting cases. I think these have been the problems, and I know Gregory has the knowledge to do these things, but the lack of the requisite finances to support his plans have been the problems. And this is why I got problem with legislatures who are paying themselves huge sums and continue to pocket themselves without looking down to the security of the state. Again, I want to thank President Walker for his initiative, and I pray that he looks around himself and get rid of those who are not working in line with his principles. Again, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Hopefully you can come back soon.
On the day of the day Jote and the rest of the folk was traveling that day,
Where
were
were
you
you?
by any chance expected to have been on that flight?
Well, give me a chance to explain the story. Let me give you.
No, we'll do another day.
No, in less than 5 minutes.
No, why did you want to be on the flight, Pewee?
In less than 5 minutes.
No, but I know the role he played. I deliberately asked this question. And
Let him
explain real quick.
What happened was on that money.
I know something, Mr. Nagbe.
Prior to the incident, Jote has sent the late General Sharif, Cecilia Lewis, and others to Maryland County.
Yeah.
To do some arrest of some so-called boyos who were carrying on some ritualistic killings. When they went there, according to information, they failed to implement the orders.
Yeah, the boyo people.
And so, Eugene Namwe at the time was a special assistant and was special assistant to Jote. They are traveled from Mozambique. When they got back, Jote had another trip to go, but he suspended Eugene. When he got back, he suspended Eugene for some reason, for administrative reasons. And so he was planning to have gone the following day. But just in that time, the late Samuel Kelly, the commandant for the academy, had died. So that morning he called. He called Central. He said, Central, give me one now. I said, go ahead. He said, 10:20. I said, I'm at 10:40. 10:40 means office. He said, join me at the academy. When we got to the academy, the first thing Joe did, he said, go on now. I said, yes, sir. He said, this chair is when anybody sit in it will die. I will sit there and see when I will die. That was the first instance. Okay? So when we left from there, we went to the funeral. Went to the funeral. He paid a tribute. He said, today is killing. Tomorrow will be you or me. Next morning, the Central had just come to town. So today I bought a brand new Central. So he called Siri Allen, the both of them. I had some money for him, because I used to press some documents, and I had some payments, signature, and what have you, that we used to use for operations. So I had some money with draft documents. And he called me to the basement. I went to the basement where a new car, he and Siri Allen were sitting together. You got called Siri Allen and asked him about this. Siri Allen knows the whole story. So when they drove to the airport, in fact, before then, when I got to office, the late Walter Penner, may he so rest in peace. He was the chief of traffic. All right, 117. Yeah, 119. He said, 119, are you for? I said, yes, sir. I said, yes. He came up to me. He said, my man, where's the chief? I said, the chief is at the Wet Flowers. He said, the chief can't want to talk to him. I said, okay. So when he went down, said he had a wallet in his leather pocket. He said, 119, did you see my wallet? And those were all signs, So they went to when they went to the airport, everybody got on board. So when Jote looked down, he saw Walter Penner. He said, Walter Penner, do you want to go? He said, yes. So he said, Colonel Sherry, get down. That's how Walter Penner got on board. So that's how I didn't go on that trip. So when he got on board, when they succeeded, Jote, the man, he knew operations. He succeeded and everything, or have you, according to information, while coming, they ran out of fuel. So Captain Sumo, just the man I blame for that whole episode.
Why?
Yeah, I will tell you why. So we just said they ran out of fuel. Then Jose asked him, what is the safest thing to do? He said, we have to go to Buchanan. Can you Leonard Buchanan? He said, yes. They went to Leonard Buchanan. When Leonard Buchanan, later on, I got a note now from Siri Allen because he met me and the late Emma Ross. Emma Ross happened to be the deputy for NSA at the time. But he myself grew up, childhood from the old road. So he knew me very well. So Sierra Allen, what about Tony DeLine, Joe Tate, they all were at, because Tony was Lemico's boss in Buchanan. They all sat there doing their thing. They allowed the officers to go to the hotel, to get lodging place or take the money and refill. Come to Moravia. So just in that time, Joe Tate received a call because he's supposed to receive some money from the president to travel. When he received a call, he called for Captain Sumo. He said, Captain Sumo, that was about 5 o'clock in the evening. Captain Sumo, are we able to land at Springfield Airfield? He said, well, even though we are low on fuel, but for to the distance, by the time we get there, we'll get dark. He said, but if staff from headquarters can provide lights, at Springfield Airfield, we land.
Wow.
So that how they went collected the return from the hotel. Sierra Allen told me when he saw us, he had just driven from where he and Joe were from Buchanan to Habel. He met me in error, right? He said, well, Joe, I told, he said, I told Joe to us to ride and come home, take our time. He said, no, let me hear. You see I'm safe? He's dead. So when that happened, they came. Well, look, just heard, all units break the list 100. Give me all units, proceed to Salem. Salem is Springfield Airfield. Proceed to Salem, provide lights. So we all drove there. That's how I was using the polo. We drove there. When we drove to Springfield Airfield, just in that time, I don't know what happened. When it happened, we just heard he changed the order. He said, all units proceed to Kent. Somebody had called to say that the less at Kent, which is Ralsfield Airport, was on. That's how he changed the order. So just in that time, by the time I got to Ralsfield, there was no light. And we just had to see Louis crying. My people were down. I had a crash landed. Okay, when the crash landed in the swamp, I remember that day I took off my uniform. I was in my pants. I remember myself. The water stepped out to our chest. After Messi Allen told us, well, I just came from Buchanan. Joe and myself were together. I told him to ride with me. He refused. And this is why I am. That's how Joe did, and the other people died. That's why what up on Herman, because he was not on the trip. He went and Joe saw him and said, you want to ride? He said, yes. I understand there were two other Catholic priests that were given a ride to also.
Yeah.
In the incident.
Wow. It was quite unfortunate. I can remember that day I followed live the communication from my late father radio, because he was the assistant minister at the Ministry of Executive Marshal. So most of the communication in the house that day was live on the radio that day. And other thing. It was quite unfortunate because I got some information that you were on the airport and all those things the guy when they explained it, and that's one of the reasons. But it was a tragic end to
tragic, man. Tragic. I've been friends with you guys. I don't know what you guys think, but Jotes?
What's the meaning of Gokpen?
Gokpen was a family name actually. Like that.
I have chance to call him because I can remember that.
I know how to call him. That's a name for the head of the family. The person who was Gokpen was on the late Vivian Cook. Yeah. Vivian Cook was Gokpen. After he died, then passed it on to Jote as a Gokpen. Gokpen is the head of the family.
The family, right? Yeah, because Taylor emphasized it during the Sunday, and that night he was sending up. Yeah, he told someone on the radio, that voice on the radio that day, say, hey, you do everything, you don't let Gokpen to die.
Yeah, what happened?
It was
thank you.
Good. Guys, it's 9:34. My man, your Portugal drink getting cold.
Right,
we'll call you back, man. Please keep
I'll get a number. I'll call you.
Yeah, please do. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Doc. Okay, you can turn off. Oh, guys, we had two great stories. We didn't
just log off on your end, yeah.
We'll touch on it tomorrow. The front page Africa said Macron says no. We didn't discuss that. And then the FIA tells the court today that the allegation against the finance minister, they had no evidence to back up the government's case. These are two major breaking news.
I come in, Leo is trying to say something. He said I was never in the swamp. What he meant, that what he meant in the swamp. But it's true. The plane crashed in the swamp, in the palm tree. It was in the swamp. It's true. Did that. My brother said the man was not
Samuel Tuer, they got no evidence according to the FIA against Samuel Tuer because they were summoned. The FIA was summoned to bring all the record, financial record, as according to the government prosecution's case. FIA show up today and say they have no record of all the claims that the government is making, which is a major setback. And
Did I
then,
say Jerome in Russia goes sorry for Pezu?
and then France today say no. Macron said no.
So who what's it? Okay, the question now to that point is who is confirming that France said no?
This is what it said here. The front page Africa sources: French president declined President Ouattara's request to mediate the Liberian dispute with Guinea.
But France and Guinea not on good terms. You know, sentimental.
That's what they are saying here.
So you know that they are not. So I won't be. This man is being backed by Russia and China. You know that.
Yeah.
And I got new, but we're not just say too much open there. There's new intelligence
when you
about
see,
why
you see, Mr. Gayman, when you see the kind of caption, right? You see this kind of caption. Then let's look at the relationship within the Francophone country. When you say that, then people say you're trying to check ethics. But look at the relationship between the Guinean president and almost all the country right now in the Francophone country. There's no cordial working relationship there.
That's true.
So then why is the president reaching out then? Why?
Huh?
So why is the president?
Why did the president reach out?
I gotta ask the foreign minister why you reaching.
Yeah, but that's the point we're making.
Because you're not getting anything. You'll not get anything out of these people right now. Based upon what is on.
The article yesterday, the French ambassador acknowledged receipt of the request. This is not. They say the French ambassador.
So this is indicative. Mr. Cummings, this is indicative that the president is unaware of a lot of things, right? You just proved the point. Because if this president was alert and in the know, the president would have known that it's a waste of time to even reach out to our French counterpart, because it's not much he can convince this Guinean president given the current relationship. So then why is the president or those around the president? Listen, and I think this kind of buttress Tomalin's point. And as we get near to 2029, I think this is going to be a referendum, not necessarily on the achievement of this government, Mr. Jerome, but a referendum on the fact that, listen, we cannot afford, and we saw this happen in the last U.S. election. We cannot afford as a country to have a president who, from all indication, does not appear to be alert. I think it's about time we tell the president, Mr. President, you've done your part, you served your country diligently, and it's time to retire. Enjoy your kids, enjoy your grandkids, enjoy your wife. Because everything you just said proves the point. If the president reaches out to individuals and to counterparts and to people, he knows very well does not have anything within them to get involved in this process diplomatically. He won't waste his time to reach out. I mean, it's just common sense.
But Robert, Liberia is on the Security Council. You got and the two countries that are supporting.
I didn't even mention that exactly.
Guinea. You got Russia and China there. You can't ask the ambassador, say, try to talk to the people.
Ultimately, you're going far. Go to Ouattara. Go to Ouattara.
Exactly.
Because in the Francophone end now, only Ouattara and France got that cordial working relationship.
But now, you see, Ouattara is part of MRU. But if you know that he did not even attend the summit.
No, not at all.
With Mara Bio and Boga and Dumaya.
Because of it's of no interest.
You know what? Well, some of the things what is killing them is this. They have people like Sylvester Pewee around.
Yeah.
They underestimated the fact that Sylvester Pewee was in the previous government. This guy is well knowledgeable on some issues. But information dissemination is the problem.
That's it.
That's just the problem of this government. Who disseminate the right information. And if you're saying I will copy or emulate the good example of Robert, then let's go back to Madame Salif. When Madame Salif took over 6 months after the inaugural program, all the opposition political parties said she flunked. What Madame Salif did, Madame Salif made sure that all government officials, ministers appear on a particular program to disseminate government information. After that, she makes sure that all public relation officers, Ministry of Information, Culture, and Tourism must control the narrative. But in the wake of them trying to control their narrative, and most of them came from Madam Salib, so why you can't copy the good example of information?
Because the president is losing his alertness. Listen, the older you get, productivity declines. It has nothing to do with the fact. It has nothing to do with wisdom. Wisdom is good, but at some point, wisdom is required on an advisory level and not on an operational leadership level. The Republic of Liberia requires a president who is in control. The president is wise. He might be wise, but is he calling all of the shots? Is he, and listen, all of what has happened over here, there are things that the president can do. If I don't have the wisdom of the president, but I'm not a fool. And if I was president, as young as I am, I would do the bare minimum. And the bare minimum as we speak right now, in the order of diplomacy, peace, and all this stuff we don't want, is to ensure the protection of our border. It's not a brain surgery, and I don't understand why this government has not taken action to say our armed forces, the armed forces of the Republic of Liberia, goes to the border. You know, I meant to ask Mr. Colley this question. What is his definition of war? And maybe those within the president's circle, with this whole diplomatic approach, can also tell us, what is your definition of war? Because if your definition, if your diplomacy approach means that, you know what, we will just allow the Guinean, while we engage them diplomatically, to encroach on our land, where the military are there, they are not moving, right? And we are just engaging diplomatically. What is stopping us from also ensuring that our military officers are also at the border? What is stopping us from doing that? There are little common sense things we can do that we have not done. It tells you about the leader. The president could be wise, but is his wisdom required when it comes to these things? And you know what? This is going to be on the ballot. These things happen. When COVID-19 happened, when Ebola happened, we did not expect it. But the action of the government spoke volume. This is going to be on the ballot. What did the president do with all of what has been invested in the security sector? What actions are we taking when we are tested? I think we failed. We failed massively.
Meanwhile, today, we just got information, but our source now, people don't hold me accountable that I got it from a source. The government trying to get loan from the World Bank because they're out of money.
You say, as you do what?
Don't can say I'm gonna give my source.
You're attacking me.
What? The World Bank because of the low on cash. I don't know whether to get it. I don't know.
You know, Pewee will not ask you for your source.
And then why happened to 1.1 billion?
But I didn't get you come out here. There's a big information.
The government trying to get a loan from the World Bank because they're low on cash. And you know, even GD Bank came up with a statement today and said that they shouldn't put a blame on them for money. Then the last thing is that
GD
it's true.
I come in. Judge, wait now. I will let you go. Now, Sonny, GD Bank reported the statement today.
Yeah, but you saw the issue of statement.
Because the final measure was leaving blame on them.
Yeah, they said it shouldn't be held. They said they are prepared to process government payroll, but the money is not there.
And how long has it been since folks got paid?
I don't know. But
so
last
they said February. That's how
it is true that Guinea has put a pause on our current. So we gotta be careful with Guinea. So that can
No, but the issue quickly, and that's a good point. It's possible to money that they be requesting the World Bank for that. There's some problem coming up. We hearing from Isa, but there's some problem. But the Guinean situation about the current, that I wouldn't worry on that too much. What we need to do now is to the reason why I wouldn't worry on that is
people are putting it in the comment section that part of Monroe is dark.
The reason about the Guinean current coming to Liberia, that is the current. What we do now, we can expand negotiation with the Cote d'Ivoire. That's the current coming from Cote d'Ivoire.
No, Cote d'Ivoire already caught you from 50 megawatts.
That is not the current.
Cote d'Ivoire already caught you from 50 to 10 megawatts.
Listen, man. Where you calling from, guy? We got someone in line.
I see.
Cote d'Ivoire current.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Your name and where you calling from?
This is Nate. I'm calling from New Jersey.
Okay.
Actually, your guest, let me say, good evening to you guys. But I really wanted to address issues for your guests.
Connor Colley. I mean, he's a colleague. At the time, he was addressing issues about demonstrations and other things during the Taylor era. But then we all were at the University of Liberia. So what he's saying, there were constant demonstrations. In fact, that led to the expulsion of also leadership, some of the leadership, like the likes of Alfonso Nilden, and even the current guy, who is the head of the law reform, Ona Jala and all these guys. Some of them did not graduate on time because of those kind of demonstrations that used to go on campus. So for his, I understand he was the chief of staff to the police director back then, but he knows me very well, that he managed to intercede. That was
MP Borough.
They literally brutalized students at the University of Liberia. Ended up is the black all of the entrances at the place at the time.
Mohammed, MP Borough.
Bring that up, and, so I mean, I'm not trying to kind of bring down what he was stating here, but I just wanted to set the record straight for that point. Because at the time I was at the University of Liberia too. So those are the things that happened during the Taylor era. It wasn't all roses and all. There were no demonstration. Indeed, constantly to the point that in fact graduation were not held on time for some of those demonstrations that used to take place at the University of Liberia. So I just wanted to point that out. And lastly, the president of Liberia, President Bouakai, is not in good standing. People are forgetting that Bouakai disrespected ECOWAS delegations. So people, those people are not going to look this thing lightly to the point that when you call on them to intercede in crisis and you expect them to come running to your call. So that's the problem. You can't break bridges every time and expect that people will knock their chest for you when there's a trouble at your door. So I just wanted to point this thing out there, but that's things some time.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, listen, my favorite friend, my favorite little Theodore Gibson, I'm always trying to run away from the show. I've been here 4 hours. She just got here. Then she want me to wait for her so she can.
My man, you ain't still a part of fight. Don't pour inside our video.
But
Go for it.
I think Pewee, can you confirm this? Probably you was around. I mean, you were around then. Sometimes people made a lot of references to ECOWAS, but I guess maybe you're familiar with the Chairman Judah Bryant's situation with the ECOWAS audit report that had all these big names involved. And ECOWAS didn't do us well. Madam Salih and Kabina Janet made Chairman Judah Bryant to walk in 25 other slippers from the Justice Ministry to the Monrovia Central Prison. You had the names of Snow, and just to go on, all the people who were in there, ECOWAS sat there and said they sat there and they allowed Bryant to pay the price for all the guys who stole from as far as LPRC to the MPA. So sometimes people make references to ECOWAS. I think the only best thing they did for us was to help us during the embryo stages of our civil crisis and to the end of the civil crisis. But sometimes if you look at the negotiation skills,
don't do that, man. The entire duration of the crisis, ECOMOG was there throughout.
No, I said the good thing they did for us on the embryo stages of our civil crisis to the end of our civil crisis. But Mr. Nagbe, the issue I just raised has to do with what
I
some
agree
of the
with you.
things
That's a very, very legitimate and important issue. But I don't want you to also minimize what those
I'm not
people
minimizing
did.
the good work. Mr. Nagbe, I'm not minimizing the good work, right? But all derived from the fact that if we had set a lot of standard today, we would not be where we are because ECOWAS was in a better position to help us to settle some of these standards. But that ECOWAS audit report, then to come down to that of the TRC recommendation, they didn't help us. They knew that we had a better way to resolve everything.
Guys, we gotta go.
Yeah, no. But Mr. Cummings, one might argue that who's paying the fine for what happened in what allegedly happened in Sierra Leone? You have Charles Taylor is locked up. So I'm sure Charles Taylor was the president and he was the bigger fish. And so the buck started and ended with him, and so he's paying the fine, right? So I'm not saying this is a similar case with Julie Bryant, but I mean Julie Bryant was then the
the chairman of the.
Georgia was the president, just as
Absolutely.
Garguah is the president now.
Absolutely. So I mean, more than likely, he's gonna. It's expected for him to pay the fine. I mean, I think that's the case. Yeah.
No.
But I'm
if you send me an
you know,
email, I'll send you the document.
Look, I'm sorry, but thank you guys. I'm leaving, but I just wanted to express my utter surprise at the shallowness of the diplomacy of the government. And again, Pewee is here. They never really did any backdoor channeling to get to Macron, and they went public. I mean, how do you do that? Before you make this kind of information public, don't you do your background? I think the foreign minister could have even flown to Paris to meet with Macron. And we were saying here, use the people of Macron. And I mean, it comes out, I read, apparently France is saying, even maybe President Weah had gone there, Macron would have still said no. But then we would have known and not made this public. It just seems to me like we didn't even take advantage of that. We just got up and wrote President Macron to come and intervene in our situation. And I was reading the thing, and Macron is saying right now, but what is happening in the region, apparently he doesn't want to get involved with it. That's something we should have known before we even made this public. It just makes us look bad, and quite frankly, I think it just made our situation worse, because now Dopoh is going to get even more tougher and dig in, because now he knows we're desperate, we're running out of options. I'm just really, the whole day I just been thinking about it. I'm shocked. But thank you guys very much. It's been great being with you. I hope to be back with you again.
Don't go yet, Chief. I think that's an important point you struck out there about.
Let everybody stay for the closing, please.
Yeah,
about you gotta close now so we can go.
Yeah, what he doing now?
I don't know.
But Taylor said Jerome will leave. We gotta let Jerome leave.
we discussed.
No, yeah, I must gotta go. So let
Cody came. We're discussing some issue. I think, and Cody brought a MPP sentiment or other thing there. So we have a lot of people still watching us. So I think we should never. But we'll be wrapping it up soon. But to your point, Mr. Nagbe, on a serious note, I agree to that. Just the kind of a diplomacy this government talked to. There's some element of surprise here, and the reason why they're pushing to it is just this. What I want to call they did a kind of a my kind of an intervention to diplomacy here. Now there was this. Hearing from behind the scene that Mr. Weah had a very good rapprochement with President Macron. So they wanted to jump the gun to say they don't want Mr. Weah to do that kind of intervention. In diplomacy, it resort to quite mild diplomacy. It comes to a spill diplomacy where you collapse the discussions before you try to engage. You have the little weapon here to strike in terms of the red line. What you should have done, you're right, send an emissary, a special emissary, who of course will have to be the foreign minister. You engage your counterpart in France. It's not the president, the French foreign minister. Say, hey, there's this thing unfolding that our president would love to have conversation with that. You started through that way, and the negotiation with China through that means.
Absolutely. The foreign minister should be right now globetrotting, trying to consult with foreign leaders.
Yeah,
That's
they
why
were rushing behind the scene to not let we have to make this news. So they protect. Then they had now. President Waka is in talk with President Macron. They force him to place the call. Yeah, I mean, sorry, Macron will take the call, but if you don't do it and channel it in the way that you should, because to announce any diplomatic achievement, you may have done what we call behind the scene channeling. And behind the scene channeling diplomacy is very vital and important. And that you come up with some haphazard or knee-jerk approach in diplomacy, and this line wouldn't come up with any fruits. So this was probably happy Raul. They thought they were going to push to stop someone, and sometimes again, it's not everybody that got the start to do certain things. You see, Steve Witkoff is a very on-the-spot diplomat America has correctly, and he does what we call he's the interlocutor here. But he and Jerry Kushner, they are the one that discuss behind the scene with these people because they know how to do the engagement with other government. Then the president come and announce. Yeah. So you do sufficient background work, then you allow the president. When the president is into anything, it's serious because you don't want to elevate it to the level of the presidency. Then you disgrace the president. It doesn't see in presidency. That's what there's two things. We have the president and we have the presidency. The presidency is not functioning well in Liberia, and the president himself is not functioning well. It's a combination of the two.
Oh, can I do my closing, please?
Yeah, do your closing.
Yeah, and I agree with Pewee on this note. But this I think just to buttress what you said, I think the government, they are looking for some achievement on this, right? And even though I agree that we only have one president at the time, and I wouldn't expect the former president to be making calls on behalf of the administration. But imagine if this president had a relationship with the former president, to make a phone call as the elder and say, my son, here is what's happening. I know that I have access to the president of France, but I also understand your deep-rooted relationship with the president of France. By the way, this relationship, supersedes just presidential, right? The president of France is a fan of the former soccer star George Weah. He made that very clear. He's been very clear about that, right? And so there's a personal relationship outside of politics, right? And I'm sure, given the fact that, and by the way, the former president should also be briefed on national security issues as well. If we're being honest, the former president should be briefed on former presidents, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and we are blessed. We underestimate how blessed we are to have two former leaders still, alert in the country, live in the country, and it baffles me that the current president, is not acting. You see, every time we talk about wisdom as a Jerome, wisdom is just it's not just a word we say. It's something that we act. You can have all of the wisdom, but if you're not exercising, if you're not actually utilizing the wisdom in ways that make impact, then the wisdom is useless. It's almost like a degree. All these guys have all these master's degree, and then they work at Walmart. You got master. You got two master degrees. You got two master's degrees while you're working at Walmart. You got all these degrees, but there's nothing to show for these degrees, right? And so I think it's about time that this president show wisdom. I don't expect him to show wisdom, because I expected the president to show wisdom when the collaborating party at the time was in this whole mess. I expected this president to say, Mr. Cummings and all of the leaders within the CPP come together and let's squash this issue. He didn't show wisdom. I don't expect the president to show wisdom as president of the republic right now. But given the fact that he's our president,
why do you people messing with me
but given the fact that he's our president, we want the president to do well, especially when it involves our national security. And so I'm hoping that something comes out of this. But on this guest, it's clear, Jerome. You know, the guest said something, and
no, Raul, you didn't mention the speaker say he convened in Parliament. I think March 30th.
Yeah, the speaker. That's another. Listen,
Fred came here twice. Edward came here twice, and we
a lot of foolery. But I think this guest, he's a very interesting character. But my conclusion tonight is very clear. He said something profound that I picked up. He said, when you begin to hit on government, they forget about you. And for those who will spoon talk the government, those who will speak nice about the government that they talk. So I think his attempt here tonight, he made an effort tonight to speak highly of the government. And do you realize that he strategically bashed certain people and strategically applauded certain people as well, like the IG, right? And so I think he is looking for a job.
Because exactly.
And there's nothing wrong with looking for a job.
He didn't deny it.
You can't come here and contradict yourself. And lastly, to my dear friend and brother Lofa Julius, I saw your comment on the comment. I don't know where you've been. You've been hiding. You've been there. You not come back. But Dylan is my friend. But you know the difference between my friends and I? My position on Dylan and the clarity that I've been given and the opportunity that I've been given to engage Dylan. I have been very clear and very tough on where I stand on these issues. And my friends know that.
Man.
But unlike you,
Dylan, the cultural ambassador now, Robert, don't forget that.
But unlike Lofa Julia Sylvester, Lofa Julia called Dylan the worst. Lofa Julia called Dylan the worst names in the book. How he was a this, he was a that. The minute he landed in Liberia, news hit us that he was drinking Kool-Aid and beer at Dylan's office. And when he came back, his tone changed.
Lofa Julius, my tune has not changed. I am as consistent can be.
Oh, you
And
said you are drinking Kool-Aid and beer?
Kool-Aid and beer in the office. But when I saw he came back because of the Kool-Aid and beer, his tune changed. The record show. His tune changed. And so how can you come here? How can you come here and come after a man and me? I'm very, very consistent. Dylan, I'm a team, even with his shortcomings. I've had many engagement with Dylan one-on-one. He has availed himself.
You said 2 minutes. You were talking
No, Jerome, I know you gotta go eat, but this is very important. I would not allow Lofa Jr., who were on the show, and ran from the show, don't have the guts to come on the show to approach me, to come in and tell me I'm all over the place. No, I'm not all over the place. Because you know what's gonna happen? When I get to Liberia, I'm not gonna be drinking Kool-Aid with Dylan. I can buy my own Kool-Aid and beer. And even if I drink Kool-Aid and with Dylan, I'm going to pay for it. And that would not change my stand. My stand will be consistent as it can be. Dylan remains
Robert, is he a government surrogate now?
Oh, he's a Dylan surrogate now. But he's afraid to say it.
He's
Dylan surrogate. But great show, Mr. Jerry, I'm so sorry. I have to address
Johnny,
that.
Johnny, it's almost 1 o'clock. What time is it over there, Johnny?
It's 2 o'clock.
Oh, 2 a.m. Come on.
Yeah, 10.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Johnny.
but you know, gentlemen, thank you, man. And let me appreciate you guys who brought JK on the show. You know, looking at the situation here, I indicated during the election when President Barker was former vice president for 6 years, he was in Monrovia. Which regional body did he ever serve on? Even for people to recognize to bring him to say, come serve on a regional body to build relationship. What we're experiencing right now is it's telling me that our president, our governor does not have a good relationship in the
no contact, probably.
You understand? Because
that one no investor can come in the country.
No, the thing is, they never going to France. Right around here, what is our relationship with Ghana? Right? What can we do with relationship with Cote d'Ivoire or even with Senegal? You understand? Even Nigeria. Don't you think Nigeria can help you to get involved with this, cross-border situation that going on between Liberia and Guinea? But you want to go to Macron, right? And now we're hearing Macron is saying, where my hands are full, so your hand aid your Liberian way or your African way. All Macron is saying, hand aid as Africans. So let's wait. Everybody say the old man has so much wisdom, so much experience. I believe he got so much wisdom, so much experience. Let's see how we resolve this matter between Liberia and Guinea. But I'm hoping that our show will help to inform government officials so they don't see us as enemies. Let them see us as supporters that want them to do the right thing to make Liberia a better place to live. Right now, we're having serious issue with energy now. Right? Since this morning, we've been out of energy in the entire Pinsville. The energy came on my team maybe around 12, 1 o'clock, almost, just a few hours ago, about an hour ago. And we may like to experience it for a long period. And once energy has problem, the next thing we'll start experiencing will be supply of water. Because LDC has to support water and sewer to pump water through the system to come to Monrovia. So we are gradually moving towards issues of crisis, social crisis, social infrastructure crisis. But be careful. And I hope the president is bringing his team together to meet. And one area of affairs is appointed today, where he's saying the chiefs are corrupt. Somewhere, but I want to take my time to go again and really listen to what he said today. Because the issue at FOIA is not chiefs' issue. The chiefs are even overlooked.
Intelligence failure.
You know what I'm saying? That's failure on the part of the system. I would say before that the same river comes from all the way up Vonjema. The same Macron is from all the way up Vonjema. Right behind La Razoo, the town called Trame Waterside. This is a place they mine all the sand from to build the Lofa County University. They wouldn't have issue because the people use shovel to dig the sand. Right? From there. This river is a major asset to the both countries. I don't understand how up and now the president has gone Guinea to have a meeting with the president of Guinea and Sierra Leone. He has not told us why Guinea decided to cross the border. We are still speculating on what we see around there. That people are mining sand with drive machine, so Guinea came across, and Guinea in previous time had already asked those that were there to stop. Right? But I don't know if all you can tell me, because maybe I'm not following too well. Did the president tell us what the Guinean government told him in Guinea, why they did what they did to us? They stay across our borderline. Do we know why they are there?
No.
So if we don't know, then that's a problem for us. Why would we be informed? So again, come back. Rather than trying to say, your estimate was this and that, put your estimate down the line. The person who is mostly now accountable to us is our chief executive when it comes to security. Tell us what is happening. If you can't tell us, then we are in one set of confusion. Then we may an estimate we want to make. So I'm appealing to my uncle Joseph Bokai, please try to let us know why the Guineans are doing what they are doing. If they told you and you feel that you can address it the way you want to address it as early as possible. But it's not good. Our people living along the border who experienced the war are not in peace now. They don't go on and farm in the bush anymore because they are worried that anything will happen. Anything will happen. And you look at the situation, the army is there. The North Carolina superintendent goes to them. The Guinean army, they will interact and talk everything. So if our soup can go there and meet with them, so why our police or the army cannot be deployed? Now the police, why the army can be deployed so the both armies can have conversation and know what's happening.
Exactly.
I don't think if you deploy our army there, the Guinean will shoot at them. No. If you deploy our army, give them straight instruction. You are going there to protect the borderland. If anything happens, get back to our information. But I don't know what's happening. But anyway, we have a government to respect. Thank you guys, gentlemen, for the night. We try our best to survive Monrovia, and we know we'll make it a good call for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable comments.
Well, great show, gentlemen. Great show. Thank you so much
for coming.
inviting
Thanks for coming,
me.
comments. Thanks for coming.
I look forward to my Irish brother sending me the links sometime, or my good friend and brother, Honorable Pewee.
My man, I call you St. Patrick's Day. You say you don't drink, you pastor, so you're not part of our club. We're not throw you out.
No, on that note, you're on your own. but great show, and for a long time I sat in the back and I watched the closing argument. I was just looking at Robert when he was talking about the former president. Then my mind went back somewhere, way back on George Lobo's show. He said something about his childhood time, the civil crisis. So I started laughing. I said, "But there we go. I don't think the brother was too young, so the brother will not remember some of these things. But it's good that he's knowledgeable on some other issues. But on a serious note, if you look at our country today, since the war, our borders have been porous. So it's kind of worrisome when you hear some of these things. You're afraid. You're thinking what will happen tomorrow. Because in that same Lofa country, to the best of my knowledge, 7 Senegalese soldiers were beheaded in that same Lofa. In that same Lofa, we had learned Unimo K, Unimbo J. We had the Lofa Defense Force with the late Francois Massaquoi. So it's kind of worrisome when you start seeing some of these things. But we hope and pray that the president or this government will see reason to dialogue more and then try to inform the Liberian people. I often miss 2 presidents, Charles Taylor and Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, in terms of engaging the media.
Yes.
In terms of engaging the media. Every time something happened, whether they were in the wrong, they will come out to engage the media, to keep our people adequately informed. Or else you'll leave us speculating until it turns out that this is true. And I think the government got some sound people. They stay around. My good friend Sylvester, you may be familiar with Robert Lomia.
Yeah.
A fine diplomat, a good communicator, a good negotiator.
Very good.
I think the foreign minister need to bring Robert Lomia.
He taught me how to do citation, diplomatic citation.
They need to bring Robert and some other people, form part of a team and go back to Guinea again and talk this thing over with, so that we cannot come to this place where our people are living in fear. And, another issue there is that if the Ministry of Information, the Ministry of Information for Culture and Tourism, the custodian of government information dissemination, if you're not saying something to the Liberian people, but these kind of platforms where you have Liberians in the diaspora all around the world, come to these platforms. Gentlemen, I'm going to make my time available. I know Sylvester. I know Mr. Nagbe. I know Mr. Gayman. I'm coming. No matter how many shots you guys going to send, I'm coming so we can talk.
Exactly.
That way, it alleviates the speculation. But when they started formulating a talk show, I sat down for a long time. I called somebody. I said, gentlemen, you guys are shooting yourself in the leg.
Exactly.
Leave this thing. How can you be a cabinet minister and you interview another cabinet minister?
Exactly. Oh my God.
And if all of you guys say you're trying to emulate the good example of Madam Salif, then let's do like this. Go to the closing argument, go to Liberia Public Radio, all these different platforms. Talk to Liberians in the diaspora. Talk to Liberians back home. Engage all these different radio stations. I'll give you guys one example. Many years ago, I did something for LPRC. My good friend and big brother, the late Harry Green. There was a situation involving the Zakin oil deal.
Oh, yeah.
And I told Harry, I said, Harry, let's do a documentary on LPRC. He said, Jerome, where are you? I said, I'm home. He said, come to LPRC. It's Saturday, I'm in my office. Come tell me. So I went there. Rabok Bale was somewhere outside there. And he said, my man, come in my office, let's talk. I said, let's do a documentary on LPRC from the jetty to Buchanan to Banga. Let's do a documentary on the historicity of LPRC. It will help to alleviate the speculation. So we did a documentary on the jetty, the management, and it was both radio, TV, and newspaper. Then Harry appeared on the air. Then when the Zakin oil deal was a noise, and media executives were speculating, I took my phone, I said, Harry, let's do something else. Give me 7 p.m. I'll bring all the media executives. He said, Jerome, you joking? I said, Paul Youngblee, give me 7 p.m. All the media executives will come to your restaurant tonight. But make sure that you got offering. He said, yes. We're able to get them. What is so hard in this government and previous government? What is so hard to bring some of these media practitioners? They know Tomalin George. They move around. They text one another. Said Tomalin, I'm coming tonight. We're bringing the information minister.
You don't have to take them to Accra, man. I said he did the editors.
No,
but you can just meet them.
Yeah. You know. My man, you buy electoral, man. Where the old lady carry anybody else to Accra?
But the bottom line, quickly,
but great show. I look forward to.
Excellent. I mean, you can't close twice now.
I close?
Yeah, you close.
Okay,
I'm
rest my case.
You go in the front. Yeah, your turn, man.
Yeah. Let me close. Let me close today, man. And you'll be last. No, but on a serious note, you see on the show, I get information I get now.
Okay.
Like you know, that's like what Mr. Cummings said.
Mr. Nagbe close.
When you refuse to talk to the media, speculation starts. Now, I want to show tonight. They telling me to say that the whole thing is about a full defense force that are deployed in Liberia. The Guineans are using the cross-border issue as a pretext. They say Guinea, among other things, demanding the government of Liberia turn some member of the FDF over. Why is the government not saying exactly what the Guineans are saying at the base of the action? So we know what's happening. We're getting all these things and speculation. We know what are FDF, full defense force in Guinea, in Liberia, trying to do something to Guinea. What are the late, what the former president, the man with the woman? What the woman was true.
So many, that message you just on the agenda, who sent it to you?
I'm out with the source.
Somebody sent it to you. But yeah, listen, the reason why I'm asking this question, part of the intelligence that I got yesterday and today is the main thing behind this. This president, this current military president, is deeply paranoid. He's believed that people want to target him.
Yes.
And the base is coming from
Liberia. In Liberia, yes.
So that's the whole thing coming up. But you can go ahead. I mean,
for two sides, it's from two fronts, Guinea and Sierra Leone.
This is why it's important to look. Like I said, you gotta go to TCA, go on other media. You can, but like you said,
they are mean. They want to spend money.
How can you form class? We do that. You don't bring each other. You think you all get the facts on that? No. Come here and let people ask you these questions and engage you. Like, for instance, information we just got. You can put it to your phone. So they may not accept it on the face value, right? They go in the intel and say, but look, that's why they post saying, yeah, what they post saying, what they now? That food that defend food, they men believe that dissident in our country trying to harm me. Man's a military man. Like he said, he paranoid, he fear. You know, he living in fear because how he got a power through the same deception. You know, he fooled the woman and went to the woman. So right now, the government got to be clear. As long as they're not clear, people will speculate and how they're going to be. But I can tell you this as I end. President Bogart, I can't meeting here today. Another was that. And he and Trump, they had the plan to do. I can't meeting together. Trump have own two, he have own. I don't know what I was doing. But the meeting here today, I can tell you, I don't know what comes out of that meeting because nothing we see happening.
It's a waste of time, man.
And now, if you get the people complaining, say no money in the country, they can't pay the 07, other thing, you want to get serious. That's the thing. But at least Iran and America talking now, so we can have some cool temper in the Middle East. So our gas price will go up. But your gas price a lot, man. Enjoy the show.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, before your soup get cool, quickly.
It's freezing now.
But we're putting the microwave. Don't worry. That one, what made me microwave?
Man, I ain't think of it. No light.
That is actually the problem that we're going to face. And listen, these guys are getting the buy of their own thing. They started the propaganda against the weird regime. And Gerald said something very profound just now, and I agree. And at the time, the way of responding to the communication line, and probably we couldn't ask as to what role we should be. People have to cut you and tell you, say, can't play this role, right? And I'm worried. I told a lot of folks, I told many before when I came in, we had some conversation before. The way they went about, I told too many 2022 that the way the propaganda is continuing, we met that day in part of Delaware here and Sunny Up. I said the way the propaganda is against the government, the machinery they deploy, it will be different. And people bad this, we have been not win the elections. I told him that day. He asked me on that day when we met when he was on the feed that day.
Yeah.
But the problem where we found ourselves today, the guys were engaged in them. They were a masterpiece of propaganda.
Absolutely.
They succeeded very well.
Yeah.
But what propaganda cannot do for you, and that's one of the things, and we all that did strategic communication and other things, what propaganda won't do for you, propaganda cannot help you when you are in governance.
Absolutely.
It cannot help you.
You got to perform.
It cannot help you. Propaganda can help you when you are outside of government, because
that's right.
I can say that today, I say that the president is incompetent. They'll be wanting to come find me to tell me to clarify, right? But what they need to do now moving forward is for the Liberian government now, a lot of things going to start happening.
Well,
with the current tension in the globe, they're not rich that they country really can solve their own problem. This thing that's unfolding, if it can pay,
Jerome.
we are getting information that from February they have not paid most of the civil servants.
Wow.
Now they're trying to shift that blame on GT Bank. And what Tumen just said just now, because I heard the external relations guy director talking this morning for Finance Ministry that GT Bank don't pay the people moving forward before the month. They will take all the government employees from GT Bank and ship to another bank. We also get the information from UBA and other banks in the country. If it is true and it persists, they start being inconsistent in paying government salary, coupled with the inconsistent information they're giving the Liberian people relative to the Guinean, to the border problem. And then there will be other situations that will come that will further compound this situation that will just lost the government to lose track. What I suspect, and then everyone, there's going to be a big current about thing now around the presidency. This group of people promoting their interest, the other people promoting their interest, and the finance minister is contemplating his nourishing the presidency also. He may likely resign sometime next year, or he may be all the people around the president now, they want him out. But the problem there is who will replace him. So the president is a little bit adamant about that. But he's nourishing and he got to be out. So there's going to be a lot of trouble. I'm seeing too much of things. So if I were around him to advancing the whole other thing, there was no when they established the whole government talking thing. John Colley now that is sick said there was nonsense, right? And of course, it's not going to help you. Because you cannot be a government information minister. You sit down with the minister of finance. Then ask the minister, when are you pay the people? The minister said, we paid the people yesterday. Come on, what are you doing? You're not helping us out. So that's going to continue. And I see. Now, I'm going to be wrong. But I said to too many last time we're discussing, if the hope for this, if this and this thing going to end this way, If we reach next year March, it's done. The Unity Party is done. I can tell anybody, no matter if you're to bring President Selly and President Bouaka Webb as the Election Commission chair, his son as the co-chair, then you bring Mo Ali as the data processing person, they will still beat them in the elections. They were still going to beat them in the election. So that's a job probably.
Provided if you know how to work on your propaganda to beat the.
Oh yeah. And I will hope the opposition should do that. And what I'm noticing for them quickly is that, for now we're playing this kind of role as commentator. We're not really. We're going to play some action beginning our institution. See all the team working around. We'll start taking some decision early next year. You're right about that. I'm seeing a lot of. How do you call it? I don't want to describe it. The description is not coming forward, but I've seen a lot of laissez-faire attitude on the part of the opposition. They are not forthcoming. They are not constructive in terms of their engagement. They will have to be, Robert, for them to do something that will come and get these guys out to play the lead role in the opposition line. They have to be proactive.
So let me ask you this question, right?
Hey guys, we gotta go. This is Josiah Joker. They say he's about to be appointed. NEC, is that the National Election Commission?
Yeah. But
Okay,
Mr.
guys.
Gayman, let me ask Sylvester this one question. Sylvester,
come on, guys.
if you put a team together, can this team go toe to toe with the Gafan group and that of the vice president group? Because there are two fronts now. The third fronts, I will hold that as my card to steady. But there are two fronts right now. Can your group go toe to toe?
With the performance of this finance minister, ain't nobody. He ain't got nowhere to go. This man with this kind of performance, what kind of case can he make to anybody that listen? I will do it better when I'm president.
Come on, very ineffective.
This is the third time around.
Yeah, I think Jerome answered bulk of the question, and that's the fine. I agree. So when you get his position out toe to toe with him, no. Now with the vice president, because the vice president, the reason I would position him because
you got three propaganda fronts right now. Do you know that you have three propaganda fronts?
Yeah, which is not helping them. Which is not helping them. They need one
within
because anything that happens under this administration, I don't care how you split it, will impact the vice. Even if the vice president were to say, you know what, I'm sick of this, I'm going to resign, and I'm going to run as a candidate and make the case as relative to why I resign, it's still not going to make a difference. So regardless what happened, only their performances and based on their premises will save them. Other than that,
but Robert, look at the laissez-faire attitude of the opposition.
That's another point. But you know what? The Unity Party, as we speak right now, are hurting themselves even without the opposition being tough on holding their feet to the fire. If the opposition was half the way Unity Party were when George Weah was in power, given all of what has happened, these guys probably done. But maybe the time is coming. Maybe the time is coming. But they have to perform. If they don't perform, I don't care who is at the head of the ticket. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. Wow. And it's shocking because this is happening this is not unit. At some point, you would think this is CDC. With everything we heard about how incompetent CDCians were and how dumb and how these guys were the best, Liberia had to offer. With this level of incompetence on the economy, on what's going on at the border, on leadership, you would think that this is not Unity Party at the helm of leadership. They have performed miserably. But great show, guys. Let's go, man. I've been here for 4 hours.
Absolutely. So basically, it will look forward to what's going to happen, but the government will have to, and it seems to be really down on this one. So good night, guys.
Yeah. All right, good night, guys.
Okay.
Good night, Mr. Nagbe.
Good night, Chief. See you guys tomorrow. Go Phillies. Don't forget.
Yeah.
When I know.
Why you enjoyed pie? Because we here on Judy today on Uncle Row.
All right. I'll move back.
Pewee, do you think the president should have spoken to President Seleke about this issue?
Of course. Because he remains one of the most powerful connected women in the world.
Yeah. But
And
it's just
listen,
do the back channel before they go public.
she got a lot of power
Man,
to
you got plenty of
do a
time
lot
to
of
beat those
things.
boys. I can't beat those boys. Those boys. But Johnny, do you know that it's simple to meet the former president and President Weah? They announced that one.
Good night, guys.
They met with him, but the man when I thought when he joined, go to the man. No, a problem they're facing. So Johnny, light on Dopoh right now, right?
No, I'm a solo.
So you see, that is 2-point approach.
I told you that I'm gonna put myself in solo right now. I'm in solo.
Wow.
I got to check my smart.
I see the thing. I see everything is shining, my man.
Oh yeah, my man. I also live my level on ever, and I ain't having a good level.
Yo, bro, you live a level. I tell people how you living, like, bro.
We're managing area, small. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be okay, man. It will be okay with the current business. We hope, our government who are smart, they will resolve the current, and hopefully they will start really pretty.
If Guinea put it on embargo, that embargo there, that thing they're doing, somebody say, that thing I see Guinea doing that embargo. Man, me Johnny and Pewee, the problem is that boy took power through military means. So right now, he's afraid. Anything he not comfortable will have brought that border will have brought. He's comfortable. But what can you do? The best you can do, be friends with Liberia, because you're afraid that you're not comfortable. You ever say, "Oh, Alpha Conde wants people to come out and bring him out of power." I think in Saudi Arabia, what can he do? You know, how much he can do? You know, so the best thing to do is to just try to find a way. But that man, he still believes that somebody trying like you looking over your shoulder, somebody coming behind you. Oh, he thinking,
that's the reason that he believed that the people from the foreign regions, he believed they get the kisses and the pieces that clubbing. The Fula people don't like him. They like them. They don't like the Fula people. That one of the reasons.
Oh, so that issue with the Fula defense for that, maybe that was all bothering too. Maybe
all those things, yes. So they believe that those
things.
So
where tribe he from?
He's a Maningo.
Oh, do me have a Maningo man?
Yeah, a Maningo. Manikan. It's Maningo. They I think in terms of the population, they got back up the number.
Where tribe you from?
The same Maningo man.
Oh, Maningo.
No, yeah, the same Maningo man. Yeah.
Oh.
The Maningo man. So you see, Guinea is structured into the way they call it. Guinea is divided into 8 different regions, if you will. But they get that the foreign region is of bulk of people from the foreign regions, those from the Pele, the Kisi, the Mano, the Loma.
Also, all the people in Guinea.
Oh yeah, all in there. The foreign region is very huge. The foreign region from where that thing happened,
I mean, they got Pele boy in the army, Guinea army.
Yeah, they have. But bulk of the army, you see.
But that is Kamara. That is Kamara Pele boy.
Yeah,
that is Kamara Pele.
All right.
Yeah, so
so you see,
but that is that is Kamara,
right? From Yekepa.
One of President we are bodyguard when he come from public with Ecomo. That is Kamara.
Oh yeah, that is safe. That is
yeah, you're one of when we are come, we are come down. When Ecomo sound weird, you're one of those who sound weird.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did not get that.
So you see, you see the map of Liberia. From Yekepa, from Manima Yekepa, coming all the way towards Sanikole, Kanta, the Mana region of Nimba and Mana region of Guinea. When you hit on the Bonkane border going in, that's a Pele region going towards Selekore. All the way in the Fasalaye area, then you come towards the Loma from the Soso part.
So, but Guinea, right?
Yeah, Guinea. But the Pele border, the Pele border Asa too, right? Wow. Then we come to Loma South from Soso now from Yela, you go to Pau and the Koyame, all places there, all the way further in. Now from Asa all the way to Fonjama, the Loma. Right?
What do you say?
Masanta to the Loma.
Yeah, so Masada, actually the right word for that place is Masada. So the guy trying to pronounce it either the French or Maningo way call it Masanta. But the actual Loma will say Masada.
That's not French word, Maningo, that Loma.
The word is Masada.
Yeah, that was Masada. Yeah, Masada meaning.
No, it's not Masanta or something. But again, it's actually Masada. The two of them will call it Masada.
Yeah, it's a Loma name.
That is a headquarter town for Lompo around there. Then when you go forward on the continent towards the left, you go towards the bandit side, the Kolahun side.
But then why the Liberian government send the Bani, Pele, and Loma Soya to the army post to the border?
So you know the Bani got small border with
yeah, they were talking to the border and they were speeding.
Let me inform you now. Then when you come to us for you now, then you connect now with the Kisi. So the Kisi is the last group between Liberia and Guinea from Lofa side going towards Sierra Leone. So right there, we got a Sierra Leone Kisi, we got a Liberian Kisi, and a Guinean Kisi in that triangle, like this.
The what?
The reason they are deployed over there, they are just there for fear. They're not going to do nothing. They're not going to show that there's fear because he's just paranoid. He believes the problem, so they want to come put a person there to so that if they're thinking if anybody playing anything in the program is dead, it will stop. But the government should communicate out and clearly say, hey, nobody doing anything. Nobody going to use our soil. Right, and the government to open the room too much. The other guy that escaped from there, the guy that came, but we private thing now. They can't correct the guy and other thing. We told him he can't the guy.
And you see, and maybe Guinea Boss, it didn't make it being a bro. More in there too, more than that.
You know, so
but I want to believe that right by this time, our government has sent people in Guinea as intelligence. You know, to get to know what's happening there.
When they grab them,
we have enough money. We got enough money.
When they grab them,
we have an ambassador there. For my Gizi is there as the ambassador. So I expect that he will be making some move. Yeah, with the foreign ministry to have things resolved. He should be acting right there in Conakry. He should even know who are the other foreign missions that are there that are close to the Guinean government, that they could use them as a means to calm things down or to get proper redress to this issue. But more besides, we should have now, and I'm convinced that the Liberian government by this time should have people in there as intelligence telling what's happening back there and what's going on.
Yeah, they get kind of money, intelligent man, they sit down to one shop to the border there, catch the hair good. Yeah, they say not. They're not gonna we have people who are professionally trained in the security work and they know what to do, man. Those guys are good. Those guys in the security sector are good. Once you give support to them, they will do better and evidence collection or data collection on people in those places. I get what we're doing right now. Look, let me tell you something, and Johnny, right now, security eating free money now. Tell them say won't go if tell you exactly. They go in there, they gain their money, they go on reconnaissance, they go on patrol there, intelligence. They sit down somewhere, they get they chasing the young girls too. Then they enjoying the food, the money, everything, having they tell the post yes. Intelligent report.
I'm in a good team right now. The business community Lofa will get small money because right now Lofa will be active. We got a lot of things happening in Lofa now. Zoso, Wanjama, Kolahun, Foya, you know.
It's not
who called in?
Joe by his side. They're going to affect them. Somebody calling Johnny.
Yeah, somebody called in the TCA official.
I don't know who did that one.
TCA panelists. Why are you calling? Let me see.
What happened in orders? Oh. Mama, what happened?
Yeah. So I want to say something. You and P on the show now.
Yeah, talk.
So on the Lofa border, I spoke with an older person a few days ago, and this person explained to me. This person worked with Togo government, and the person also had a family person that worked with Togo government.
Oh, but that person giving you.
That's an older person.
That intelligence that person giving you Uncle Real.
No, the person. I'm telling you, listen to me first.
For Tomo and Tomata.
But yeah, it's what a woman is. You know, listen to the Dutch guy. He lives always children. But let me
Philadelphia. The woman where he told me government, talk government. If it doesn't give him.
No, Tom, listen. When I say something, you gotta be careful and listen.
Okay.
He worked in Tobo government, but his family people work in Tomalin government, right?
Oh, okay.
I didn't say that same person working in both government.
Well, still that person.
Working in Tobo government too.
But why is there a country that they for?
Yeah. So here is what the person explained to me.
Yeah.
This person said, well, he worked with the foreign ministry. You know, he was like one of the in Tobo town. But he said when that French was trying to give independence to Guinea, because the Guinean pro-independent movement stand was they want the French in Guinea. They wanted the French to totally. So the French colonial power wanted the new government that would come on stage in Guinea not to succeed. So they actually approached that we took your land. They want to give all your land back to you. So put in requests and we'll return Liberian land that we seized from you. But Tomalin approach was Liberia was helping other countries to get independence, right? So these were Pan-African brothers. These were African brothers. So there was no need to get into land issue with them. You know, the land should stay. So this woman explained, actually, I was visiting our family and he was there. He said, this land thing, Liberia need to know their history. This land, the French people really wanted Liberia to get it, but it was Liberia that actually said they didn't want it because these were African brothers, you know.
But Kehleboe, right now it didn't happen in Lebanon, man. It's not that just that.
No, let me tell you
that boy getting paranoid, man. It's just scary.
I listen to you. You know, Tomalin, I told you the last time. You know, when they say wherever dog pick a fat bone, juicy bone, the dog will always go there to pick a bone, right?
Yeah.
We look for another bone. What happened? The first person that killed Cabinet Jonathan was defending that person. Baka went and took a person from the jail, from the government court, under the authority of the court, and sent the person to Guinea. And today that person, whether the person is alive or not, we don't know, right? Even the $250,000 it was seized. The Minister of Justice cannot account for it. I would say publicly that they ate it. Okay. Now, because they did that, it showed weakness because I saw me even I was a Guinean, but the man ran to your country and sought refuge under the convention that you have signed, under the UN convention. The person was a refugee. You can't return refugee to a country where they flee from persecution, but the government did. Now the man, even the ones that wanted to send us, they gave a list of Fula people to the Liberian government. They gave us a list of Fula people. Because you have precedents of sending someone who is fleeing persecution to them, they will just make a request on you. But I think there's more to it than just a Fula thing because we all know the Guinean politics. The Fulani and the Mandingos are each other true. It was like that for single trade time. The guy who the UN said, OAU Secretary Diallo.
Yeah,
Diallo was a
Diallo Telly.
Diallo Telly, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we know what he and Segutrio went through. So that rivalry between the two dominant ethnic groups in Guinea has always been there historically, you know.
But the problem I think that man facing right now, and you see, like you said, for the fact that Boga them gave that man the man that accused of being a dissident, they probably believe they say nobody thing would be so more there. Not only so they believe that would got more of that man in Liberia. Yeah. So and that why I mean I don't know, yeah, but it worrisome, but they better handle it good.
The Fula community in Liberia, no Boga administration should be careful. Because if they criticize Dumaya can just request the government and say, listen, I wonder all I wonder.
Okay. They'll be doing it one day, they'll come and grab us from there too. They'll keep on.
The man that gave you 10 pickers and you took it, Tomalin, and you're rejoicing out.
I hear Boga talking about, he said, you know, I got 10 brand new pickup. Yeah, probably so.
They gave you 10 pickers and you're bragging, say, it means your government is mature, you know.
Man, I know, yeah. That probably, I know they but they ain't anything good. It will have a spillover effect. It will affect the country.
Let people speak to that. They are the foreign service people.
Well, I think Pewee on it. I think he said he on the way to the era. I think next week.
The one man who announced his presidency 10 years is campaign 10 years ahead of time.
The man said, he said he running the election, right?
No, he said he running 2035.
2035, okay.
10 years ahead of time. If I'm president, I will make sure I don't get. I will like maybe remove a citizenship. I say you are American citizen. I will start to target him. But actually, if Pewee wants to be a serious leader, he should not complain now. He should go there now and say, you know what, I'm not too small to organize the opposition. He should go do it because he now has declared himself that he's a political person, you know? So,
yeah, but were you endorsing?
Neo-progressive?
Yeah.
I can endorse neo-progressive.
Why?
Because neo-progressive, they are, you know, if you look, okay. For Liberian neo-progressive, you know, I will not endorse because the culture. I ask you, how many person in Liberia identify he is neo-progressive? There are many. How many of them? I'm not sure they reach 10. I'm not sure they reach 10. You can ask him. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not sure.
And Kehleboe, what is that? What is that? Cool say Salman Job and program. You listen. I heard somebody. He said something there.
I was watching him, and the only thing he said, the former lawmakers used to come to his house every week. I don't know, did he say every Tuesday morning or Saturday morning? I think he said Tuesday. He said the last time Solomon George was in his house was on Tuesday. He and all the former lawmakers, as usual, they will come Tuesday morning, something like that, or Tuesday morning or whatever, to speak to him. And then he said that was the last time he met. He was touched by his death and blah, blah. And he was talking, I was actually at work, so my lunch was over and I just switched my phone off. Now, I was watching, I think he and Boaka, I think the president went there too or something.
The president was to the wake or what?
I don't know where he was speaking red, to be honest with you. I was moving up and down. I was just like, I just click on Facebook and I look at it a little bit, then I look at one other pastor who I think is somewhere in some kind of community in Monrovia there. He was trying to explain what happened in Lofa. There is some divine thing there. Listen, I said, okay. He said God spoke to him. In fact, the man is in Nagbasi. That woman is in Nagbasi. He said God spoke to him. He said, well, many people that God can speak to them almost every day, but the country is poor. And I don't know what kind of people that. Because every morning, these pastors that say God spoke to them. But why God can speak to them to resolve the health crisis in the country, to resolve poverty in the country, to bring better education, why God can give them the means how to make our education system better. But God can always speak to them. They are the only one God can, God far from many of us today. But these
wait. Are you hearing something they get saying? So Jeremiah, Vice President said Solo sent him a text and said that since he left the VB's house, his stomach had been hurting and that he was in a hospital. Oh, well, that true thing? That was the VB.
Yeah, but it's coming from a credible woman. Teola Gibson is a credible woman. I didn't watch. So the fact that she's saying that means.
Who was saying that Kun made a comment today?
Yeah. But but that, if he made it, that's a truthful statement now.
But why? But then he said the man left a horse. Then the man said,
people that come back to analyze.
But people will hear you.
People is on the phone.
Oh, on the phone, I see. Oh.
The man who declared his presidency a presidential ambition 10 years.
Oh, even murder said he said it too. Oh, I need anybody get a recording?
Oh, it means I believe it. I should follow the social media a lot, you know.
Oh, but then wait. Why you say the mess anyway? Anyway.
Well, you want to look for consultancy as media consultant?
For who?
Oh, well, I can say, I can call me.
Man, I can't. I told you, I'm on the telling.
So why you told me in secret that don't talk in public?
In the telling. When the telling strong. Oh Lord, I was telling.
But that was actually a reckless statement to me. To come from a house, a senior government.
Yeah, I mean, how you say the man?
Actually, anybody can come now and accuse you is and link you to the man death.
Just send me that audio, man. I want to see that thing. I want to hear that audio.
I hope they have not taken it down.
She gave me. I was telling him. I said, you said this. I would say.
Now you say you want to go look for consultants.
No, I beg you, my man. Look, Kehleboe, come one day. Our chiefs in Tomalin job. I'll be part of the winning party in 2029. I'm telling you now. I'll be part of the winning party.
Well, I don't think that's a good way to make your determination. I think you should say I'll be part of the movement to put Liberia on firmly if correct path.
Yeah, but that movement on. I don't know if that movement.
Disaster winning team too.
No, I can't be on the disaster winning team.
And or CDC.
My man.
Because those are
I can't be on the disaster winning team.
CDC and Unity Party are twins or brothers. So I mean.
Well, I know right now, as far as concerned, I'll be part of the winning team. And that winning team will not be, it won't be a disastrous team.
Well, can you commit publicly that the winning team will be on not be CDC or no Unity
Hey,
Party?
my brother, I said I'll be part of the winning team.
Okay. Well, it could be part of Unity Party though.
No, anything can happen.
So they are the governing party.
No, man, you didn't get it that, man.
Okay.
Get it that. Maybe I won't be on your brother party. I get my own broom.
Okay.
Hey, I won't go to a broom. Hey, the Gongloes. Hey, Kehleboe. Hey, my man.
I mean, Councillor Gongloe, someone wrote and said, in fact, Darrell DeLon, the day Councillor Gongloe announced that he was running, Darrell DeLon went to OKFM. He said Liberia is now a serious country.
Why?
He said, if Tiawan Gongloe announced that he will be president, this country should be shaking. Now, what Darrell DeLon said, he said, the fact that the country is not even shaking, a serious person.
Sure, man, Gongloe say you want to be president, and nobody, they just dismiss it, but planning John Brown to be president.
He said the country should be shaking. He said Liberia is not serious. Liberians are not serious. The fact that someone that he considered to be of consequence spoke and people are not jubilating, it means that people don't even know what is important for them. That was the exact statement on OKFM. It's on this guy, how to call him, the other guy who run the morning drive.
Clarence.
Yeah, the Clarence is on Clarence show. It's still on Clarence show.
I was talking to Prophet Key. I told you, Liberian people, the first 2 weeks are making a nod. Nah, ain't say I forget about you now. And you see, I said, nah, I forget about you. Ain't talking about you again. You finish. I said, what will happen? The chief justice said you sign up a bond when you leave from jail in August that you will not cause again. And I cause him to be popular.
You're not leaving from jail in August.
When you leave from jail?
The Supreme Court will be on break, so they'll not release.
What? They
release all has to come from the Supreme.
But they'll do it. They can do it, man. The justice in chamber will do it. There's a justice in chamber will do it. The justice in chamber will do it. But just the fact that He's staying out. You see right now? Yeah, everybody talking about man park cousin. He's where the guy in now. Now a poor why you call it what me? Seleke. Yeah, Seleke now the one I trying to make ends meet for him. And I told him, I say the very people that you supported, they don't want to be anything. They don't want. But they're scared. So what they do, they have Myean and Yami Bote.
It's true. It's true.
There'll be no vulgarity. No. See, I find me laugh. Is it? There'll be no vulgarity.
You know, to party people are beyond provocative.
Of course, they don't got in the jail. Yeah. Actually, Father, he brought it up, but
He spoke about it one time. He said they brought the government to power, but the government has let him down.
so now they keep him there now. He come from jail. He can't cause man park us again. The first thing. Even my man Yeke, he man, no. Why I believe that they will be trampling on his right on his of free speech. By him expressing himself. But the only thing again, like I said, what may hook him will be that the way they said you took an oath when you're taking an oath against all foreign domestic enemy. So that made him hook him on a particular clause. But
no.
But again,
Tomalin, anybody who say that person does not know what they're talking about. What's about the United States? Look, when you take all is not constitution, when you take all is now a statute, okay? The oath is based on the constitution.
Yeah, but why you didn't put on the things you honor oath? But you honor oath, you swear.
No, because you know what? There is a statute that talk about lying on the oath, right?
Yeah.
So, but the oath is to have to say the truth, right?
Yeah.
So the oath does not take away your fundamental or rights under the constitution to hold opinion. Look, it's patriotic to tell your government that you are like here in the United States.
I mean, the different area you are sitting lawmaker that the other people talking about. You're not ordinary citizen.
Right here in the U.S., there are U.S. congressmen who disagree with American foreign policy action in other countries.
Yeah, but your crazy. All the thing happening with the Iran war. You're in American congressman say Iranian. The funny can tell you they'll say there's no law for the Iranian regime. They are wicked people. They all talk about it, but always they will say, well,
you can never say he loves Guinea.
Yeah, what I've been to say, if I have not listened to the tip yet, but what I've been hearing.
I'll listen to him. So let me tell you what Yeke said.
What you said?
If I is on Yeke, I'm not going to quote him verbatim, but Yeke said, President Bouaka was not saying the truth to the Liberian people. He knows what is happening.
Okay.
When he went to Guinea, to the conference in Guinea, he knows what it told him. That land that the Guineans are on is not for Liberia. He knows, and he should say the truth. And he said that people in Lofa, he said, my sources in Lofa are telling me that the land that the Guineans are on is actually for the Guinean. Because, and I haven't been to Lofa, but in recent time, in fact, there was a video that I watched yesterday where the Guinean soldiers, the local officials, Liberian immigration officer, they gathered around a cornerstone, big cornerstone. They said, this is a boundary. And the Guineans were there, they recognize that that's a boundary. What is happening here is these cornerstones are in the bushes, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like those things were done way back. There was no technology. So what you need to do now with advancement in geotechnology, geomapping, to actually use even drone to just send to where the cornerstone is and put the geocode program the drone. The drone will actually just fly and show where the cornerstone aligns strictly. That's all they need to do. But the thing is in the bush. People go stay in the bush and, the cornerstone going so. That is exactly what is happening, right? So, and I think it just came over, like Johnny has explained on the show many times.
Well, what you get there, and he said nothing bad.
No, that is what he's saying. He said the president should say the truth. And because he said my sources are telling me. He kept saying my sources are saying that land, the people from Lofa who are there, they know that the Guinean got it. Because But Tomalin, the thing the colonial power did in Africa was, which is by the typical Guineans, or Kisi people in Liberia, but the same Kisi people in Sierra Leone, the same Kisi people in Guinea, the same Kisi people in Liberia. If you go there, the same fathers of all of you that I watched, two Mango boys did it. And they were naming those towns, those Mango towns in Guinea and the one in Liberia, right? They're from Kwano Bono district. And they went to show the cornerstone also. Okay, so there's a cornerstone there. People are saying, all of you, the boss, if you stay here, if you go like this, the cornerstone will cover the other leg. But they are just in the bush showing their fingers. We need technology to show the clear that based on that cornerstone, where does Guinea land end? Where does Nagbe land stop? We need that. That's all we need. But the people there may find on both sides. The Labrampo may find also because it's a bush. The cornerstone is not like a fence to say this is a fence. You put one cornerstone water in between the cornerstone, and the distance between the cornerstone, they are long. Long. And you see? So I'm not even sure the French people did technology. I think they just put a cornerstone and walk somewhere and put one over there. I don't think they went through correct measurement way back in 1907 when they planted that cornerstone. I don't think they had that kind of technology to know, which was the right demarcation, particularly the white people. No, I don't think they had all those things. So we just need to settle it. But it's not something to say, because some just say some joy is unpatriotic. No. About this.
Well, we'll see what happens. But I know we have to come to some understanding. It's about time. We can't keep on like this.
For me, my personal view is, I will say this, my personal view, then I will end. My personal view is Tomalin, leaders in Liberia from 1847 to Joseph Boakai, our leaders have never been interested in the territorial integrity of Liberia. The only two things our leaders have been interested in, from Joseph Jacob Rawls to Joseph Boakai, our leaders have never been interested in power and money. No,
you forgot what I'm gonna do when I doing Momo had that problem, remember?
Yeah, where they end, it did not go further than that. Once his power was protected, that was it. What I can say to you, and that's my personal view, that's my opinion. It doesn't mean it's correct, but I believe that if our leaders, because I live in Ivory Coast as a refugee for some time, if you go in that whole Danale and Ma area, Ma is actually Mama people area, right? Mama people in Liberia, that area. I mean, the same kind of Mama people passing through Guinea on the other side of the mountain. Okay, so if you look there, you got this Liberia huge land the French people took. And in the past, even after independence of this country, the Ivorian president Ofoe and Liberia had a good relationship, right? Even if Tomalin had gone to Ofoe and said, Ofoe, the French, the colonial people took this. But the same Geo people, the same Mano people you get here, got it in Liberia. In fact, a larger part of them in Liberia, smaller part here. So we want to really draw this boundary and have it. I am very sure maybe Ofoe would have given that land to Liberia. If Tomalin had gone to Sékou Touré and said, hey, the colonial power did this, they divided African tribe, I am sure they would have given the land to Liberia. But they were not interested in.
So let me ask you, so right now as it stands, any inch of our land on Guinea.
No, because under the international treaties, when this country was getting independence from the former colonial powers, part of the agreement is that whatever territorial boundaries that the colonial power had. That's why those countries took over, right? So they were not redrawing the boundary.
So as it stands now, right now, today, March 20, 2020, something, Liberia, any inch of Liberian territory on a Guinea occupation?
Yeah, no, I mean, okay, legally, you can't say any piece of Liberia is under Guinea, right? But you can say, in reality, there are land that people who have been to Guinea on that side to say, this part, if you go to Zerikole, that Zerikole are part of the original Liberia, but the French people took it. People tell us that's true. You know, if you go to Myean, you got welcome to Liberia there. Some people have seen it, talk about your opinion, right? But Liberian government never sought to go there to say we want the land back because it was taken from us by colonial power. No one has done that. That's my point. So our leaders from 1847 to Joseph Boaga, our leaders have never been interested in recovering lost land to colonial powers.
Yeah,
because it was not the current Ivorian government, post-independent Ivory Coast, post-independent Guinea that took those land. It was French colonial powers that took those land. What stopped Liberian leaders from going there and saying, we are going to defend our people because these were our land originally. And the French took it because we didn't have army. They didn't have army, we didn't have army because we were just free slaves from the United States. What stopped them from going to negotiate with them as African brothers? None of them interested in it.
Well, we found a way, Kehleboe. We have to Liberia.
We have to renegotiate this pre-colonial time, pre-independence era border. Let's redraw it because it's causing problems.
Let me go eat my salad, my vegetable salad.
Yeah, I hope you don't put salad dressing there, that's all.
Oh really? Why?
Just put olive oil or put vinegar on it because it's in the night. Put vinegar on it, right? Not put salad vinegar.
Oh, vinegar and what?
And olive oil or mix with it.
I'll put I think called sweet relish. And I'll do that.
Well, you can put whatever you want, but I don't like. I like those. I like just very healthy.
Yeah, I want to eat my salad now and drink my tea.
It's too late for that.
I eat salad, man. What? Eat salad and drink my tea.
You should have eaten it like maybe 5 o'clock.
But I try to do it, but then every 5 minutes. Anyway,
I'll talk to you.
Okay, my man. So people, I'll see you, man. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Well, hopefully tomorrow they will have hopefully Samuel Jackson, the autopsy report will be up for Samuel Jackson, and the police will finally find out what they're saying. But and then also, yeah. So let's see what happens tomorrow. But good night, people. Means what the guy said? The land is gone. I beg you. Feel like trying to beg you. Our land not gone. We'll get it back. I beg you. Yeah. The legal is known as the tip of the spear. What's that? French Foreign Legion. Pay for the hardest mission. Wow. Wow. Anyway, let's see what happens. Good night, folks. So Dopoh, you stay around? The radicals, they call them the progressive firebrand. So I don't get the fear. She's strong.